Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 201, Chapter 201, Experiment Success. The energy ball, resembling a black hole, twisted the surrounding space, as if it could devour everything into an abyss. The space around was sliced by the energy, and the irreversible force caused Enel to shudder with terror. The thunder was pulled in, losing its dazzling brilliance in the blink of an eye, facing the energy wave akin to a small black hole. The terror of the thunderstorm ravaged the shrine. The scene was filled with thunder and lightning, densely striking the black energy wave, as if the world were coming to an end. A thunderstorm, 50 meters high, rained down in a sea of lightning. "Block it for me." Enel roared hoarsely, his whole body trembling violently. The lightning surrounding him dimmed considerably, and the silver arcs gradually subsided. "Ah! I am a god. I cannot lose to such a thing. I can block it." The thunderstorm, like a voracious beast, swallowed the black hole energy wave, but Ryujiro's expression remained unchanged. Useless. The hollow purple was already in a different dimension, and no matter what Enel did, he couldn't block the hollow technique. This thing. Wherever the black hole energy wave went, everything was left in ruins, with black purplish lightning flickering in the destroyed space. Rumble. A thunderous roar echoed throughout Skypiea, shaking the space and causing the residents to panic, fearing a disaster. The lightning gradually subsided, the sizzling, ear-piercing current less violent than before, and the small silver snake ceased to dance. The hollow purple had engulfed half of Enel's body. Even his Logia intangibility was ineffective, half of his body was completely annihilated by the hollow technique. Ryujiro's gaze was not on Enel's half-destroyed body but rather on the apples beside him. Suddenly, at that moment, one of the 4 apples started to tremble violently. Ryujiro's eyes narrowed. An opportunity. He could sense the special power of the devil fruit. The apple trembled violently, visibly changing into a devil fruit with patterns. Successful. Indeed, when a devil fruit user dies, the power of the devil fruit will reside in a nearby fruit. Perhaps back then, Ryujiro squinted his eyes. Maybe Blackbeard didn't absorb Whitebeard's powers through the dark fruit but instead transferred the devil fruit's power to a nearby fruit. Blackbeard might have known the secret long ago, though it's just Ryujiro's speculation. The rumble fruit. Ryujiro toyed with the rumble fruit, pondering. What should he do with this fruit? Give it to Kuin. Kuin's physical skill talent is good, but eating this devil fruit might limit his future development. Although the rumble fruit could immediately elevate Kuin's strength, devil fruits also have their drawbacks. Physical prowess can also lead to the peak. Forget it. Let Kuin decide for himself. There was nothing else on Skypiea that interested Ryujiro. There was one more treasure for others, the poneglyphs, but Ryujiro couldn't understand the text and had no interest in the world government's blank 800 years of history. Ryujiro's figure disappeared into the ruins as he traversed space. At this moment, the residents of Skypiea looked up at the black hole with horror. Many faces turned pale with fear. The sky. The sky has a hole in it. What did Enel do? Hey! Did you forget that Enel can hear all our voices? Are you trying to get us killed? The Skipper's face changed instantly as he hurriedly covered his mouth, looking up at the sky in terror. As if fearing something would fall down. People were puzzled. Usually, Enel would have already punished anyone who spoke ill of him, and even those who only criticized him in their minds were struck down under the lightning. Enel. Suddenly, a wild thought crossed their minds. Could it be that the hole in the sky was not caused by Enel? They quickly dismissed the thought. A monster like Enel could not be defeated so easily. If there was a monster that defeated Enel and now controlled Skypiea, their lives would have no hope. Maybe Enel was just in a good mood today. Looking at the black hole in the sky, the atmosphere fell into silence. The black hole seen by the Shandians was merely the dissipating hollow purple. Techniques like the hollow purple were incredibly formidable, and it was impossible for them to disappear immediately. The energy wave's curse power would gradually weaken, and at the current rate, the hollow purple might take a day to disappear. In the ruins of the shrine, a group of Shandians flew over rapidly. They looked at the ruins of the shrine, their minds blank for a moment. This was Enel's former shrine. The shrine had become a heap of ruins, unbelievable. Looking at the black hole in the sky, even Wiper could feel the chilling energy from a distance. Having witnessed Enel's godlike appearance pierced by this black hole energy, Wiper's heart held a glimmer of hope. Where was Enel? Wiper searched for Enel's figure amidst the wreckage, his heart unsettled by the scene of devastation. Suddenly, he saw half of a body among the piled-up rubble. From a distance, Wiper initially thought it was the upper half of Enel's body lying elsewhere. Wiper's eyes darkened, a cold light flashing in them. The Shandians had always hated Enel, for it was because of him that they could not return to their homeland. That day had finally come. Enel, you bastard, you finally died by my hands. Wiper burst with powerful airflow, speeding towards Enel's location. However, upon arrival, his expression changed drastically, as if he had seen something terrifying. What is this? Wiper's voice trembled. He had never imagined such a scene. The other Shandians, noticing Wiper's unusual reaction, also rushed over. Wiper, what's wrong? The others looked down, their weapons dropping from their hands as they stared in terror at the scene before them. How can it be like this? Enel left nobody behind. Who did this? A terrified cry echoed throughout the shrine's ruins. Wiper and the others were not relieved by Enel's death. Instead, an invisible fear enveloped them. They couldn't imagine that there could be a monster even more terrifying than Enel on Skypiea. For them, this was a fear of the unknown. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, Kuin's Choice. Ryujiro has dealt with everything. Ah, it's all over. There's nothing left on Skypiea that makes me nostalgic. Do you guys want to stay a bit longer? Hinata and Carmen nodded. Women often have a fondness for beautiful things, so as long as Hinata and Carmen weren't ready to leave, there was no problem staying a bit longer on Skypiea. But Kuin, where is he? Ryujiro noticed Kuin was missing and looked puzzled. That guy feels his combat experience is lacking and is still fighting Sea Kings in the empty sea, Carmen replied. That's commendable. Kuin was not neglecting himself. If it came to strength, Kuin was indeed the weakest on the ship. Hinata and Carmen wandered around Skypiea, and Ryujiro went to the empty sea, where he saw Kuin battling a large Sea King. Kuin was breathing heavily. He had already defeated 3 Sea Kings before, and now his stamina was running low. Even so, Kuin's gaze remained sharp. He wanted to push beyond his limits. Kuin charged at the Sea King. The Sea King roared angrily, its massive tail whipping through the air, creating a powerful wind pressure that put some strain on Kuin. Grinding his teeth, Kuin leaped onto the Sea King's head. Kuin quickly delivered several air blades, slicing through the Sea King with sharp, piercing attacks. The dense air blades were not something the Sea King could easily withstand. Blood spurted out, and the Sea King's stiff head exploded in a bloody burst. Shattered brain matter fell into the empty sea. Kuin stood on a tree, gasping for breath, his face looking somewhat pale. This was his limit, he no longer had the strength to continue fighting. Why work so hard? A familiar voice came from behind Kuin, startling him despite the familiarity. Ryujiro. Kuin turned around and relaxed upon seeing Ryujiro. I don't want to be a burden to everyone. If we run into trouble again in the future and need Ryujiro's protection, wouldn't that make me a liability on the ship? Kuin's expression was somewhat bitter. At this point, Ryujiro took out the rumble fruit. A devil fruit? Kuin was astonished. Did Ryujiro come to Skypiea just for this devil fruit? Besides devil fruits, nothing else would interest Ryujiro. This is the rumble fruit, one of the strongest Logia-type devil fruits. Eating it will elevate your strength to a new level in a short time. The rumble fruit. Kuin was stunned. This was indeed the rumble fruit. But wasn't the rumble fruit already consumed by someone? Ryujiro had previously told them that the self-proclaimed god of Skypiea was the user of the rumble fruit. Could it be that Ryujiro had some special ability to extract the rumble fruit from the original user? That's incredible. It seemed the previous user of the rumble fruit had already died at Ryujiro's hands. Your physical skill talent is impressive. Perhaps in the future, you might even become a powerhouse on par with a marine admiral. This devil fruit is just an option for you. Whether to become a devil fruit user or refine your physical skills, it's up to you. Ryujiro had made it clear that he wanted Kuin to consider carefully. Kuin pondered for a long time. The rumble fruit was one of the strongest Logia devil fruits, wielding the power of lightning. But Kuin also knew he had good talent in physical skills, and if combined with another devil fruit, like the wind fruit, it might develop even more terrifying techniques. Kuin took the rumble fruit, bit into it, and his expression instantly twisted. He had heard that devil fruits taste terrible, but he didn't expect it to be this awful. Is this something a human can eat? Kuin forced himself to swallow the fruit. Cough cough cough. At this moment, Ryujiro came to his senses, looking at Kuin in surprise. Quite ambitious, Ryujiro said with a smile. He hadn't misjudged Kuin. Such a person was worthy of his ship. Ha 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 ha, I can't let the captain down, can I? Kuin and Ryujiro both laughed heartily. Their laughter echoed through the dense forest, and the Sea Kings in the empty sea, witnessing the corpses of their kind, felt an instinctive fear. Before Ryujiro left, he almost forgot something important. Enel had built a massive golden flying ship on Skypiea. It would be a waste to leave this golden ship on Skypiea. Compared to it, the previous ship was like a small sailboat. Oh. It's unimaginable that the previous guy made such a colossal thing. It's truly astounding. Are these all gold? So luxurious. The ship looked far more impressive than what he had seen in the animation. It was a masterpiece of engineering. Even in death, Enel had contributed his final bit of value. If Enel knew, his corpse would probably be enraged. Ryujiro had considered turning Enel into a hollow, but he reconsidered. With such an arrogant personality, if he were on his ship, constantly proclaiming himself as a god, Ryujiro feared he might be unable to resist turning Enel's ashes to dust. He still had many hollows in his space, but none had evolved to the level of Vasto Lord. Most of the hollows in his space were at Jillian level. The hollow space now resembled a small-scale Hueco Mundo, inheriting the survival of the fittest rule. If any of the hollows evolved to Vasto Lord, Ryujiro wouldn't hesitate to turn them into Aaron cars. However, the hollows here clearly lacked that capability. He needed stronger souls. Abandoning his previous ship, Ryujiro and his crew departed Skypiea aboard the colossal flying ark, Maxim. Looking up at Maxim as it sailed away, Wiper wiped the sweat from his forehead. Does that man really have the power to defeat Enel? It doesn't seem like it. Judging the strength of a person by sight is the most foolish way. You can't even feel the overwhelming pressure from him. Even from a distance, I could sense the apocalyptic power emanating from him. Riki's mind was filled with doubt. Is that man really that terrifying? Chapter 203, Floating Island. Maxim had been floating in the sky for an unknown amount of time. Ryujiro and his crew enjoyed their time above the clouds. Despite the absence of the sea breeze, the comfort of the sky was greater than being on the ocean, free from the troubles of pirates and the navy. In the spiritual world, Ryujiro and Gojo were engaged in battle. Although Gojo's abilities were still as challenging as ever, the gap between him and Ryujiro had significantly narrowed. Moreover, to refine his control over curse power, Ryujiro had refrained from using any abilities other than his curse techniques. Just as expected of you. Ryujiro murmured as he looked at the injury on his right arm. The cursed objects from Gojo's era were pitiable even in existence. The power of curse energy was fascinating. It could enhance the body and even push its evolution. With the Hogyoku slowly integrating with this power, Ryujiro had progressively merged these forces. Once he released these powers simultaneously, it would unleash terrifying destructive force. At this moment, Ryujiro had returned from the spiritual space to reality, and a towel appeared in front of him. Seeing Hinata, Ryujiro smiled and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then pulled Hinata into his embrace. Hinata let out a soft gasp, her face flushing as she lowered her head, not daring to look into Ryujiro's eyes. Holding Hinata, the two of them gazed into the distance as they traversed the clouds. Carmen and Kuin emerged from the cabin and were taken aback upon seeing Hinata and Ryujiro on the deck. They quickly closed the door behind them. They exchanged awkward glances. Then they returned to the training room to continue honing their devil fruit abilities. If news spread that Ryujiro's crew had two of the most powerful Logia devil fruit, it would undoubtedly shake the entire sea. Not long after, a massive island appeared ahead of Maxim. This island was different from Skypiea. Skypiea was fixed in place and immovable, but this island floated slowly in the air. Kuin stared in awe at the floating island. Could there be more than one Skypiea? Ryujiro squinted at the island, a smile playing on his lips. It seems I have a special fate with you renowned sea pirates. This island was not Skypiea, as Ryujiro knew all too well. Ryujiro maneuvered Maxim closer to the floating island. Meanwhile, in a spacious hall, a pirate hurriedly entered. Captain. A ship is approaching us. Shiki, sitting high above, changed his expression. What did you say? A ship is approaching the island. Who is it? The legendary pirate and former powerhouse of the sea, Shiki the Golden Lion. A devil fruit user with the ability to float and a grand swordsman. We can't confirm yet. The ship is a massive ark, seemingly made of gold. What? Gold. The pirates in the palace were astonished. A ship made of gold would likely weigh as much as the island itself. What intrigued them most was the gold. They couldn't even imagine or believe how much a golden ark would be worth. Of course, they didn't naively think the entire ship was made of gold. At least a significant portion of the ship was constructed from gold. Captain, what should we do? The pirates looked at Shiki, who wore a wild grin. Let's go out and see who dares to approach us. Yes, Captain. The many pirates cheered loudly. This island seems different from Skypiea. Kuin looked puzzled at the environment on the island. It's not Skypiea. This island floats because of the devil fruit's power. Devil fruit power? Floating. Kuin's eyes flashed with horror. Captain, you don't mean Shiki the Golden Lion, do you? Ryujiro nodded lightly. Oh my god. It really is him. Shiki was the only pirate to escape from Impel Down, and almost no one in the seas was unaware of him. Since Shiki's escape from the Navy, no trace of him had been found. It was no wonder the island could float. Moreover, the animals on this island were enormous. They had encountered many unusual creatures in the forest. Though these animals appeared fierce, they experienced the meaning of cruelty in the presence of Ryujiro's group. Thud thud thud. Loud footsteps approached from the distance, shaking the ground. A peculiar-looking old man with golden hair descended from the sky, carefully observing Ryujiro and his crew. A white-haired youth, a girl, and 2 young men, are they the ones? Captain. Shiki's pirates arrived in droves, a dark mass of people. But when they saw Ryujiro and Hinata, their expressions turned strange. It's them. One of the pirates recognized Ryujiro and Hinata, his gaze filled with fear. The white demon. And the white-eyed sorceress. You know them. Seeing his subordinates' fearful expressions, Shiki became intrigued by Ryujiro and his crew. One of his subordinates had a bounty of 150 million on the Grand Line, and someone who could instill fear in him was probably not simple. Captain, because you've always been on the island, you haven't heard of them. But they are definitely among the most dangerous groups on the seas. Their threat to the Navy is comparable to the 4 emperors of the New World. What? All the pirates were shocked by this news. Comparable to the 4 emperors? How is that possible? The 4 emperors of the New World. Comparable to the 4 emperors. What have they done? Shiki's gaze towards Ryujiro and his crew glinted with an unusual light. Gulp. The pirate, overwhelmed by the shocking information, couldn't help but swallow. They injured a marine admiral. Boom. The news exploded like thunder among the pirates. Injured a marine admiral. Impossible. Even Shiki's eyes contracted sharply. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, Power of Zanpakuto. Injuring a marine admiral. The news caused an immediate uproar. Is this a joke? They actually wounded an admiral. Why? Why are they still standing here unharmed? Did they really escape unscathed even from an admiral? As the crowd marveled, the pirate added, not only the admiral, but there were also 3 vice-admirals, 10 warships, and 1,000 elite marine officers. All 10 warships were destroyed, and only about 500 soldiers survived. The atmosphere froze instantly. The pirates stared at Ryujiro and his group in sheer horror. With such a lineup, the Marines actually lost. Who are these people? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Shiki burst into laughter, leaving the pirates bewildered. What's wrong with Captain? Interesting, truly interesting. Even the Marine admirals are no match for you. If you can make the Navy suffer, I, Shiki, acknowledge you. White-haired kid. Join my crew and conquer the world with me. Shiki had always aimed to conquer the world. Ryujiro looked at him indifferently, his gaze shifting to Shiki's legs, which had been replaced with blades. Shiki, do you think it's still the same as before? The former great pirate, Shiki the Golden Lion, is now afraid to show himself on the seas. It's truly pitiful. Shiki, you're old. You no longer belong to this era. Ryujiro's scornful words darkened Shiki's expression instantly. Bastard. Do you know who our captain is? Don't think that defeating an admiral makes you superior to the seas. Shiki fought against Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Hero Garp. Back when he ruled the seas, you weren't even born. Boom. A terrifying and oppressive spiritual pressure erupted. The ground beneath Ryujiro sank abruptly, and fearsome shockwaves cracked the surrounding area. Swish. Hinata's figure vanished in an instant. Blood spattered in the crowd of pirates as heads flew through the air, falling to the ground. Panic. Screams. Blood. The pirates never expected Ryujiro's group to act recklessly. Damn it. You're too arrogant. Stop it. Shiki roared angrily, like a furious lion. Ryujiro's group clearly disregarded him. I'm Shiki the Golden Lion. What is this pressure? So heavy. Even his movements were affected. This was not conqueror haki but pure, overwhelming pressure. Let me experience the power of the legendary pirate, Shiki. Ryujiro said calmly. Shiki's face twisted in rage as he roared, you brat. Don't underestimate me. I'm Shiki the Golden Lion. Slash wave. Shiki kicked out a giant slash, powerful enough to split the island. Ryujiro's eyes flashed with surprise. It seemed he had slightly underestimated Shiki's strength. Although Shiki was not at his peak, his swordsmanship was still at an impressive level. Shiki was indeed a worthy opponent. Boom. A wave of energy cut through the massive slash, turning it into nothingness. How is this possible? What did he do? Shiki's face turned pale. Though he had lost his peak strength, his power was still formidable enough to trouble even marine admirals. However, unlike the admirals, Shiki had grown old, and his stamina could no longer compare to his former self. Kid. What did you do? Are you a devil fruit user? No. No. Even a devil fruit user couldn't be as bizarre as you. Ryujiro dusted off the remnants of the previous battle, looking at Shiki with a calm gaze. Shiki, do you want to obtain power beyond human limits? Shiki frowned, not understanding Ryujiro's words. Screams continued to echo, as Hinata ruthlessly harvested the lives of the pirates. Nearby, Carmen and Kuin shivered. They finally understood why the Marines referred to Miss Hinata as the white-eyed sorceress. Miss Hinata now did resemble a witch in her ruthlessness. Kid. Make your men stop. Shiki roared angrily. His subordinates fell like watermelon slices in front of Hinata, having no chance to resist. This is their own fault. If it were you who were offended, they wouldn't have survived either, Shiki, Ryujiro said with a faint smile. Bastard, they were my subordinates. Shiki roared furiously. His swords, Oto and Kogarashi, glinted with cold light. With his haki, they turned into black blades. Lion's roar, 1,000 cuts. Shiki swung his swords and unleashed a series of mountain-cleaving sword strikes, sending vacuum slashes towards Ryujiro. But that wasn't all. Lion's might, earth roll. With Shiki's devil fruit ability, the surrounding land roared and sand surged upward, forming a giant lion over 100 meters high. The lion's 4 heads charged at Ryujiro. Shiki's mastery of the float fruit had reached such a level. He truly was remarkable. Devil fruit abilities were not inherently strong, but not everyone could develop them to this extent. Indeed, there are no worthless devil fruits, only worthless users. The gap between people was as vast as the sky. Just as now with Shiki and Ryujiro, Shiki had not seen the world's vastness and did not understand Ryujiro's terrifying strength. Swish. A green flame erupted around Ryujiro. Instantly, his body was covered in the emerald-hued chakra cloak. His eyes shone like stars, dazzling and captivating, drawing one in as if engulfed by the stars. This form. Shiki's expression changed drastically. He was deeply frightened. At that moment, he felt incredibly small before Ryujiro. That unique and divine aura made Ryujiro seem like a legendary god. At this moment, the gap between him and Ryujiro was not just a difference but a difference in dimension. Ryujiro drew his Zanpakuto. An immense sandstorm erupted, and with a single swing, the world shattered like a broken mirror, emitting a piercing sound of shattering. The vacuum slashes. The lion's might, earth roll. Instantly exploded and vanished. The surrounding white clouds dissipated without a trace. Time stopped, and the world fell into a deathly silence. At this moment, time and space were frozen. This halt was due to the Zanpakuto in Ryujiro's hand. This was no illusion, the power of the Zanpakuto had long been integrated into his body. This was Ryujiro's own Zanpakuto. Time and space were under his control. Though only for a few seconds, no one could resist this immense power. Rip. In an instant of flashing sword light, Shiki, though stopped, was still enveloped in an overwhelming fear beyond death. Space and time resumed. Shiki stared wide-eyed, filled with abyssal terror. He fell to the ground, lifeless and cold. Chapter 205, Chapter 205, New Hollow. The atmosphere shattered, and the island trembled as a simple yet profound strike seemed to cleave the world in two. The pirates under the Golden Lion's command stared blankly at the cold corpse before them. Shock, panic, fear, confusion, these emotions gripped them, leaving them unable to accept the reality before their eyes. Captain. Captain is dead. I can't believe it. I can't believe Captain, the great pirate from the same era as Whitebeard and Roger, could die so easily. It must be an illusion. This has to be an illusion. Torn, continuous screams brought them back to reality. The cold, unfeeling gaze of Hinata sent shivers down their spines. Their internal defenses had been utterly shattered. Run. Monsters. They're all monsters. Get out of here. Get out of here. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'll join the White Demon Pirates. No. Hinata, as if not hearing their pleas, continued to mercilessly reap the lives of the pirates. Ryujiro had no intention of stopping her. These pirates were vicious criminals, and their deaths were inevitable, especially after their insolent remarks. Looking at Shiki's corpse, a vast area of void began to engulf the island. A strange, unsettling sensation caused the remaining pirates to freeze in place. The scene shifted dramatically. Even Carmen and Kuin, who were nearby, looked pale as they watched the bizarre unfolding. Roar. The angry roar of the hollow shook the hearts of those present. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed as the hollow crushed the ground beneath it, its feet embedded into the earth. The hollow-turned golden lion, with his golden hair and eerie mask, was terrifying. The pirates' souls were being devoured by the void. What are these black monsters? Hinata paused her actions and glanced at Ryujiro. Ryujiro nodded. In the next moment, Hinata reappeared beside Ryujiro. Carmen and Kuin were left dazed, their legs trembling. The horrific scene made their legs go weak. The black monsters were not human, their presence and the cold aura they emitted were chilling. What had their captain done? What were these black creatures? A devil fruit power? Impossible, no devil fruit could create life. Could their captain be a demon? Or a god? Ryujiro's methods were beyond their understanding, and such power was terrifying even in the pirate world. The island continued to shake. Without the support of Shiki's devil fruit ability, it began to descend. After another jolt, the island stabilized temporarily. Ryujiro's power was holding the island up for now. It wouldn't fall just yet. Don't let me down, Shiki. Ryujiro had no worries about Shiki's refusal to submit. After showing such overwhelming power, Shiki should now realize Ryujiro's greatness. Shiki had been Ryujiro's first hollow in this world. The hollow-turned golden lion continued to dominate, consuming the remaining hollows. His spiritual pressure surged, but despite devouring over 100 pirates, Shiki had not yet reached the level of Invasto Lord Arankar. Ryujiro wasn't concerned about Shiki failing to become an Arankar. The stronger the soul, the more nutrients it required. A rift in space opened, swallowing the hollowified Shiki into the void. Now, Shiki would rampage in the void until he reached the level of Invasto Lord. Ryujiro would keep a close watch on his actions. Turning back, Ryujiro saw Carmen and Kuin still in shock. He sighed. It's over. Let's head back to the ship. If you have any questions, I'll answer them. Carmen and Kuin shivered, exchanging a silent glance. The island, losing its gravitational support, began to fall. The pressure from the clouds and the atmosphere created strange noises. Below, in the sea, the flowing cloud pirates were having a celebration on their ship. This crew had some reputation in the Grand Line, and their ship had a bounty of 80 million berries for a swordsman. As they celebrated the arrival of a new member, a massive shadow suddenly covered them. The captain of the flowing cloud pirates frowned. Is it going to rain heavily? When he looked up, the wine glass in his hand fell to the deck. Captain Cloud stared in fear as the island plummeted towards the sea. Run! Captain Cloud shouted, abandoning the pirate ship and jumping into the sea. The other pirates, still confused, looked up. In an instant, all their expressions froze in terror, unable to move as fear gripped them. Boom! A deafening roar engulfed the pirate ship, sending towering waves crashing into the sea. The island's impact generated waves that reached several dozen meters high. Even though Captain Cloud had escaped the ship, he couldn't avoid the island's collision. The pirate crew was obliterated, countless corpses floating on the sea. The island tilted and was eventually submerged by the ocean, turning the water a bright red. A notorious pirate crew was annihilated by a disaster beyond their control. Ryujiro's consciousness observed the void, a small version of Hueco Mundo, watching as Shiki transformed into Invasto Lord, a smile forming on his lips. Shiki did not disappoint him. Even as Invasto Lord level Arankar, Shiki retained his fierce pride, befitting an old-generation pirate. After Shiki's departure, the floating fruit did not take residence in nearby fruits. As Ryujiro had predicted, this method had a chance of success. Perhaps the dark fruit indeed had the ability to strip devil fruits. Blackbeard. At this time, he had already taken down Whitebeard's crew. His presence had not significantly affected the original timeline. Boom. The golden arc hit the sea, sending enormous waves and scaring the marine life into fleeing. Surrounded by a thick fog, several abandoned pirate ships floated around. This place was strangely familiar. Ahead, in the mist, a massive shadow gradually emerged, a three-masted ship moving with a sinister and eerie aura. Chapter 206, Thriller Bark. In the territory of the seven warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria's domain. It was unexpected that they had casually landed in this place. The name of the seven warlords of the sea alone would make other pirates wary. These were pirates with bounties in the hundreds of millions, their power unmatched by ordinary pirate crews. But were Ryujiro and his crew ordinary pirates? The Thriller Bark was a fitting place for them, and Ryujiro was also curious whether Moria's shadow fruit ability could shorten his own shadow. If it could, what container in this world could withstand his terrifying power? In the palace, a massive and eerie figure loomed. The giant's body was dark purple and seemed grotesque, with scars crisscrossing from his forehead to his neck, and sharp horns on his head, making him resemble a vampire that toys with life. Moria-sama. Someone has landed on the island. A zombie with stitches covering its body rushed in to report to Moria. Gecko Moria, the captain of Thriller Bark ship. How wonderful, new material has arrived. Moria's sharp laughter sent chills down the spine, and his eerie face was unsettling. So, who are they? Moria's strange eyes glinted with cold light. No one who entered the Thriller Bark had ever escaped his grasp. Their shadows all became his puppets. Moria-sama, it seems to be the White Demon Pirates. Moria's expression froze, showing deep shock. The White Demon Pirates. How could those guys end up in his territory? Moria's cold smile gradually became stiff. Moria laughed once more. If he could obtain the shadows of the White Demon Pirates, he'd have a chance to return to the New World and seek revenge on Kaido. The insane thought overcame Moria's fear of the White Demon Pirates. This was his territory. Absalom. As he spoke, a figure suddenly appeared in the palace, unnoticed until now. He resembled a humanoid lion, wearing a similar round hat to Moria, with clear stitch marks. Lord Moria. Absalom knelt respectfully before Moria. Go and monitor them. With your abilities, they won't easily discover you. Understood, Lord Moria. A dark glint flashed in Absalom's eyes. With his clear fruit, he was almost undetectable. Moreover, Absalom was a perverted lunatic who had long coveted the White Demon Pirate's white-eyed sorceress. Her tempestuous figure made her a perfect candidate for his wife. At this moment, Ryujiro and his crew had already landed on the island. Before them lay a three-headed hellhound stitched together, with its tongue exposed and its soul obliterated, reduced to a half-dead body. Disgusting. Who could be so twisted as to stitch these creatures together? How did they even survive? Carmen frowned, looking at the cold corpse on the ground with disgust. Gecko Moria. His abilities can easily accomplish such things. Ryujiro gazed at the distant, eerie castle with a smile. It was a pity that such a legendary warrior from Wano had died like this. The only figure from Wano that interested Ryujiro was the legendary Dragonslayer samurai, Shimotsuki Ryuma. A powerful swordsman with many legends in Wano, if Ryujiro could turn Ryuma into an Vasto Lord-level Arrancar, his forces would become even stronger. The second hollow. It wouldn't be long before Shiki became an Arrancar. Along the way, Ryujiro's group encountered many zombies. Though zombies are immortal, if their bodies are completely destroyed, their shadows lose their containers. Immortality is just a joke in the face of such destruction. Lightning and wind ruthlessly destroyed the eerie forest. These zombies weren't mindless creatures, they could feel fear and terror. Under the assault of lightning and wind, the zombies in the forest kept their distance. Even though they were immortal, witnessing other zombies turn to ashes made them realize that immortality was a joke against these people. Captain, were these zombies created by Moria? Koen asked with confusion. Ryujiro answered, Moria merely gives these shadows life. The ones who create the zombies are different. These zombies are merely puppets. Moria's spirit was long gone after being defeated by Kaido. How could he ever seek revenge on Kaido with just this? It's wishful thinking. Just a cowardly fool. Ryujiro's words were filled with disdain for Moria. The Shadow Fruit's power was not insignificant. If properly developed, it could become a top force on the seas. But Moria had gone astray, relying on others' power could never lead him to the pinnacle. Moria deserved to live in Kaido's shadow for the rest of his life. That bastard. How dare he insult Lord Moria? Absalom, hiding in the shadows and watching Ryujiro's group, muttered angrily. Everything he had was granted by Lord Moria. Moria gave him a new life, and yet White Demon dared to call him a coward. You'll disappear in the sunlight when Lord Moria gets your shadow. Absalom's eyes were cold with hatred. He then greedily eyed Hinata, her purple hair and tempestuous figure unable to divert his gaze. Absalom's eyes were filled with greed and possessiveness. A white-eyed sorceress. Only such a woman was worthy of him. She was his dream wife. At that moment, Hinata's brow furrowed. The unsettling gaze made her feel uncomfortable all over. Who's there? Hinata launched an 8 trigrams air palm, a visible shockwave firing out. A scream pierced the air as Absalom was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his abdomen, he looked bewildered and pained. How is this possible? Wasn't he invisible? Ryujiro's gaze shifted slightly. So it's him. He had thought the previous gaze came from nearby zombies and had paid little attention. After all, Ryujiro wouldn't bother with ants. Hinata, with a frosty expression, approached him. Her aura was surrounded by a ghostly green chakra, creating a suffocating pressure that made Absalom feel breathless. At this moment, Absalom's earlier lust had vanished, replaced only by fear of death. He liked weak women, not powerful ones. Hinata was completely different from what he had imagined. Ah. What kind of power is this? Gravity bore down on Absalom, making him tremble on the ground like a dead dog. He felt as though he was carrying a heavy mountain on his back. Disgusting bastard. Hinata's eyes were filled with revulsion and coldness. Boom. As the gravity exploded, Absalom's insides were crushed, and he bled from all orifices, dying in agony. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Lord Absalom. The zombies' eyes were bulging with shock. Absalom was their commander and a key subordinate of Moria. His gruesome death instilled unprecedented fear in them. Hinata didn't even want to glance at Absalom again, as though even looking at him would sully her eyes. His gaze had made her entire body uncomfortable. Who knew what strange thoughts this grotesque figure had in his head? Absalom. Ryujiro couldn't help but smile inwardly. I wonder what expression Moria would have upon learning that his trusted subordinate had died like this. The clear fruit didn't seem very useful at first glance, but in Ryujiro's view, it was quite an interesting ability. If awakened, it might even render the surrounding terrain transparent. Ryujiro didn't dwell on this minor incident. After all, the recent upheaval had caused the zombies in the forest to keep their distance from Ryujiro's group. Even from afar, they seemed fearful. This group was more terrifying than any pirates that had landed on the island before. After a while, Ryujiro and his crew arrived at a graveyard filled with zombies. Carmen and Kuin, experiencing such a place for the first time, were unnerved by the eerie atmosphere, especially as they saw the dense cluster of corpses. What is this place? It's so bizarre. Is Gecko Moria a perverted collector of corpses? Maybe you could understand it that way. Ryujiro replied calmly. Moria did indeed have a penchant for collecting powerful corpses, hoping to use them to return to the New World and seek revenge on Kaido. But those were merely his fantasies. As Ryujiro's group crossed into the graveyard, the small mounds of earth suddenly trembled, and corpses began to rise from the ground. I am a zombie. A dried-out zombie covered in stitches shuffled toward Ryujiro's group. Rumble. Thunder roared overhead, dense thunderclouds gathered, and a dazzling silver dragon danced and wreaked havoc among the zombies. The fierce lightning from the dragon turned the zombies into ashes. The zombies didn't even have a chance to resist, turning into small black mounds of dirt. Shadows slowly flew out, and Ryujiro observed them with a glint of light in his eyes. The shadow fruit was indeed an interesting ability. With enough shadows, one could create an army of zombies, and it had a method of bestowing life. These zombies' lives were based on their shadows. The shadow fruit. Ryujiro glanced at his backpack filled with various fruits, smiling faintly. In the palace, Moria's enormous figure nearly covered half the room. He was toying with his toys, not paying any attention to Ryujiro's group. Lord Moria. A zombie rushed in, shouting in panic. Moria's expression turned displeased, and he asked in a low voice, "What is it?" "Lord Moria, something terrible has happened." Absalom-sama. Absalom-sama. Moria's eyelid twitched, and he felt a bad premonition. He barked, "What happened to Absalom?" "Absalom is dead." The zombie shut its eyes and spat out the news in one breath. "What?" Moria's body stiffened, his eyes widening. His huge hand grabbed the zombie, which was squeezed in Moria's grip like a toy. "Say that again." "Absalom is dead." The zombie's voice trembled. Suddenly, Moria's rage erupted, crushing the zombie in his grip and throwing it to the ground as if discarding trash. "White demon pirates." Moria's furious voice echoed through the massive castle, causing the zombies within to tremble with fear. Lord Moria was enraged. What could have happened to make Moria this furious? At this moment, Ryujiro and his group had reached the castle's entrance, and an eerie laughter emanated from within the castle. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. That sound. Ryujiro's expression changed slightly. It was unmistakably Brook. "Captain, that sound is so creepy." Carmen and Kuin both shivered involuntarily. Ryujiro smiled wryly and glanced at the impassive Hinata. Hinata wasn't afraid, which surprised Ryujiro. In the ninja world, such an environment didn't exist, but he wondered if Hinata could remain calm if she encountered Brook. Entering the castle, they found many zombie corpses, marked with signs of having been slashed. Since Brook knew the zombies' weakness, their shadows had already detached from them. The inside of the palace was a mess, indicating that Brook had caused quite a commotion. This place is getting more and more eerie. Carmen felt an inexplicable chill despite Ryujiro's explanation that these zombies were merely animated by Moria's power. The eerie atmosphere and their lack of experience made them somewhat afraid. However, if it came to a fight, they wouldn't hesitate. As devil fruit users, they had the strength to battle even Moria. As they ventured deeper, the commotion inside grew louder. The rumbling was incessant, and each roar shook the castle. "Is someone fighting inside?" Kuin looked surprised. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant flying slash shot out, piercing through Kuin's waist and heavily striking a pillar in the palace, leaving a mark. "That was close, it almost cut me in half." Kuin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't been a natural devil fruit user, he might have been sliced in two. Hinata Sancho, Yahazagiri. Brooke's voice came from a nearby room, and then a wall separating the outside environment exploded. A completely white figure flew out, rolling a few times before landing right in front of Ryujiro and his group. Ryujiro noticed that Hinata had tightened her grip on his arm and looked at her. At this moment, Hinata's expression had turned unsettling. Chapter 208, Brooke's Shock. It seemed that Hinata was still wary about Brooke, an otherworldly being. Carmen and Kuin gasped in shock, their eyes wide with terror as they stared at Brooke. A skeleton. The skeleton is moving. What is this thing? Is this guy also due to Moria's ability? Brooke stood up, shaking his neck. He had been a bit disoriented, but when he heard the others, he was stunned. Yo ho 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 ho, I didn't expect to find other people here. Although I am not a human, just a white skeleton. Yo ho 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 ho. Hearing Brooke's laugh, Hinata tightened her grip on Ryujiro's arm. A talking skeleton was something she had never seen before. Such a blatant display of a skeleton with an afro. That was certainly something new. Yo ho 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 ho, my apologies. I didn't mean to frighten you. Brooke removed his hat and bowed like a gentleman, apologizing politely. What kind of skeleton was this? And why was it so polite? Yo ho 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 ho. Another laugh similar to Brooke's echoed through the great hall. Other intruders. What kind of day is it today that we have so many guests? A samurai-like zombie, holding an autumn water sword, walked slowly towards them. Hey, what's going on? This skeleton has no shadow. Kuin exclaimed in horror. Ryujiro glanced at Kuin and replied calmly, Moria's ability is to sever the shadows of living beings and grant new life to zombies. This guy's shadow is on that zombie. Brooke looked at Ryujiro with shock. Although he had no eyeballs, he was internally stunned. How do you know so much about me? Ryujiro didn't respond to Brooke. Instead, he stepped forward to examine the samurai zombie closely. Yo ho 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 ho. Do you want to fight me as well? You seem to be a swordsman. Ryujiro studied the sword master Ryuma's corpse carefully and sighed regretfully. What a pity. The spirit of sword master Ryuma hadn't returned to his body. In the end, this corpse only retained the will of Ryuma's physical self. What does your sigh mean? The voice of Ryuma's corpse grew colder. Boy, this guy is very dangerous. You should leave quickly. He is my enemy. Brooke said gravely to Ryujiro's group. Yo ho 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 ho, no matter how many times you try, the result will be the same. Shut up. You're just my shadow. Brooke roared angrily. Being mocked by his own shadow was unbearable for Brooke. Despite having the same techniques, he was outmatched in reaction and speed by this zombie. This wasn't his first fight against his own shadow zombie, but he still couldn't overcome it. It's just borrowing the body of Sword Master Ryuma. How dare a mere zombie talk so much? Ryujiro stepped forward and said. Hey. White-haired boy. As Brooke's voice fell, Ryujiro was already behind the Ryuma zombie. Is this all you've got? The samurai of the Wano country are said to be stronger. Withdrawing his zanpakuto, Ryujiro's back was exceptionally cold. I see, if it's for you, then indeed, this one is not qualified. Finally over. The final word seemed not to be what Brooke's shadow could say. The tone and temperament had changed in that instant. Residual will, huh? Ryujiro looked at Ryuma's zombie heavily collapsing on the ground. A shadow flew out from beneath Brooke and reappeared as its own shadow. Shadow. The shadow is back. Wonderful. Brooke cheered with excitement, and after a brief moment of exhilaration, he gratefully shook Ryujiro's hand. Thank you so much, white-haired boy. Ryujiro felt the peculiar texture of a skeletal handshake and made a strange face. The angular, bony sensation of shaking hands with a skeleton was quite unique. It's nothing, just a small favor. Ryujiro's peripheral vision was still on Ryuma's corpse, feeling regretful. The legendary samurai of Wano country, even after years of death, still had residual will on his corpse. How wonderful it would be if Ryuma's spirit were still there. Unfortunately. In contrast, Ryujiro was quite interested in the revive fruit. Oh. Ryujiro's expression changed slightly. Brooke's soul was unusual. His soul was stronger than an ordinary person's. Was this because of the revive fruit's power? Since Ryuma's soul was absent, should he consider turning Brooke intangible? But if Brooke were killed, would the revive fruit's power disappear too? Ryujiro estimated that part of Brooke's powerful soul might indeed be due to the revive fruit. Ah, forget it. Brooke's own strength wasn't impressive. Ryujiro's baseline was that the pirates he dealt with should at least be able to fight against admirals. Forget it. Brooke. Huh. Brooke's eerily white skeletal face shifted subtly. How do you know my name? Don't worry about that. Laboon has been waiting for you. Laboon. Have you seen Laboon? Brooke's mood became exceptionally emotional, as memories of the massive whale from years ago resurfaced. His eyes grew misty. Laboon still remembers us. Brooke wiped his tears. Kuin, Carmen, Hinata, and the three of them exchanged glances. What a strange skeleton. Yes, if you have the chance, you should go back and see it. Ryujiro didn't mind changing the plot. The friendship between Laboon and the Rumber Pirates was indeed touching. Thank you for letting me know. May I ask your name? Ryujiro. Ryujiro responded. Let's move forward. Ryujiro took Hinata's hand, making her feel much more at ease. Now, Hinata was no longer afraid of Brooke. Despite his frightening appearance, his actions and words gave a comical impression. Ryujiro, are you continuing on? Suddenly, Brooke's tone grew serious. Ryujiro, I advise you not to proceed. This fortress houses an incredibly powerful pirate. It is because of him that I lost my shadow. The 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. His strength can only be described as monstrous. Ryujiro, you are my savior. I cannot let you risk yourself. Ryujiro's expression remained unchanged, his eyes as calm as a lake. Brooke. Do you think the 7 warlords are strong? Chapter 209, Meeting Ghost Princess. Ryujiro, the 7 warlords are acknowledged by the world government as great pirates, nearly unbeatable in the first half of the Grand Line. Gecko Moria's bounty is 320 million berries. Brooke thought Ryujiro might not understand the significance of the 7 warlords and mentioned Moria's bounty. The bounty is usually a standard for evaluating a pirate's strength. 320 million berries. Brooke, do you know my bounty? Ryujiro gave a meaningful smile, leading Hinata forward without turning back. This. Brooke was stunned. Was Ryujiro implying that his bounty was higher than Moria's? How could that be? Are you Brooke? Carmen, standing far from Brooke, wasn't as scared as before. Kuin, on the other hand, seemed more curious about Brooke. Yes. I'm Kuin, a navigator. Mr. Kuin. Do you really not know our captain? Kuin asked skeptically. Brooke shook his head, indicating that he really didn't know. This foggy area is almost isolated from the outside world. Very few outside news gets through. Brooke's explanation made Kuin understand. Kuin took out several wanted posters from his pocket and handed them to Brooke, saying slowly, take a look and you'll understand. Wanted posters. Isn't that Ryujiro? The bounty amount. Brooke's hollow eyes widened as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. 1.53 billion. What? Brooke was at a loss for words. Seeing that there were also bounties for Hinata, Kuin, and Carmen, and noting Hinata's bounty of 870 million berries, Brooke was completely stunned. What had Ryujiro and the others done outside to warrant such bounties? Brooke was unable to think clearly. By the time he came to his senses, Ryujiro and the others had already walked far ahead. Brooke hesitated for a moment but decided to follow. Regardless of whether Moria seemed strong or weak in Ryujiro's eyes, Brooke had to keep up. Ryujiro was his savior, and Brooke couldn't let him face danger alone. As Ryujiro moved forward, the narrow path was littered with numerous zombie corpses, resembling a sea of corpses. Brooke realized Ryujiro's strength. Zombies were no more than trivial obstacles to Ryujiro. Horo 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 horo. At this moment, ghosts began to emerge from the walls in the corridor. These ghosts weren't scary, they had a ghostly doll-like appearance. Ryujiro wasn't surprised. The ghost princess, Perona. These ghosts were said to cause people to lose their will. Whether that was true or not remained to be seen. What are these? Ghosts. Kuin and Carmen, seeing the ghosts, didn't feel scared. Instead, they found them somewhat cute. At that moment, when the ghost passed through their bodies, Kuin and Carmen suddenly stiffened and fell to their knees. I want to become a bug. I want to become a louse. Mr. Kuin, Miss Carmen, what's happening to you? Before Brooke could finish speaking, a ghost passed through his body as well. I'm just a long-lived bone, I shouldn't be in this world. Hinata looked at the others who had lost their will, puzzled. Was it because of those ghosts? However, when the ghost passed through Ryujiro and Hinata, neither felt any effect or impact. Ryujiro, are they affected by these ghosts? Hinata asked. Yes, this is the ability of a devil fruit. This is also a devil fruit ability. Hinata was surprised to see these ghosts. She hadn't expected a devil fruit's ability to be so cute. It was truly amazing. Ghosts, huh? There's a bit of soul energy. Ryujiro activated his intangibility field. Suddenly, several wandering ghosts stopped, shaking violently, their expressions distorting and expanding. Boom. The unbearable force exploded the ghosts into spirit particles. Ah. A delicate scream came from behind a hidden stone pillar. Perona, with her pink pigtails, crown, and wine-red parasol, looked at Ryujiro with growing terror. What was that just now? What was affecting her cute ghosts? So scary. These people. Moriya-sama. Perona wanted to run back. Wait, Perona. Ryujiro's voice reached Perona's ears, causing her to shiver. How do you know my name? In the next moment, Ryujiro appeared directly in front of her. Perona screamed in fright, her expression twisting completely from her previously cute demeanor. It turned out that the exaggerated expressions in One Piece were not an exaggeration, people really did look like this when scared. Perona kept a safe distance from Ryujiro. At the same time, she was utterly desperate, regretting not staying by Moriya's side. Ryujiro smiled, pointing in a direction. Your main body is over there, right? Air. Perona nearly fainted from the suffocating feeling, as if she were in hell. Don't worry, I won't harm you. Just behave and follow me to see Moriya, and I won't do anything to you. Ryujiro's face always wore a friendly smile. I don't trust you at all. Perona wanted to cry but had no choice but to nod obediently. Carmen and Kuin recovered, though they were still slightly affected. It wasn't a major issue. Perona followed Ryujiro and the others until they reached the door to her main body's room. She hesitated before returning to her main body. Perona, who was following behind, trembled even more. Moriya-sama, please save me. At the top floor, in a vast, empty area, a huge shadow loomed. Gecko Moriya stared coldly at Ryujiro and his group. Moriya-sama. Perona, as if seeing a savior, cried out in tears. Perona. Return Perona to me. Moriya roared in fury, his voice shaking the eerie forest and startling many crows. Chapter 210, Moriya's death. Perona, like Absalom, was a close confidant of Moriya. Though Moriya was a bit timid and weak, he was quite kind to his crew, making him a decent captain. Go on, I'll let you leave. Ryujiro said. Perona thought she must have misheard, looking at Ryujiro incredulously. He's really letting her go just like that. Is he serious? Even Moriya couldn't understand what Ryujiro was trying to do. He was being very cautious. Moriya, even though arrogant, was aware of his own position. Ryujiro noticed Moriya's gaze but didn't pay much attention to it. If Moriya really had the ability to cut his shadow. White demon, you've invaded my territory. What exactly do you want? Did you kill Absalom? Moriya's face was extremely grim. Absalom was one of his important subordinates and one of the few devil fruit users he had. Is that so? That guy offended my wife. My wife didn't like him, so she killed him. Ryujiro grinned with a harmless smile. Moriya's anger was already on the verge of exploding. Seeing Ryujiro's nonchalant, almost mocking smile, Moriya couldn't contain his fury any longer. You bastard. Become my puppet. Kage Kakumiai. Moriya suddenly switched places with his own shadow, grabbing Ryujiro's shadow with his bare hands. Kiss his. I've won. Moriya, holding Ryujiro's shadow, laughed triumphantly. With this shadow, he could create the most powerful zombie puppet in the world. Then, he could take revenge on that bastard Kaido. Oh no. This is bad. Brook, holding his face as if his soul was about to escape, was deeply distressed. However, Ryujiro's expression remained calm, showing no sign of change. Instead, he looked at his shadow with interest. So this is my shadow. What a peculiar ability. Seeing Ryujiro's playful smile, Moriya's smug expression darkened again. White demon, I will use your shadow to create the strongest zombie in the world. You will regret your ignorance. Kiss his. Moriya produced a large pair of scissors in his hand. He looked at Ryujiro with arrogance, preparing to cut off Ryujiro's shadow. Suddenly, Moriya felt that what he was cutting wasn't a shadow but something as hard as sea stone. Moriya's face changed instantly as he couldn't cut the shadow like he usually did. How can this happen? Why can't I cut it? Perona was also stunned. Moriya actually couldn't cut that man's shadow. At this moment, Ryujiro put away his playful smile, laughing like an idiot, and you think you can cut my shadow? If someone like you were to cut my shadow, I might as well jump into the sea and drown. Our difference is not even on the same dimension. Moriya's eye shrank suddenly, his expression twisting. Impossible. Cut it. No matter how hard Moriya tried, he couldn't cut Ryujiro's shadow, as if Ryujiro's shadow was harder than sea stone. Then experience the difference in dimensions. Ryujiro's black eyes transformed into eyes resembling the vast cosmos. Even Perona was stunned by Ryujiro's beautiful eyes. So beautiful. Domain expansion. Boom. A vast amount of cursed energy erupted from Ryujiro, and Moriya's expression changed instantly. Everything in front of him rapidly changed, as if he had entered another dimension. A flood of ineffective information continuously poured into his mind. Unlimited void. Immersed in the starry cosmos-like world, Gecko Moria was inundated with a massive amount of irrelevant information and couldn't move. Where is this place? What is this feeling? A lot of information is flooding into my mind. Whose memories are these? Whose information is this? Is this a devil fruit ability? Why can't I move? Don't waste your efforts. I've said that the gap between us is a dimensional one. This is my domain, and you can't do anything. In this domain, you're just a fish on the chopping board. Like now. Ryujiro's blade was inserted into Moriya's thigh. Despite feeling the pain, Moriya's face showed no change. Blood flowed continuously from Moriya's wound. Outside, people only saw a huge black sphere floating in the air. What was happening inside was unknown. What's happening inside? Brooke looked curiously at the floating black sphere, wondering if this ability was a devil fruit power. But it didn't seem quite like one. Is it a new technique from Ryujiro? Hinata smiled. No matter what, Ryujiro always brought surprises. This world is full of wonders, especially with devil fruits that grant extraordinary powers with just a bite. In the ninja world, there was nothing to quickly bridge the gap in strength like this. Bang. In an instant, the domain was lifted. The massive shadow fell from the sky, and Moriya crashed to the ground, raising endless dust and shaking the entire ground. Moriya-sama. Perona, terrified, ran over, seeing Moriya's injuries and his face growing pale. What happened inside? Gecko Moriya's body temperature was gradually dropping. Ryujiro looked at the basket of fruit beside him with anticipation. However, disappointingly, the basket of fruit showed no change. Damn it. Ryujiro cursed inwardly. It really is a matter of probability. Has my luck run out after getting the rumble fruit? Did Gecko Moriya end up being intangible? He came here mainly for Ryuma's soul, but now he returned empty-handed. Moreover, this ship could serve as a base for his new group. But the guy's spirit and strength. To be honest, Ryujiro was somewhat disappointed. Besides the Shadow Fruit's ability, this guy had nothing outstanding. After thinking for a while, Ryujiro decisively eliminated Gecko Moriya. He needed the strongest hollows, not a mediocre one. At this moment, Ryujiro suddenly sensed movement in the void space and immediately shifted his consciousness into it. Finally evolved. Shiki the Golden Lion successfully evolved into a Vasto Lord-level Arankar. Ryujiro noticed something was off with Shiki. Shiki's gaze was somewhat confused. He looked at the barren land and the hollows-filled world, his voice hoarse. Where is this? Who am I? I am Shiki the Golden Lion. Boom. In the next moment, Shiki's spiritual pressure changed violently, rapidly condensing into a spiritual pressure beam that enveloped Shiki. This scene was something Ryujiro had never anticipated. Shiki. He was breaking his mask himself. Chapter 211, Subordinate Officers. Shiki's presence attracted nearby hollows. As these hollows approached Shiki, they were suddenly suppressed and immobilized by his massive spiritual pressure. Unexpected. Ryujiro was seeing self-breaking masks for the first time. Hollows that could self-break their masks were significantly stronger than those modified by the power of the Hogyoku. The spiritual pressure continued to expand rapidly, and the spiritual pressure beam was impacting the weaknesses of the void space. Ryujiro frowned. The three combined forces reinforced the void space to prevent any accidents. Time passed swiftly. Outside, Hinata and her group guarded Ryujiro, while Perona did not dare to act recklessly, aware that everyone here had the power to easily annihilate her. Moreover, she wasn't in her ghost form now. In her physical state, she had almost no defensive capabilities. What is happening to that man? Why has he not responded for so long? Could it be a side effect of the technique used earlier? Perona's heart was filled with despair. With Moriya dead, she had nowhere to go and had no idea how Ryujiro's group would treat her. As the spiritual pressure gradually stabilized, a more majestic spiritual pressure surged. A roar, like a lion's roar, shook the heart. Shiki emerged from the spiritual pressure. His eyes were still somewhat confused. Looking at the dark and unfamiliar surroundings, Shiki was in a daze. His memories hadn't fully recovered, but he vaguely remembered who he was. Shiki, are you not awake yet? Ryujiro's figure appeared in front of Shiki. As Shiki looked at Ryujiro, memories surged in his mind. Gradually, he widened his eyes in disbelief as he stared at Ryujiro. It's you. Didn't I already die? Is this the world of the dead? Where am I? Shiki looked around the void space in confusion. Seeing hollows around him, his mind was shaken even more. Indeed, you died at my hands. Now you have been reborn. Feel the power within you, a power beyond human limits. Power beyond human limits. Shiki then noticed a large hole suddenly present in his chest, and his mind was filled with many unfamiliar memories, fragments of his memories from when he had become a hollow. Even when becoming a hollow, Shiki had retained some self-awareness. A sinister bone grew on the corner of Shiki's mouth, his bones exposed, with teeth and forehead connected. However, compared to before, Shiki now looked much younger. My legs. Shiki's expression changed wildly, showing excitement. His legs were back. To escape from Impel Down, Shiki had sacrificed his legs. As a result, his strength had diminished rapidly. So the power beyond human limits you mentioned is this. It truly is an incredible power. Shiki marveled internally, still unable to calm his excitement. He had been reborn. Though no longer human, he was still alive and had gained almost eternal life. Ryujiro. Shiki bowed. He understood that Ryujiro's ability to revive people was beyond the scope of devil fruits. Serving under Ryujiro was an honor. Ryujiro smiled. Finally, the first hollow was complete. In the real world, Ryujiro, who had kept his eyes closed, now opened them. Captain. Are you okay? Carmen and Kuin asked with concern. Ryujiro smiled, I'm fine. He opened a passage to the void space connecting to the outside world. Suddenly, a black space passage stretched open before their eyes. A suffocating pressure from the hollows spread out, making everyone except Ryujiro and Hinata extremely uncomfortable. Shiki slowly walked out from the void passage. Kuin and Carmen's eyes contracted sharply, filled with horror and shock. That. Isn't that Shiki the Golden Lion? He. Wasn't he killed by the captain? What is going on? This man has a hole in his chest. How is he alive? Brooke also exclaimed in shock. Kuin and Carmen glanced at Brooke, thinking, aren't you in no position to comment? Being a skeleton and still alive is already surprising enough. Shiki, this place will serve as my base from now on. Your task is to gather devil fruits and spread the word that as long as the price is right, the Espada, our organization will help anyone solve their problems. Transactions are only through devil fruits. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. Kuin and Carmen's eyes widened as they gasped. It seemed that Shiki's revival was Ryujiro's doing. Shiki now appeared to have returned to his younger self. Though he looked somewhat strange, it was not unacceptable. After all, the sea was filled with many peculiar races. You. I remember now. You are Shiki the Golden Lion. Brooke's bony, skeletal arm trembled as he pointed at Shiki. Shiki frowned, and a glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at Brooke. A skeleton. A devil fruit user. Or perhaps, a creation of Ryujiro. Shiki the Golden Lion. Perona's head was spinning. Oh my god. What kind of people are in Ryujiro's group? Even the legendary pirate Shiki has become a subordinate of the White Demon. How did he achieve this? Moria. We shouldn't have provoked the White Demon pirates. Shiki is just the beginning. To acquire stronger Espada, Ryujiro thought there should be many samples in Impel Down. If the Marineford War breaks out and Whitebeard dies under the world's gaze, if Ryujiro revives Whitebeard as a hollow and reveals him to the world, the entire sea would surely tremble. Impel Down is indeed a great place. After Moria's death, all the shadows returned to their original bodies, and the zombie army became corpses. As for how to deal with these corpses, it was no longer Ryujiro's concern. Shiki suddenly felt a chill running down his back. What is this? Considering things, Ryujiro decided to assign 2 subordinate officers to Shiki. 2 hollows, who were named by Ryujiro. Atticus and Erland. They would be responsible for cleaning up all the corpses on this island. A few days later, a shocking news spread across the seas, a new user of the Shadow fruit had appeared. Both the Navy and pirates knew that the Shadow fruit belonged to Gecko Moria. If the Shadow fruit's power appeared in someone else's hands, it meant that the Gecko Moria was already dead. Chapter 212, Sengoku's Decision. In the Marine Headquarters conference room, a large red cross marked the bounty poster of Gecko Moria. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the 3 Marine Admirals, Marine Headquarters Vice Admirals, and the Hero Garp were all gathered in the meeting room. How are your injuries, Kizaru? Sengoku did not immediately dive into the main topic. Kizaru, one of the 3 Marine Admirals, had sustained injuries that could potentially be a serious issue for the entire Marine force. Kizaru chuckled lightly, I'm fine. My body is almost fully recovered. However, the White Demon pirates really do like to make a fuss. The White Demon Pirates. To everyone, they were undoubtedly a thorn in their side, especially to the 3 vice admirals who had participated in the previous battle against them. Just hearing the name White Demon Pirates made them clench their fists in frustration. On that day, they were helpless against the white-eyed sorceress. Under her hands, they felt like mere toys, toying with them at will. Indeed, the White Demon Pirates. The balance of the seas is gradually being disrupted, partly due to the emergence of the White Demon Pirates. Sengoku himself was deeply troubled. Losing one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria, was bad enough. But during this period, not just one warlord had suffered a severe blow. Crocodile of the Alabasta Kingdom had also been defeated by another pirate crew. Sengoku's gaze lingered on Garp. Why was it that Garp's family was so unreliable? First Dragon, then the Straw Hat Kid. The series of issues that Sengoku had to consider made his head ache. Crocodile had been imprisoned in Impel Down for violating the 7 Warlords Code, and the Alabasta Kingdom had escaped his control. 2 positions of the 7 warlords needed to be filled. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At that moment, the room's temperature seemed to rise like a furnace. Akainu, dressed in a floral shirt, had a cold glint in his eyes. We cannot let evil continue to proliferate. The White Demon Pirates must be completely eradicated. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, we must prevent the White Demon Pirates from entering the New World. Once the White Demon Pirates enter the New World, those pirates in the New World will definitely take notice. The Marine will then be unable to control the chaos in the New World. I propose ambushing the White Demon Pirates at Sabaody Archipelago. Akainu's words were filled with a murderous intent. To him, pirates were a plague that should not exist on the seas. Akainu's proposal resonated with many. If the White Demon Pirates entered the New World, the situation would spiral out of control. To ambush the White Demon Pirates. Sengoku had considered this, but eliminating the White Demon Pirates would require more than just one admiral. At least 2, or even all 3 admirals, would need to act together. Sengoku, let me go. I also want to see that young man, Ryujiro. The silent Garp finally spoke up. The Marines in the conference room were somewhat surprised. Even Akainu frowned. Garp, you. Leaving them unchecked will completely disrupt the balance of the seas. You wouldn't want to see that happen. Right. Garp's concerns were valid. Although Garp's retirement life was akin to being not involved in complicated things, he still cared about the balance of the seas. He didn't want to see the stability he had fought for being shattered. Sengoku fell silent. Garp was right, the balance of the seas could not be easily disturbed. After a unanimous decision, Sengoku ultimately adopted Sakazuki's proposal to ambush the White Demon Pirates at Sabaody Archipelago. Such a formidable marine force would make even the 4 emperors of the sea wary. A cold light flashed in Sakazuki's eyes. Justice cannot be trampled upon. Not a single evil pirate should be left. Meanwhile, on the sea, Ryujiro leisurely enjoyed the sunshine, with a fresh fruit platter laid out on a nearby table. Ryujiro was completely unaware of the series of plans the Marines had made against him. Of course, even if Ryujiro were aware, he wouldn't be too concerned. Life on the ship was as usual, with the only notable change being the addition of Perona as a crew member. She had adapted to life on the ship, finding it wasn't as terrifying as she had imagined. However, she missed her zombie toys. Captain, we're approaching Water 7. Kuin walked over slowly, his voice serious. Ryujiro stood up and looked at the blurred city silhouette, murmuring, we're finally arriving. The purpose of this trip was to obtain the ancient weapon known as God, the most feared warship in the sea, the Pluton. In the world of pirates, there are 3 ancient weapons, Pluton, Poseidon, and Uranus. Ryujiro knew about 2 of these weapons, Pluton and Poseidon. The blueprint of Pluton was with Frankie, while Poseidon was the mermaid princess Shirahoshi from Fishman Island, possessing the ability to destroy the world. Pluton's power was said to be able to destroy an entire island with a single shot, but even devil fruit users with the Logia type could achieve such destruction. Whether any cannon of Pluton possessed island-destroying power or just one cannon, Ryujiro was curious. Besides his curiosity about Pluton, Ryujiro also planned to pass the time in Water 7. Ryujiro's ship docked on the coast of Water 7. When the shipwrights of Water 7 saw Ryujiro, their faces turned pale with fear. It's him. How could someone like him come to Water 7? Quick, report to Mayor Iceberg. If these people are here, something terrible might happen. The renowned White Demon Pirates, hailed as a potential 5th emperor in the New World, coming to Water 7 must have some significant purpose. The people of Water 7 were like lambs to the slaughter. As Ryujiro and his crew disembarked from the dock, nearby individuals noticed them. The long-nosed Kaku, wearing a white hat, looked at Ryujiro and his crew with grave concern. What could the White Demon Pirates want in Water 7? Was the person in question really the White Demon? Indeed, the imposing presence they exuded could be felt even from a distance. The White Demon Pirates' arrival in Water 7 was a significant event that had to be reported immediately. No one knew if the White Demon Pirates would affect their plans. Ryujiro glanced at Kaku's disappearing figure, a faint smile playing at his lips. CP9, huh? By the way, there was someone in CP9 that Ryujiro was particularly interested in. Chapter 213, Pluton. Early in the morning, Iceberg received the news that Ryujiro and his crew had arrived in Water 7. Upon learning this, Iceberg felt as if the sky had fallen. The White Demon Pirates, known as the most promising candidates for the Fifth Emperor, had recently taken down a warlord of the sea. Their terrifying strength was truly despairing. Ryujiro and his crew were invited into Iceberg's office. When Iceberg saw Ryujiro, his eyes involuntarily shrank, and his heart skipped a beat. So this is the White Demon. The pressure emanating from him was indeed suffocating. Iceberg forced a strained smile. May I ask what brings the White Demon Pirates to my humble abode? Iceberg's smile was forced, and his legs trembled slightly under the desk. Ryujiro offered a faint smile in return. Mayor Iceberg, we are here for one purpose. Where is Frankie? Thud. Iceberg's heart sank. His expression changed drastically, looking as if he had seen a ghost. Why does the White Demon want Frankie? Could it be? No, it can't be. No one should know about that. Gulp. Iceberg swallowed nervously, a sense of inexplicable fear enveloping him. As he looked at Ryujiro, it felt as though he was staring into a terrifying abyss that could consume everything. Under this man's gaze, no secret could be hidden. The blueprint of Pluton, how did this news leak? No one should know about it. Iceberg struggled to maintain his composure, his smile fading as he stammered, White Demon-sama, may I ask why you are looking for Frankie? Ryujiro smiled playfully, shouldn't you know better than me about this? Mayor Iceberg. It's over. He indeed knows about it. Iceberg's face turned pale, and he stumbled back into his chair, trembling. The blueprint of Pluton, a thing like this should never be handed over to pirates, especially not to someone with a bounty as high as 1.53 billion berries. This would cause chaos throughout the world. Mayor Iceberg, if Water 7 were to suddenly disappear from the seas, do you think the world would be shaken? Ryujiro's face bore a smile. But to Iceberg, this smile was as demonic as could be. A threat. He was threatening him. Iceberg clenched his fists, trembling all over. He knew from the calm lake in Ryujiro's eyes that the man was serious. To make Water 7 disappear from the sea. If he really had such power, why would he still covet Pluton? I understand. If I hand over the blueprint, will you leave Water 7 unharmed? Iceberg asked, his voice trembling. Of course. Ryujiro smiled. Iceberg pondered for a moment before contacting Frankie through a den mushi. Come to my office. With those brief words, Iceberg hung up. At some point, Ryujiro had appeared beside him, placing a hand on Iceberg's shoulder. Wise people know when to adapt. Mayor Iceberg, you made the right choice. Iceberg's breathing became rapid. Just a moment ago, White Demon was sitting over there. How did he suddenly appear next to him without any warning? Gulp. Iceberg swallowed in fear. This man was even more terrifying than he had imagined. In Water 7, at a certain dock, Khalifa approached Lucci with a serious expression, saying, Lucci, the White Demon Pirates have entered the city. They went straight to find Mayor Iceberg. Could the White Demon Pirates' objective be the same as ours? Usually calm Lucci now showed a hint of seriousness. Has the message been sent back? What did Spandam say? Khalifa sighed and said, Spandam told us to get the blueprint of Pluton before the White Demon Pirates do. Boom. A small crater formed under Lucci's foot as he kicked the dock, sending stones flying. This bastard. Getting the blueprint of Pluton before the White Demon Pirates. Wasn't that a joke? They were dealing with the White Demon Pirates, not a small-time pirate. Spandam, that greedy fool. What should we do, Lucci? Khalifa asked. Lucci was the strongest among their group, and they generally followed his lead. Even Lucci, a monster, was so cautious about the White Demon Pirates. How terrifying were the White Demon Pirates? For now, we'll observe them. You don't need to go to Iceberg's side. The White Demon Pirates are not so simple. Lucci's gaze was grim as he looked at the floor where Iceberg's office was located. About an hour later, Lucci and Khalifa were surprised when they saw Frankie. What's he doing here suddenly? They knew Frankie's identity as a disciple of Tom the Shipwright, just like Iceberg. However, they were aware that Frankie and Iceberg were not on particularly good terms. Although their relationship seemed strained, Iceberg and Frankie had been in contact privately. Otherwise, Iceberg wouldn't have entrusted something as important as the Pluton blueprint to Frankie. The office door opened, and Frankie swaggered in, looking like a street thug. Hey Iceberg, why did you call me in such a hurry? I'm quite busy. Suddenly, Frankie froze, taking a look at the people in the office and momentarily unable to process the situation. Frankie, hand over the blueprint. Iceberg got straight to the point, knowing that attempting any tricks under the white demon pirates' noses would have dire consequences. Thud. Frankie's expression turned serious. He tried to leave but suddenly found himself bound by something. Frankie, don't run. Hand over the blueprint. It's for your sake, his, and the entire Water 7. Ryujiro said calmly. Frankie couldn't control his body and, gritting his teeth, muttered, I don't know what you're talking about. Let me go. Buzz. Frankie's expression suddenly turned vacant as Ryujiro whispered, hand over the Pluton blueprint. In a daze, Frankie opened his body and retrieved the blueprint of Pluton from inside. This is a modified human. Cohen exclaimed in shock. When Ryujiro received the Pluton blueprint, he released Frankie from the illusion. When Frankie regained his senses, he looked at Ryujiro holding the Pluton blueprint with a mix of shock and anger. What did you do to me? Chapter 214, CP9 defeated. Don't be so agitated, it was just an illusion, Ryujiro said. Opening the blueprint, Ryujiro's eyes narrowed, shimmering with a peculiar light. Such a grand project. Just from looking at the blueprint, it was evident that the Pluton battleship was twice the size of a standard warship. The intricate details were beyond Ryujiro's understanding as he was not a shipwright. Can this thing really destroy an island with a single shot? Can the Pluton be built? Ryujiro asked Frankie, his gaze steady. Frankie's anger had not diminished, he retorted angrily, you'll never get it. Oh, so it can be built. While he may not need the Pluton itself, its weapon systems could be modified for the Golden Mara. Ryujiro, the blueprint has been handed over. I hope you'll keep your promise, Iceberg said anxiously, worried that Ryujiro might make additional demands. Ryujiro glanced at Iceberg and put away the Pluton blueprint. Don't worry, I'm a man of my word. Let's go. Ryujiro exited the office, followed by his crew. With a loud bang, Frankie slammed his hand on the desk. What do you mean by this? That's the Pluton blueprint, how can you betray Tom-sen like this? You knew what was going to happen and still sent me here. You shouldn't have given me the blueprint in the first place. Iceberg remained silent, a bitter smile on his face as he looked at Frankie with bloodshot eyes. If I didn't give the blueprint to him, Water 7 would be destroyed. What do you mean? Frankie frowned. Destroy Water 7. With these guys. Iceberg took out the wanted posters of Ryujiro and his crew and placed them on the desk. Frankie picked up the posters with suspicion, his expression rapidly changing. After a long moment, he looked at Iceberg and said nothing, walking out of the office. At the dock, Ryujiro's crew arrived and saw a few figures in black suits. Ryujiro's lips curled into a smile. CP9. These guys really dared to stand in their way. Facing the pressure from the white demon pirates directly, CP9 could truly experience the weight of their presence. CP9, what's your business here? Ryujiro asked. Lucci took a deep breath and, with a stern expression, asked, White Demon, what did you obtain at the Galley Law Company? When Lucci saw Frankie entering the Galley Law Company, he sensed something was amiss. Their mission in Water 7 was to find the Pluton blueprint, but they had found nothing for years. They even doubted the blueprint's existence. But now, Lucci suspected that Ryujiro had indeed obtained the Pluton blueprint. Are you questioning me? You CP9 don't have that strength. As soon as Ryujiro's words fell, the other CP9 members were thrown out of the scene without having any chance to react, each of them falling unconscious on the road. Khalifa, Kaku. Seeing his fallen comrades, Lucci's face darkened instantly. In an instant, Lucci's muscles bulged, and his black suit burst, transforming him into a human-shaped leopard. Cat fruit, leopard model. The two observers, Carmen and Cohen, were surprised, while Perona looked at Lucci with pity. Even Lord Moria wasn't a match for Ryujiro. This little mustached man was doomed. Cat fruit, leopard model. Lucci swung a powerful kick, releasing a spiral-shaped slash like a beast's tail toward Ryujiro. Ryujiro remained unmoved, reaching out and crushing the spiral slash with his bare hand. How is this possible? Lucci was stunned. He had never seen anyone capable of crushing his Rankyaku before. Impressive. Ryujiro's eyes flickered with appreciation. Lucci, at his age, already possessed strength close to that of a Marine Vice Admiral. He was indeed a natural talent. If trained properly, he could be an Admiral-level powerhouse in the future. Not bad. But that's about it. Buzz. As Ryujiro's words faded, a sharp sound like breaking the sound barrier echoed. Lucci didn't react in time, and Ryujiro delivered a hand chop to his neck from behind. With a powerful impact, Lucci fell, reverting to his normal form and collapsing to the ground. Ryujiro's crew lifted Lucci's body and boarded the ship. The Arc Maxim then departed Water 7. Ah. The remaining CP9 members gradually woke up. Kaku looked around and asked, "Where is Lucci?" Just as he spoke, he felt sharp pain throughout his body. Moving caused excruciating pain like needles. The White Demon Pirate's ship had disappeared, and Lucci was nowhere to be found. The CP9 members, with grave expressions, searched the dock area but found no trace of Lucci. Jabra, with a puzzled look, said, "Could something have happened to Lucci?" "Jabra, close your mouth," Khalifa scolded with a serious tone. Lucci was their core, and he had attracted significant attention from above. If anything happened to him, they would be in deep trouble. At that moment, a child who looked around 7 or 8 years old emerged from a street corner, his legs trembling as he looked at the CP9 members. "Are you looking for that mustached guy?" Immediately, CP9's sharp gazes turned to the child. The child, terrified, fell to the ground, his face pale. Khalifa approached and gently stroked the child's head. "Boy, do you know where that person is?" Reassured by Khalifa's gentle tone, the child said, "That mustached guy was knocked out and then taken onto a ship. They've already left." CP9 members. Lucci was taken away by the White Demon Pirates. What are they planning to do? Chapter 215, Heavenly Tribute. Eni's Lobby, also known as the Judicial Island, is established by the world government. It is home to a famous but largely symbolic court. Anyone sent to Eni's Lobby is already considered a criminal. After returning to Eni's Lobby, the members of CP9 wore expressions of extreme displeasure. This was their first major defeat in their careers, and even Lucci had been taken away by the Whitebeard Pirates. A man with short purple hair, a dark nose bridge, and conspicuous dark circles under his eyes, with a face partially covered by a mask, frowned at the 6 CP9 members. Spandam, the head of the world government's secret intelligence agency CP9, was their superior. "Where's Lucci? Have the blueprints been brought back?" The 6 remained silent, their sharp gazes fixed on Spandam. Spandam was taken aback by their intense stares, his heart pounding. Lucci was taken away by the White Demon Pirates. The blueprints couldn't be acquired. Blueno's deep voice spoke up. "What? Lucci was taken away? Then what are you doing here? Go rescue Lucci." At this moment, the CP9 members struggled to suppress their urge to attack Spandam, questioning why the world government had appointed such a fool as their superior. The White Demon Pirates, a powerful crew that had severely injured an admiral and slaughtered the 7 warlords of the sea, saw them as insignificant. "Sir, the White Demon Pirates are not ordinary pirates. Even if we deployed everyone, we wouldn't be a match for them. We were knocked out the moment White Demon struck us. I suggest you inform the Navy instead." Spandam was enraged, his finger trembling as he pointed at them. "You idiots." When Lucci was around, Spandam dared not say much to CP9. Lucci was known for his volatile temper and was called a massacre weapon, making Spandam fear for his life due to his inherent dread of Lucci. But what kind of worthless scum were these people, daring to defy his orders? Prepare to face the government's punishment. Spandam roared angrily before storming into an office to contact the figures at Mary Geosvia Den Den Mushi. Upon waking, Lucci wore a sullen expression. "Don't waste your effort, you won't be able to escape this." Ryujiro, reclining in a chair, spoke lazily. The rope was made of his spiritual energy, making it nearly impossible for Lucci to escape. "What do you intend to do with me?" After several failed attempts, Lucci asked darkly. Ryujiro did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood up and looked at Lucci with a smile. "Don't worry, I won't harm you. I'm just a bit interested in you. What's so good about following the world government and becoming their tool? Why not join me and turn this world upside down?" Lucci faced Ryujiro without any fear, sneering coldly. "Hey, join you pirates. Dream on. Unless I'm dead, you'll never get me to follow you." Ryujiro sighed regretfully, a cold glint in his eyes. "It's a pity, you never had a choice from the beginning." Buzz. At that moment, Lucci's body trembled involuntarily. As he gazed into Ryujiro's eyes, which were as brilliant as the cosmos, his focus gradually wavered. His steadfast will grew increasingly feeble. Ryujiro appreciated Lucci but did not bother to persuade him to join. Instead, he opted for a simpler method, finding it surprisingly easy to alter will and spirit. Once the mental modification was successful, Lucci's eyes regained their shine, but his previous disdain for Ryujiro had transformed into awe. He respectfully spoke, "Captain." Snap. With a snap of his fingers, the rope made of spiritual energy vanished. Perona, floating in the air, was struck with fear. What had Ryujiro just done? In such a short time, the men who had previously looked at Ryujiro with disdain now regarded him with reverence and called him Captain. It was terrifying. What a fearsome method. If Ryujiro were to use it on me. Perona felt a chill run down her spine. Captain. Koen emerged from the cabin, walking slowly over. We'll reach the Sabaody archipelago in 3 days. But I'm worried. Ryujiro looked up at Koen. Worried about what? That place is the closest to Mary Geos. I'm concerned that the world government and the Navy might be waiting for us there. Koen said gravely. An ambush by the Navy and the world government. Ryujiro pondered for a moment before asking Koen, are you afraid? If the Navy and the world government ambush us, what will you do? Koen's eyes flashed with determination. I'm not afraid. I'll fight alongside the captain. Hearing this, Ryujiro couldn't help but laugh lightly. He stood up and patted Koen on the shoulder. That's enough. It's just the Marines and the world government. Hopefully, they'll send someone who can provide me with a bit of entertainment. Ryujiro gazed into the distance. Suddenly, a luxurious ship appeared on their side, its surface gilded and studded with gems of various colors. On either side of this ship were naval warships. Ryujiro squinted. A ship escorted by naval warships and this lavish, could it be transporting heavenly tribute? Heavenly tribute is a tribute that allied nations of the world government must offer to the celestial dragons each year. It is delivered to Mary Geos under the protection of government naval ships. The celestial dragons are the most esteemed nobles in the pirate world, descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago. They consider themselves descendants of gods, and disdain sharing the same air as commoners, wearing bubble helmets. They can make anyone their slave. If someone offends a celestial dragon or attacks one, the Navy headquarters will dispatch admirals. On the heavenly tribute ship, a celestial dragon with thick lips, a fat build, and a hideously ugly bubble helmet was whipping a nearly dead slave on the deck. Trash. It's an honor for you to be my slave. How dare you, a lowly commoner, defy me? Wham! Wham! Another whip struck the slave. The slave, already bloodied and unmoving, had actually just died moments before. Damn slave, you've soiled my hands. Throw him overboard. Yes, St. Charlos. The celestial dragon's attendants threw the corpse into the sea, and one of them spoke quietly to St. Charlos. St. Charlos, there is a pirate ship ahead. Should we navigate around it? Huh. What are you saying? It's just a pirate ship, and you want me to change course. Bang. St. Charlos fired a shot from his golden pistol at the attendant's head, blood splattering on the deck. The celestial dragon's style of doing things is always like this, the lives of ordinary people are even less valuable than their pets in their eyes. St. Charlos's eyes lit up upon seeing the imposing golden arc ship ahead. That ship. That ship. I want that ship. You. Go have the Navy approach and eliminate the pirates on board. That ship belongs to me. These lowly pirates don't deserve to have it. Chapter 216, Death of a Celestial Dragon. At this moment, a Marine officer with a grim expression approached St. Charlos. St. Charlos. The people on that ship are from the White Demon Pirates. To deal with the White Demon Pirates, we would need to deploy an admiral. I think it's better to let it go. St. Charlos kicked the Marine officer to the ground, pointing his golden pistol at his head. Who do you think you are to oppose me? If you can't handle it, contact headquarters and have them send an admiral. Remember, you Marines are nothing but our dogs. Dogs. Just be obedient. The Marine personnel on the ship trembled with anger. They knew that the celestial dragons were contemptible, and this insult was a direct affront to them. But everyone present knew the consequences of offending the celestial dragons. It's just a pirate. You. Open fire. St. Charlos sneered, completely unaware of the terror of the great pirates. To the celestial dragons, everything in the world belonged to them, as they were descendants of the gods. Under the protection of the world government and Marines, kings of various nations had to kneel before them, wielding supreme authority. Stop. You can't do that. St. Charlos. This will anger the White Demon Pirates. White Demon has severely wounded Admiral Kizaru. The officer tried to dissuade the obese celestial dragon to prevent the situation from escalating out of control. Bang. With the gunshot, the officer fell to the ground, eyes wide open in a mix of resentment, anger, and despair. An admiral injured. St. Charlos scoffed. Nowadays, anyone can be an admiral. If a pirate can injure an admiral, it just means they are useless. Damn it. A Marine officer threw his gun to the ground. I quit. What's the point of protecting this trash? I joined the Marines to serve people, not to be a lapdog. What's so great about the celestial dragons? With the first outburst, other Navy officers also threw their weapons to the ground. Exactly. Who cares about protecting this trash? I'm out. Celestial dragons. More like celestial worms. You. Do you lowly scum want to rebel? St. Charlos was trembling with rage, his golden pistol wavering uncertainly. At that moment, an officer from another Navy warship used Jeppo to reach the heavenly tribute fleet. Seeing the Marine personnel throwing their weapons on the ground and glaring angrily at the celestial dragons, the officer's face changed drastically. He noticed a figure in a Marine uniform lying in a pool of blood, and his eyes constricted sharply. It was his officer. Vice Admiral Neilman clenched his fists, struggling to control his fury. Now he understood why the Marines on board had reacted this way. Clap clap clap. Suddenly, applause echoed from somewhere. Neilman's face darkened as he roared, "Who is applauding? Show yourself." At that moment, Neilman noticed the expressions of the Navy personnel had changed. They looked up at the sky, their faces pale with fear. Neilman also looked up, and his expression froze, turning pale. In the sky, Ryujiro looked down with a mocking smile, as if watching a show. Wonderful. Absolutely spectacular. Neilman's body trembled violently. White Demon. A chill ran through the Navy on the ship, including Neilman. But St. Charlos, looking up at Ryujiro from his lofty position, was consumed by rage. How dare you? Who do you think you are, making me look up at you? Damn commoners. Die. St. Charlos' face was filled with anger and arrogance. Celestial dragons were foolish beings, living as pests in the world. Bang, bang, bang. St. Charlos fired several shots at Ryujiro in the sky. Neilman's face changed dramatically. Were all celestial dragons this foolish? Several golden bullets hung in the air, and Ryujiro looked at St. Charlos with amusement. Here you go. With a flick of his finger. Whoosh. 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 The bullets flew back. Vice Admiral Neilman had to intervene and drew his sword. Clang clang clang. Bright sparks exploded as Neilman blocked the bullets. St. Charlos was trembling violently, shouting frantically, "Rebellion! Rebellion! How dare you attack me? Unforgivable. It's an unforgivable crime. You. Contact the Marine headquarters and call for an admiral. I want this pirate dead." Ryujiro glanced at Neilman with indifference. Is protecting this fat pig worth it? Neilman's eyes slightly changed. He's a celestial dragon. A celestial dragon. The world government is indeed archaic. Seems like most celestial dragons are as foolish as him. With a sharp voice, Ryujiro's presence vanished from Neilman's sight. Suddenly, Neilman's eyes widened in shock as Ryujiro appeared behind him. Stop! Neilman shouted in horror. PFFF. Ryujiro's chakra blade easily left a clear mark on St. Charlos' neck. Ugh! St. Charlos' eyes were filled with terror. He clutched his neck with both hands, but blood gushed out like a waterfall. Bang! The obese body fell heavily into the pool of blood, splattering droplets everywhere. St. Charlos' eyes widened, and he breathed his last. Rumble rumble. Neilman's mind went blank as he looked at St. Charlos' corpse, his mouth twitching. A celestial dragon was dead. Neilman couldn't imagine the impact this news would have on the entire sea. It would surely cause a massive quake throughout the world. Thinking about what would follow, Neilman couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 217, Sengoku's Shock. Marine Headquarters, Marine Ford, Fleet Admiral's Office. The phone den mushi on Sengoku's desk suddenly rang. Before Sengoku could speak, Neilman's terrified voice came through the receiver, "Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Something has happened. The Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon has been killed." What? Sengoku immediately stood up, his expression one of shock and disbelief. A Celestial Dragon was killed. Who did it? Which Celestial Dragon was killed? Sengoku's face grew grim, the weight of the situation heavy on his mind. The death of a Celestial Dragon meant that the Holy Land's Celestial Dragons would never let this go. Sengoku could already foresee the storm that would engulf the entire sea. It was St. Charlos. Yes. It was White Demon. The murderer of the Celestial Dragon is White Demon. Sengoku's hand trembled as he gripped the phone den mushi tightly, his other hand clenched into a fist. White Demon. Again, it was them. What on earth are they trying to achieve? Are they aiming to disrupt the order of the world? After I regained consciousness, the devil fruits on the ship also disappeared. It is likely that the White Demon pirates have stolen it. In the face of such a crisis, losing devil fruits was a minor issue compared to the murder of a celestial dragon, which was unprecedented since the establishment of the world government. Even the Yonko would hesitate to kill a celestial dragon. They were the world government's major priority, and no one wanted to attract such trouble to themselves. I understand. After ending the call, Sengoku's expression hardened. He immediately called a meeting with all the admirals and vice admirals to discuss countermeasures. New World, Moby Dick. Pops. This is huge. Marco rushed in holding a newspaper. Gururara. Marco, what happened? Whitebeard laughed heartily. Pops, take a look at this. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard with a serious expression. Whitebeard's brow furrowed as he read the article, his eyes reflecting shock. After a long silence. Gururara. The White Demon Pirates have truly done something extraordinary. Killing a celestial dragon was something the world government had never faced before, it was like touching their bottom line. Pops, what exactly happened? The other division commanders were unaware of the situation. Marco took a deep breath and said gravely, the White Demon Pirates killed a celestial dragon. Gasp. The division commanders collectively inhaled sharply. Killing a celestial dragon. The White Demon Pirates were incredibly bold. They even dared to kill a celestial dragon. Whitebeard looked at his sons with a grave expression. The sea was no longer peaceful, the White Demon Pirates had completely disrupted the order of the sea, and the impact would eventually affect all the Yonko crews. No Yonko crew could remain unaffected. They needed to be prepared. Amazon Lily. In the large palace, the warlord of the sea, Pirate Empress Boa Hancock was reading the newspaper. Hancock tightly clutched the newspaper, her eyes widening in shock, unable to contain her emotions. Unbelievable. They actually killed a celestial dragon. The White Demon Pirates. Hancock's hands trembled as she held the newspaper, her eyes filling with tears. Good. Celestial dragons are trash. They deserve to die. Hancock's words were filled with immense hatred. She wished for the complete destruction of the celestial dragons. The memories of her childhood were painful and something Hancock did not want to revisit. Sandersonia, Marigold, prepare. I'm setting sail. Marigold looked up in confusion. Sister, where are you going? Hancock's exquisite face and golden-proportioned figure were mesmerizing. Her eyes held a resolute glint. I will follow the White Demon Pirates. Near Sabaody Archipelago. An hour away from the Sabaody Archipelago. Captain, you've done something extraordinary. Kuin commented with disbelief. Killed a celestial dragon. It seems we can no longer avoid the world government. Ryujiro remarked nonchalantly, celestial dragons, I don't understand why the world government keeps those idiots around. A bunch of parasites, this world is sick. Indeed. Celestial dragons claim to be descendants of the creators, and their actions are even more vile than pirates. Yet, the world government continues to protect them. Because they are celestial dragons. In the eyes of celestial dragons, ordinary people should kneel and respect them, feeling honored to be their slaves. Celestial dragons are the most despicable creatures in the world. Ryujiro stood up and stretched. Be ready. Once we reach Sabaody Archipelago, we'll likely be surrounded by pirates. We're in for a tough battle. It will also be a good experience for you all. Kuin, Carmen, and Lucci understood that these words were directed at them. Ryujiro glanced at Perona, just make sure to protect the ship. Perona was not a combatant. Her abilities were not fully developed, so even if she joined the fight, it wouldn't make much difference. Perona was overjoyed not to be involved in the battle. If you don't protect it well, after the war, you'll have 10 times the usual training. Ryujiro said calmly. Perona. Oh no. Help me. The thought of 10 times the training was almost unbearable. If that happened, she might collapse from the pain. It depends on how Marines are prepared. Don't tell me they only prepared 2 admirals, that would be too boring. Ryujiro said with a faint smile. The other's expression stiffened. Only 2 admirals would be too boring. How many admirals would satisfy the captain? During this time, both Kuin and Carmen's strengths had rapidly increased. Even if they couldn't defeat an admiral, they could at least hold their own in battle. Though they couldn't win, they wouldn't fall behind either. As for Lucci, who specialized in Rokushiki, his strength had grown significantly compared to before. His talent in physical arts was unrivaled, even surpassing Kuin. The 3 of them had also mastered Haki, both armament and observation. To engage in a major battle with the Navy, one had to master Haki. Gradually, a small island appeared in their view, with many bubbles floating in the air. The Sabaody Archipelago was a necessary stop for every pirate on their way to the New World. The Ark Maxim docked at the port, and as Ryujiro and his crew disembarked onto the Sabaody Archipelago, they sensed a subtle atmosphere in the air. Chapter 218, Dark King. The Sabaody Archipelago was teeming with pirates, but they generally kept a low profile. This was due to the frequent appearances of the celestial dragons in the area. Even pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million were reluctant to provoke them. Pirates who offended the celestial dragons often found themselves dragged off to become slaves. Furthermore, offending the celestial dragons could attract the attention of marine admirals, whom many pirates who hadn't ventured into the new world deemed invincible. The pirates knew of the admiral's strength but were unaware of their true limits. As Ryujiro and his crew appeared at the dock, they immediately drew the attention of other pirate crews. "Captain! Look! It's them!" A pirate from the Red Star Pirates stared at Ryujiro and his crew in horror. The Red Star Pirates were known in the first half of the Grand Line, with a bounty as high as 110 million. Despite this, their gaze towards Ryujiro was filled with dread. The White Demon Pirates. Currently the most talked-about pirate crew on the sea, they had drawn countless eyes before even entering the New World, having heavily injured marine admirals, killed warlords, and committed acts no one else dared to imagine. Killing a celestial dragon. Damn it. We need to leave now. The captain of the Red Star Pirates' expression suddenly changed. One of his subordinates looked confused. "Captain, why are we leaving? We don't have any issues with the White Demon Pirates, do we?" "Idiot. With the White Demon Pirates appearing in the Sabaody archipelago, do you think the Marines will miss this opportunity? Killing a celestial dragon means opposing the world government. It won't be long before the Sabaody archipelago becomes a battlefield. The Marines will definitely deploy admirals to deal with the White Demon Pirates. If we get involved, escaping will be difficult." The Red Star Pirates' captain wasn't foolish. It was his intelligence that allowed him to avoid numerous crises at sea. Upon hearing their captain, the pirates quickly understood, their faces showing panic. "Captain, let's hurry and leave." After gathering their supplies in the Sabaody archipelago, the Red Star Pirates hastily left, ignoring whether their bubble wrap was properly coated. They decided not to enter Fishman Island for now, as the impending battle in the Sabaody archipelago would drag countless pirates into the fray. The White Demon Pirates' appearance had caught everyone's attention. Ryujiro and his crew were seen as the most fearsome pirates in the world, with a presence that was overwhelmingly intimidating. "Is that the White Demon?" someone asked. The men with white hair exuded an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. "Captain, where are we going?" "To see someone." There was still someone the captain wanted to see on this island. Kuin looked surprised. The Sabaody archipelago was filled with hidden currents. The Marines were prepared, and admirals were on their way. The island was populated with bounty hunters, and while they initially considered making a move, they felt as though they were sinking into an infinite abyss just by looking at Ryujiro. This was why one bounty hunter had collapsed in despair moments ago. Ryujiro and his crew arrived at a tavern. The crew was puzzled why their captain valued this tavern so much. Was there someone the captain knew here? Upon pushing the door open, the tavern was sparsely populated. The owner, Shaki, who was polishing a glass, instinctively looked up at the sound of the door opening. Upon seeing Ryujiro and his crew, Shaki's expression stiffened, and she stopped polishing the glass. "Bring us some drinks." "We'll have them all," Ryujiro said with a smile as he sat down. Hinata looked at Ryujiro with curiosity. How does Ryujiro know so much about this world? In the ninja world, it was the same. Could Ryujiro be omniscient? Shaki didn't understand why Ryujiro was at her bar but was willing to serve the most controversial pirate crew in the sea. Ryujiro's observation haki had already covered the entire bar, but he did not detect Rayleigh's presence. It seemed Rayleigh was out enjoying a drink. Few would guess that the Dark King, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, was hiding on this island and even worked as a coating technician here. Sometimes, Rayleigh would even sell himself as a slave at the auction house, using the money to buy alcohol. Just then, the wind chime at the door jingled, and an elderly man with white hair and round glasses walked in. Shaki. Rayleigh entered the tavern and looked around, a bit surprised by the crowd. When he saw Ryujiro's conspicuous white hair, his eyes flashed with intrigue. Ryujiro looked at Rayleigh with interest and said, "No one would have expected the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Dark King Rayleigh, to be hiding in the Sabaody archipelago." Dark King Rayleigh. Aside from Hinata, everyone's eyes widened. The elderly man with white hair. Was he the legendary pirate, Dark King Rayleigh? My god, they were actually meeting a legendary figure. Rayleigh looked at Ryujiro with a wry smile. "Spare me. My old body can't handle much more." He knew Ryujiro came to the tavern because of him, but he was curious how his whereabouts had been leaked. The Marines hadn't disturbed him in years. "Rayleigh, come aboard my ship," Ryujiro said calmly. Shaki's face changed slightly. The White Demon Pirates wanted Rayleigh to join their crew. Rayleigh was taken aback for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm too old for this. Let the young ones have their time. I'll just enjoy my retirement." Ryujiro's lips curled into a faint smile, and his eyes seemed to hold a magical allure, making it hard for Rayleigh to look away. "What if I could make you young again?" Not only Rayleigh but even Shaki was moved. To be young again. Could such a thing really be done? Rumors said White Demon had many mysterious abilities, none of which were devil fruits. His origins were shrouded in mystery. White Demon and the white-eyed sorceress seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. To be young again. What exactly are your pirate crew's goals? Rayleigh asked, his gaze deep. Ryujiro smiled faintly. What if I said to change this world? Chapter 219, Marines vs. White Demon Pirates. Change the world. Rayleigh's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze towards Ryujiro stirred with deep turbulence. Was he serious? Did Ryujiro really intend to change the world? Even Roger hadn't harbored such a mad idea. Changing the world was exceedingly difficult, and toppling the world government was no small feat. Youth really makes one bold. I'm just an old man, Rayleigh said with a wry smile. Rayleigh, Shiki is already one of my subordinates. If you don't believe me, you can meet him. I'm sure he'll be quite surprised to see an old friend like you. What? Shiki became Ryujiro's subordinate. How could that be? Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. He knew Shiki well. That prideful man would never bow to anyone. Could it be? If Ryujiro really had the means to restore youth, that would be terrifying. Pirates across the sea who had lost their strength due to age would likely flock to Ryujiro's side. If you can survive this marine attack, I'll join you, Rayleigh said in a deep voice. Ryujiro's smile grew a bit wider. He didn't answer Rayleigh's words but stood up and left the tavern. The others followed suit. Rayleigh, do you think they can survive the attack from combined forces of marines? Shaki asked. Rayleigh watched Ryujiro and his crew leave, his expression heavy. I'm not sure, but their captain is far more terrifying than I imagined. If the marines underestimate him, they'll suffer greatly. At that moment, the marines had assembled in the Sabaody archipelago. Akainu stood with his foot on a pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. The surrounding pirates looked at Akainu with fear. A marine admiral. He was a monster among monsters. Their captain couldn't even handle a single glance from a marine admiral. The White Demon pirates had actually managed to severely injure such a monster. Has everyone else arrived? Admiral Akainu, Admiral Kazan, Vice Admiral Garp, and the other vice admirals are all here. Admiral Kizaru is still capturing other pirates in the Sabaody archipelago but should arrive soon. Akainu nodded, his eyes flashing with cold light. The Navy must erase these evil pirates from the seas today. Justice cannot be trampled upon. On Island 30, not long after Ryujiro and his crew had left. Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. Great eruption. Raging magma surged forward, its intense heat scorching. A massive fist made entirely of magma roared towards Ryujiro and his crew. Rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed as Kuin transformed into a bolt of lightning, exploding with brilliant light. 50 million volts. Thunderstorm. Crackling. Lightning gathered into a massive sphere, causing the air around to tremble. The lightning sphere collided with the magma fist. Rumble. The magma fist was instantly torn apart by the violent lightning. The searing magma exploded, turning into huge fireballs and engulfing the entire Island 30 in a sea of flames. Logia type. Akainu's expression changed slightly, his eyes darkening. Is it that fruit? One of the strongest Logia fruits, the Rumble fruit, was in the White Demon pirates' hands. Once fully developed, it would be a formidable enemy to the Marines and the world government. Such a person cannot be allowed to live. Kuin and Akainu were locked in combat, while Ryujiro gazed ahead. He wasn't worried about Kuin. Logia users fighting each other typically resulted in a stalemate. Moreover, Kuin's strength was close to that of an admiral, it wasn't likely he'd be defeated by Akainu right away. It seems the Marines are serious about this. Ryujiro squinted at the three figures in the distance. Kizaru, Kuzan, Akainu. The three admirals together. And the legendary marine hero Garp. Such a lineup would be sufficient to deal with a Yonko-level pirate crew. This battle was being broadcasted live, and people around the world watched in stunned fear. The three marine admirals. Hero Garp. These top-tier fighters were mobilized just to deal with the White Demon pirates. The White Demon pirates were doomed this time. If they managed to escape, the Navy's reputation would be severely damaged, and their control over the seas would weaken considerably. Boy, this is where it ends. Garp looked at Ryujiro with a dark expression, his face growing increasingly solemn. This White Demon, he gave him a feeling of pressure even greater than Roger ever had. Indeed, Sengoku's decision was the right one. Very well, Marines. It seems you finally brought me some entertainment. What? Entertainment? The people watching the live broadcast worldwide were stunned. Was White Demon joking? Or was he just pretending to be calm? Even a Yonko would struggle to remain composed in the face of three admirals and Hero Garp. Hinata, the rest is up to you. Do what you need to. Hinata nodded slightly. Kizaru's figure suddenly disappeared, condensing into golden particles of light. Miss White-Eyed Sorceress, I'll be your opponent. Kizaru said with a teasing tone. Facing White Demon, he'd rather not. He had barely recovered from his injuries. If he got hurt again, it might leave lasting damage. The White-Eyed Sorceress shouldn't have White Demon level of strength, right? Swish. In an instant, Hinata's Byakugan switched to the Tensigen, her icy blue Tensigen gazing at Kizaru. At that moment, Kizaru shuddered. Those eyes. What kind of eyes were those? He admitted they were beautiful, but the danger they posed was equally real. Green flames ignited, and Hinata immediately entered her Tensigen chakra mode. Her unique stance was revealed to the world, causing people everywhere to be mesmerized. What is that posture? Is it a mythical Zoan devil fruit? Garp looked gravely at Kizaru. The White-Eyed Sorceress was impressive too. This battle wouldn't end easily. All right, it's our turn next. My crew will handle their own mess. Ryujiro faced off against Garp and Kazan with calm composure. Under the gaze of the world, how this war would end was uncertain. Undoubtedly, the outcome of this battle would influence the future course of the seas. Ice Age. Swish. Kazan's feet emitted a chilling aura, spreading like an invisible wave. The temperature of Island 30 plummeted, and the ground instantly froze with a thick layer of ice, turning the entire island into a frozen world. Chapter 220, Devastation. Admiral Kazan. The Navy personnel were exhilarated. With the 3 admirals and Vice Admiral Garp on their side, they had nothing to fear. Even a Yonko crew would be no match. The Navy would eradicate the White Demon pirates completely. Kazan. Ryujiro squinted at the lazy Kazan. The ice fruit's power lived up to its reputation. The 3 admirals were not to be underestimated. Koen and Carmen were still somewhat inferior in strength compared to the marine admirals. Kazan radiated a chilling aura, and even the normally relaxed Kazan became serious. Ice block, pheasant beak. The chill from the forest spread, forming an icy cold bird with massive, sharp icicles like razor-sharp ice blades. Screech. The ice bird dove down, and Ryujiro slowly formed hand seals. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. A torrent of blazing flames erupted, turning into a searing sea of fire that engulfed everything around, burning it all to ash. Sizzle. The extreme cold and intense heat clashed, causing a massive explosion of steam that enveloped the surroundings in thick mist. Flames. Garp's expression darkened. Another new ability. What kind of devil fruit did White Demon eat? Could it be that someone on the seas could really consume multiple devil fruits? If not devil fruits, then what could explain Ryujiro's abilities? It was utterly inexplicable. If it's not a devil fruit, then what is it? Vice Admiral Garp. Shave. In an instant, Garp appeared behind Ryujiro. As a veteran of the Marines, Garp's strength was on par with the Admirals, and his full power even surpassed theirs. Galaxy Impact. Garp's enormous strength erupted, the terrifying power capable of destroying an entire island. Boom, the sound of the punch was like a cannon, even more terrifying than a cannonball. A massive roar echoed, the ground suddenly caving in, and an invisible shockwave surged from the fissures, blasting outwards. Garp's expression changed slightly. The punch felt like it struck Ryujiro, but why did it still feel so strange? As the thick dust cleared, Garp's eyes narrowed in shock. How is this possible? Garp stared at his fist, unable to advance even a bit. His punch had indeed landed, but it hadn't struck Ryujiro. Instead, it felt as though Ryujiro was protected by an invisible armor that prevented Garp's punch from getting through. Boom. An invisible repulsion force suddenly exploded, sending Garp flying backward. Vice Admiral Garp. Kazan's face changed dramatically, revealing a look of terror. Damn it. Swish. Shave. Kazan touched Ryujiro, and the bone-chilling cold rapidly spread. However, Kazan realized, like Garp, that they weren't touching Ryujiro's body but rather that invisible armor. So, it was infinite. Boom boom boom. From the distance, Island 35 rumbled, the massive island shaking violently as if it might collapse at any moment. The Marines fighting Kuin were momentarily stunned by the commotion. Garp emerged from the dust, his body covered in grime. The Marines watching were wide-eyed in shock. It was actually Vice Admiral Garp. Could it be that Vice Admiral Garp was just knocked away by White Demon? This was unthinkable. Vice Admiral Garp was a pillar of the Navy, having captured Roger and fought alongside Sengoku against Shiki. He was a legendary Marine. The thought of him being blown away was inconceivable. Boom. Garp shot out, becoming a streak of smoke. The speed surpassed the sound barrier, creating a rippling effect on the ground. Garp's face was unprecedentedly grave. Too terrifying. This person was undoubtedly the most fearsome enemy the Navy and world government had ever faced. Kazan. You have to hold on. Drip drip. Blood droplets fell onto the cold ice, Kazan's face pale as he looked at Ryujiro with fear. White Demon. By himself, Kazan could not match White Demon. Even the 3 admirals might not be enough. From the start, their fight with White Demon felt off. Even though his attacks had clearly penetrated White Demon, the sensation and feedback were false. It had been a mistake from the beginning. Kazan, you fool. Garp stared in horror at the pale Kazan. Kazan's one arm seemed to be dislocated, blood flowing and turning into red ice crystals on the icy surface. Vice Admiral Garp. Perhaps from the start, we were caught in White Demon's trap. Garp furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Don't trust any sensation. White Demon might possess some form of illusion ability. What? Illusions. Garp looked at Ryujiro with terror. How many abilities does he have? This guy is truly a monster. Ryujiro looked at Kazan with a touch of admiration. As expected of a Marine Admiral, your perception is sharp. From the very beginning, you had no chance of winning. From the moment you saw me, your senses have been under my control. Whether it's touch, hearing, or any other sensation, it's all false. Only I can control the boundary between falsehood and reality. Marines, this farce ends here. By the way, I haven't had a chance to test this ability since I gained it. It's a good opportunity. Ryujiro's mouth curled into a slight smile. Struggle as much as you like. Ryujiro's hands came together in front of him, a peculiar energy swirling around. When he opened his hands, a black substance, glowing faintly like a crystal, slowly floated up. Planetary devastation. What is that? Kazan and Garp's expressions turned extremely grave. They did not believe the object flying into the sky was anything good. From Ryujiro's methods, they needed to be prepared for what was coming. Controlling senses alone was enough to make capturing Ryujiro a challenge. As they pondered, the round black object stopped in midair. Boom. In the next moment, the void trembled, and a terrifying wave spread across the Sabaody archipelago. Everyone on the islands was struck with horror at the ominous wave. Chapter 221, Death of an Admiral. Boom. A terrifying force surged, causing the entire Sabaody archipelago to tremble. Countless bubbles were sucked into the black sphere in the sky, and the overwhelming power spread throughout the archipelago. The Sabaody archipelago shook violently. The ground beneath countless people began to churn, and massive trees were uprooted. The Marines struggled to stay on their feet, falling to the ground. What's happening? Countless voices were filled with horror, as the sudden upheaval left everyone uneasy. It's gravity. That black sphere has immense gravitational pull. Damn it. Is White Demon trying to destroy the island? Across the world, viewers watching the live broadcast were pale. After seeing Admiral Kazan's arm crippled, everyone's spirits sank into darkness. Even an admiral, the highest combat power of the Navy, couldn't stand against White Demon. Injuring a Marine admiral was not something to be celebrated for White Demon. His expression had shown no fluctuation throughout the battle. As the destruction unfolded, despair etched onto everyone's faces. Is the Navy going to lose? Boom. The terrifying wave of power intensified. The entire island began to collapse, with debris, rocks, and trees being pulled toward the black sphere. No. We have to destroy that thing, or the entire Sabaody archipelago will be obliterated. Garp leaped into the air, but as he got closer, controlling his movements became incredibly difficult. The black sphere seemed to ruthlessly gather and devour everything like a black hole. Akainu. Kizaru. Hold back for now. Destroy that thing. Otherwise, the entire Sabaody archipelago will be destroyed. Garp's voice roared across the island. Akainu's magma-covered hands burned through the ground, creating small holes as he glanced at Kuin's grim expression. Humph. Akainu snorted and eventually rushed over. The Sabaody archipelago could not be destroyed. They had to eliminate the object in the sky. Hey! Kizaru. Akainu suddenly halted, noticing that Kizaru was standing alone with his head lowered. Seeing Kizaru's lack of response, Akainu's expression darkened. This is no time for idleness. Get moving. As Akainu approached, his expression changed dramatically, and he stumbled back several steps in shock. Kizaru. Akainu pushed Kizaru. Kizaru lay on the ground, his body limp and lifeless, as if turned to a pile of mud. Boom. Akainu's mind went blank. The surrounding Marines were stunned, their eyes hollow. Kizaru, an admiral. Akainu suddenly shouted, "Turn off the broadcast. Turn off the broadcast." Seeing Kizaru dead before him, a chilling cold emanated from Akainu's body. The death of a Marine admiral. How could this happen? This was being broadcast to the world. Such news, once spread, would cause chaos across the seas, and the Navy's prestige would crumble. At that moment, in a country in the West Blue, the crowd gathered in the square watched the broadcast, staring at the fallen Kizaru. Their faces went white, and the suffocating feeling made it hard to breathe. One person pointed at the enormous screen with trembling fingers. Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru. He can't be dead, right? This statement stirred panic. Countless people were terrified by this possibility. An admiral of the Navy. Dead. If even an admiral is dead, who in this sea can stop the White Demon pirates? On this day, the atmosphere of terror spread throughout the seas. Kazan gazed solemnly at the black sphere, his chilling aura spreading. His blood had frozen, and he had managed to stop the bleeding for now. There would be no immediate issues. Kazan emanated an even colder chill than before. He glanced at Ryujiro's disappearing form with a bitter smile. Was it already over? Kazan spread his palm, unleashing a shockwave of cold air aimed directly at the black sphere in the sky. Vice Admiral Garp, with his powerful muscles, repeatedly struck the air, releasing forceful vacuum shockwaves. The air trembled with each impact. Akainu. Kazan's face brightened momentarily, but then he displayed a look of confusion. Where's Kizaru? Akainu's face was extremely grim. He did not answer Kazan's question directly but instead looked at the black sphere in the sky, continuously emitting terrifying waves. Akainu's arms turned to magma, scorching the ice below. Boom boom boom. The magma fists tore through the sky, aiming at the black sphere. Boom boom boom. Under the combined might of the three, the black sphere finally showed a faint crack. The three of them unleashed unparalleled power, exerting their full strength without reserve. The scene was apocalyptic, almost inconceivable that a mere black sphere could force the top combatants of the Navy to struggle so much. Why did such a terrifying monster like White Demon emerge from the sea? Boom. The black sphere exploded violently, and Garp's face changed drastically. The shockwave contained terrifying power, propelling Garp away. He spewed blood into the air, like a comet, unsure of his destination. His ribs had fractured from the impact. The terrifying shockwave turned into a storm, sweeping across the Sabaody archipelago. Huge trees shook and bent, as if they would collapse at any moment. Crack, crack. The cracks in the ice widened, and the Marines in the vicinity lay on the icy surface, shivering from the bone-chilling cold. As the storm gradually subsided, the Sabaody archipelago lay in ruins. The ground was uneven, with large pits and cracks extending for hundreds of meters. Kazan looked at Akainu with a dark expression. Akainu. What happened to Kizaru? Akainu's face was grim, his emotions weighed down like a heavy stone. Kizaru is dead. Chapter 222, Retreat. Kazan's eyes constricted violently, and every nerve in his body tightened. At that moment, he couldn't believe he had heard correctly. Akainu, you'd better be prepared to be held accountable for your words. Kazan's face darkened. Akainu knew that Kazan would have a hard time accepting this, just as he himself was struggling to come to terms with the fact that Kizaru, one of their own, had been killed by the White Demon pirates. What else in this world could stop the White Demon pirates now? The Navy had suffered a complete defeat. With the loss of an admiral, the Navy had failed to capture even one member of the White Demon pirates. The broadcast didn't showcase the Navy's strength but rather shook the world's confidence in them. If even the Marine admirals have fallen, what can protect them? In this turbulent era of great pirates, how are they to survive? A wave of fear and unease spread across countries worldwide. Puru 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 puru. The Den Den Mushi rang out, undoubtedly from the Fleet Admiral's office. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Akainu spoke with a heavy tone. In the Fleet Admiral's office, Sengoku was silent for a long time. His hoarse voice eventually came through the Den Den Mushi. Return immediately. Calculate the casualties and return with Kizaru's body. Prepare the highest honors for his funeral. This war, we lost. Sengoku's voice trembled. The Navy had suffered a complete defeat against the pirates and lost an admiral. From now on, the Navy's prestige in the seas would be severely diminished. The most terrifying pirate crew in the seas had been born. Future pirates would likely become even more audacious, and the morale of marine branches everywhere would be affected. Kazan and Akainu trembled, their bodies radiating cold and magma. They were unwilling to accept the situation. Yet even now, the White Demon pirates were nowhere to be found. And now they fully understood the power of the White Demon pirates, a crew more terrifying than the Four Emperors. White Demon's strength might even surpass that of the strongest men in the world. Was the title of the world's strongest man about to change? Vice Admiral Garp. Garp's aide searched near the spot where Garp had fallen, using his observation haki to sense Garp's presence. Vice Admiral Garp, you can't be in trouble. The aide was anxiously searching, fearful of missing any sign of Garp. At that moment, a hand covered in dirt suddenly emerged from a toppled mound. Vice Admiral Garp pushed aside the debris and gasped for air. Bwahaha. I thought I was a goner. Garp's face suddenly twisted in pain. The severe agony made him gasp. The white demon pirates are truly terrifying. A sense of helplessness rose in Garp. Even after years of fighting, not even rocks had made him feel this powerless. White demon. What were those bizarre abilities of his? They were definitely not devil fruit powers. Vice Admiral Garp. Bogard hurried over, wiping sweat from his forehead. I'm so glad you're okay. I'll help you out. Stop, stop, stop. Garp quickly shouted. My injuries are severe. Call the medics. I've broken several ribs. What? Bogard's face turned pale upon hearing the severity of Garp's injuries. Where are the white demon pirates? Garp asked. Bogard's face darkened, and he replied weakly, the white demon pirates have all retreated. Ah. This time, the Navy has suffered a complete defeat. Garp sighed deeply, appearing to have aged several years. Vice Admiral Garp, there's one more thing I need to tell you, Bogard said glumly. Go ahead, what is it? Kizaru. Admiral Kizaru is dead. Garp. In the bar. Rayleigh looked at Ryujiro with a complex expression, unable to calm his emotions. Killing a Marine Admiral, White Demon pirates had indeed achieved something monumental. And it wasn't White Demon himself who did it. It was the young woman beside him, who was his wife. They truly were a monstrous pair. Rayleigh, it's time to fulfill your promise, Ryujiro said with a faint smile. Rayleigh gave a wry smile. I don't know why you value an old guy like me, but I guess I'll go along with you youngsters for a bit. Ryujiro smiled gently. A legendary pirate had joined the ranks. In the days that followed, the entire sea was enveloped in unprecedented gloom. The situation in the seas had been completely altered by Ryujiro's pirate crew. Each of the 4 emperors in the New World was heavy-hearted. The strength of the White Demon pirates exceeded their expectations, and they could no longer afford to be complacent. Just a single ship and a few people, each with strength at the pinnacle of the seas. If even the Navy with its current forces couldn't subdue the White Demon pirates, what power did the 4 emperors have to confront them? After entering the New World, the White Demon pirates would inevitably clash with the 4 emperors. At that time, the tides of the sea would consume everything. The thriller bark. Shiki turned off the broadcast, his emotions still unsettled. Shihahaha, the Navy can no longer control the situation in the seas. You don't even know what kind of existence you're dealing with. He is a god. A true god. Everything will change because of him. Shiki's laughter sounded somewhat deranged, as if he had lost his mind. Shiki-sama, someone from the Dark World has offered 3 devil fruits for us to hunt the celestial dragons. Shiki's expression shifted slightly, a trace of interest appearing on his face as he stroked his chin. Hunting celestial dragons. Interesting. Since someone wants them to hunt celestial dragons. Reply that we'll take the job. Yes, Lord Shiki. Chapter 223, Fishman Island. The news of the Navy's defeat could no longer be concealed. Pirates across the 4 seas became increasingly rampant over the past few days. The naval branches in each sea were demoralized by Kizaru's fall, their morale shattered. As a result, the Navy's usual combat effectiveness had diminished. In the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirates' ship. Pops, what kind of changes do you think the White Demon pirates will bring to the seas? If the White Demon pirates enter the New World, which of the 4 emperors will they clash with first? Marco's expression was grave. The White Demon pirates' strength was already comparable to that of the 4 emperors' crews, if not surpassing them. The death of a Marine admiral had left the Navy in disarray. The loss of high-end combat power would undoubtedly tilt the balance of the seas. The key issue was that if Kizaru's light fruit fell into the hands of another pirate, it would present a huge threat to the Navy. Now, the Navy needed to fill this gap in combat power and quickly restore its high-end strength. Kuzan, Akainu, and Garp were severely injured, and several vice admirals were also significantly harmed. This meticulously prepared war had cost them dearly. No matter what changes the White Demon pirates will bring, they will certainly impact the world. The world government won't let the White Demon pirates off easily. They have disrupted the world's balance. White Demon, and that white-eyed sorceress, are too mysterious. Their abilities are enigmatic. Both their strengths probably rival those of the 4 emperors. Any of the 4 emperors' crews would suffer if they faced White Demon. They are no longer comparable to any pirate crew in the current seas. Whitebeard said with a solemn tone. It was unimaginable that the 4 emperors' top forces would be wary of a pirate crew that hadn't even entered the New World. Such a thing would have been unthinkable before. Pops, what about us? Marco asked gravely. Whitebeard was silent for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. Gururera. Marco, do you think I'm just anyone? I am Whitebeard. Indeed. Pops is the strongest man in the world. The Whitebeard pirates had nothing to fear. Marco's concerns began to fade. However, he didn't notice the trace of heaviness in Whitebeard's eyes. Whitebeard was old. His body was riddled with ailments, sustained only by medication over the years. Frequent use of the Gura Gura no Mi would also have a significant impact on him. My sons, I cannot protect you forever. Under 3,000 meters of the sea, aboard the Maxim. The ship plunged deeper into the ocean on its way to Fishman Island. Such amazing abilities, Rayleigh marveled. To think that they could withstand the underwater pressure without coating the ship was truly convenient. It was as if an invisible shield protected the vessel. And this ship was extraordinary, crafted entirely of gold. How luxurious. No matter how incredible the abilities are, they cannot compare to the wonders of the underwater world. Who would have thought there would be so many colossal sea kings down here? Ryujiro watched the giant sea kings swimming by their ship with interest. Hinata felt the same. Some of these sea kings were even larger than the tailed beasts of the ninja world. If they were to encounter these sea kings in the deep sea, they would likely be doomed. This world was indeed different from the ninja world. So marvelous. There were also attacks from sea kings along the way, but the Maxim easily tore them apart before they could reach the ship. The invisible layer that isolated them from the sea's pressure was also impervious to the destructive energy of the sea kings. Time seemed to stand still underwater. Without seeing the sky or the sun, it was impossible to gauge how much time had passed. Eventually, they finally saw a glimmer of sunlight as a massive island shrouded in a giant bubble appeared before Ryujiro and his crew. Is this Fishman Island? Hinata's eyes sparkled as she was captivated by the beautiful Fishman Island. It was astonishing. There was actually sunlight inside the bubble, an island at the bottom of the sea with such a phenomenon. Fishman Island, we finally arrived. Ryujiro's lips curled into a smile. Just then, several massive shadows enveloped the Maxim. What is this? Kuin's eyes constricted, showing a look of horror. A horde of sea beasts. Oh. They didn't expect to encounter this. The sea beasts resembled lions, elephants, and tigers on their upper bodies, but their lower halves were long, giant tails. Pirate crews encountering such sea beasts usually met a complete disaster before even reaching Fishman Island. Roar. The sea beasts roared, their voices shaking the air. I don't have time to play with you. Ryujiro's aura erupted, emitting an unmatched pressure. The surrounding Conqueror's Haki generated black lightning-like fluctuations. Rayleigh's eyes widened in surprise. Conqueror's Haki. White Demon actually has Conqueror's Haki. But then he thought, given White Demon's strength, it wasn't surprising that he had Conqueror's Haki. Yet, to condense Conqueror's Haki to this degree, even Rayleigh himself might not match Ryujiro. How did this young man manage to develop such powerful Haki at his age? Affected by the Conqueror's Haki, the sea beast's fierce gazes turned to fear. After a brief pause, they fled in panic. Phew. Kuin sighed in relief, grateful that their captain had saved them. Let's go, enter Fishman Island. Carmen and Kuin cheered in excitement. Fishman Island. What kind of experience would this beautiful island bring them? In Mary Geos. The five elders gathered once more. We underestimated the strength of the White Demon pirates. Didn't expect Kizaru to fall in this war. It wasn't even White Demon who made the move, but the white-eyed sorceress beside him. Did you all see her power in the broadcast? That was an ability we've never seen before. It might not even be a devil fruit power. The five elders' expressions were graver than ever. The threat posed by the White Demon pirates had far exceeded their expectations. Despite mobilizing such force, the navy was still defeated by the White Demon pirates. Reissue the bounties. The White Demon pirates are a greater threat than the four emperors. Don't act recklessly for now. The White Demon pirates' entry into the New World might be an opportunity for us. White Demon remains too mysterious. The five elders hesitated to act recklessly because they lacked sufficient information about Ryujiro. They had no idea what other abilities White Demon might have kept hidden. If those abilities weren't devil fruit powers, what could they be? Chapter 224, Arrogant Jones. Ryugu Palace. The minister rushed into the palace, shouting urgently at King Neptune. Your Majesty. This is terrible. A massive fishman, with orange curly hair and wearing a golden crown, had tattoos on both arms and a transparent bubble ring around his waist. Minister, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Explain what happened in detail, don't rush. The minister, panting heavily, finally managed to calm his breath and tremblingly said, Your Majesty, the White Demon pirates have entered Fishman Island. What? Neptune's roar was like the rumbling of thunder. The moment he heard the name White Demon Pirates, his eyes narrowed to pinpricks. Why didn't you tell me sooner? The minister's face stiffened, unable to speak. Wasn't it you who told me not to rush? Where are they now? They're in Fishman Street. Get some forces and have him come with me. Send people to keep a close watch and make sure no one offends the White Demon Pirates. If not, the entire Fishman Island could be destroyed. Yes. Your Majesty, the White Demon Pirates wouldn't cause trouble, would they? Fishman Island is under the protection of Whitebeard. Even the White Demon Pirates wouldn't easily go against Whitebeard. Neptune's face was grim, and he lowered his voice, saying, You don't know what kind of lunatics the White Demon Pirates are. Celestial dragons. Marine admirals. They dare to kill these people. What is there in this world they wouldn't dare to do? Whitebeard is indeed powerful, but the White Demon is no slouch either. We can only pray that they won't stay on Fishman Island for too long. The minister hesitated and then said, Your Majesty, should we inform Jinbe? Neptune's eyes lit up. Yes. How could he forget Jinbe? Have someone contact Jinbe and ask him to head to Fishman Street as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. So this is Fishman Island. Why are they so afraid of us? Kuin looked around at the fearful eyes of the fishmen in confusion. Lucci, with a cold expression, said, If even the death of a Marine Admiral doesn't instill fear, it can only mean that Marine Admirals are nothing to worry about. Hearing Lucci's cold words, Kuin awkwardly scratched his head. By the way, where's Perona? She went to explore other parts of this island. Ryujiro said indifferently. Captain, aren't you worried she might run away? Kuin asked. Don't worry, she doesn't have the guts. Currently, Perona was considered part of the White Demon Pirates. There's probably no one willing to protect her except on his ship. Just then, Neptune and his entourage arrived hurriedly near Ryujiro's group. Seeing Ryujiro and his crew, Neptune felt extremely uneasy. These people were notorious villains of the seas, especially White Demon, who was even said to surpass Whitebeard himself. This showed how powerful Ryujiro was. Gulp. So large a fishman. Carmen and Kuin couldn't help but gasp in awe. They had never seen a fishman of such size before. Neptune lowered his head respectfully, casting a wary glance at Ryujiro. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, and his massive body trembled. Rayleigh. Rayleigh was with the White Demon Pirates. Oh my goodness. Neptune felt his head spinning. Captain Ryujiro, welcome to Fishman Island. Ryugu Palace has prepared a banquet for you. Please follow me. Although Neptune wore a smile, it was stiff and forced. At this moment, Neptune's heart was still anxious. Since King Neptune has extended such a warm invitation, we wouldn't want to disappoint him. Hearing this, Neptune's heart finally settled a bit. At that moment, Jinbe also arrived. Hearing that the White Demon Pirates had come to Fishman Island, Jinbe felt an intense urgency. The terror of the White Demon Pirates was known worldwide after that day's broadcast. Without a doubt, if they angered the Whitebeard Pirates, it would bring catastrophic damage to Fishman Island. Your Majesty. Jinbe respectfully addressed Neptune. Seeing Jinbe arrive, Neptune felt somewhat reassured. The White Demon Pirates. Jinbe looked at Ryujiro, feeling an immense pressure from the other party, his heart filled with dread. Such powerful pressure before even making a move. Indeed, this was White Demon. Jinbe, long time no see. Suddenly, a familiar voice made Jinbe shift his gaze. When Jinbe saw Rayleigh, his expression turned to one of disbelief. Rayleigh. What are you doing here? Rayleigh chuckled nonchalantly. It's a long story, but I'm now part of the White Demon Pirates. This old body of mine can still have one last adventure with these young folks. This. Jinbe's mouth hung open. Even Rayleigh has joined White Demon's crew. This was too unbelievable. Well, let's discuss it later. King Neptune has prepared a feast for us. Let's not dawdle. Ryujiro said calmly. Under Neptune's lead, Ryujiro and his crew followed him to Ryugu Palace. Watching from the sidelines, the residents of Fishman Street felt a pang of sadness seeing their king so deferential to a pirate. In a hidden corner of the street, Hody Jones glared with malicious intent, his face twisted in fury. Neptune, you old fool, you are the disgrace of the fishmen. It's just a mere human, and you even specially prepare a banquet for them. Damn White Demon, the fishmen are naturally superior to humans. Let's use White Demon's death to show the humans in the seas how powerful fishmen are. Arriving at Ryugu Palace, Ryujiro and his crew were not polite, taking advantage of the special banquet prepared for them. Rayleigh and Jinbe, old acquaintances, talked a lot during the feast, with Rayleigh reassuring Jinbe that the White Demon Pirates weren't as terrifying as the legends made them out to be. Moreover, although the crew was often referred to as the White Demon Pirates, Ryujiro's ship didn't have a single pirate flag yet. Whether they were pirates or not might just be a self-assertion by the world government and navy. King Neptune, actually, I came to Fishman Island for a specific reason. As soon as the words left Ryujiro's mouth, the atmosphere in the hall grew tense, with everyone's cups hanging in midair. Neptune's heart tightened, and he forced a smile. What is it that you require? Chapter 225, Princess Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi. I want to meet Shirahoshi. Instantly, Neptune's expression changed dramatically, his face gradually showing signs of panic. Jinbi's face grew particularly grave. As one of the few who knew about the matter, Jinbi was well aware of Shirahoshi's special status. Why would Ryujiro want to meet Shirahoshi? Could it be that he knows about that thing? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Neptune struggled to suppress his turbulent emotions, but no matter how hard he tried, his inner calm eluded him. His voice trembled slightly. I'm not sure why Captain Ryujiro wants to meet my daughter, Shirahoshi. Ryujiro's eyes narrowed slightly. I think you know better than I do. There's no need to go into details, just understanding the implication is enough. Neptune was enveloped by a suffocating feeling. His mind roared, and his face grew ashen. Jinbi also trembled, and Rayleigh firmly grasped Jinbi's arm, shaking his head solemnly. The atmosphere in the hall dropped to freezing point. Shirahoshi was Neptune's most beloved daughter, and he wouldn't allow any harm to come to her. Neptune, don't worry. I'm merely interested in your daughter. I just want to understand what's so special about her. With my abilities, there's no need for me to covet such things. Ryujiro said confidently after taking a sip of his drink. Neptune's gaze shifted slightly. He could sense that Ryujiro's words were not deceitful, that confident tone reflected his trust in his own power. Just how strong is this man to exhibit such confidence? Shirahoshi's power, once awakened, could be world-destroying. Fine, I will agree to your request. As Neptune spoke, his ministers shouted, Your Majesty. Enough. I trust you, Ryujiro. Neptune's stern voice silenced the ministers. Jinbi looked at Neptune with wide eyes but soon regained his composure. The banquet wasn't as pleasant as expected. At the grand palace door, Shirahoshi was inside. Koen and Carmen looked at the massive door, their mouths agape. Could Princess Shirahoshi be as large as her father? Neptune's appearance. They wondered what his daughter looked like. Your Majesty, why are there so many marks on this door? Koen asked. The marks on the door appeared to be made by something sharp. Why would Princess Shirahoshi's door have these marks? Neptune sighed deeply. To be honest, my daughter has been harassed by a pirate for many years. A pirate? Why haven't you eliminated him then? This only puzzled Koen further. Neptune gave a wry smile. The pirate is a user of the mark fruit. He can track targets from a distance, and even our Ryugu palace guards find it difficult to locate him. So that's the case. At that moment, a cold light flashed in the distance, and a small knife flew rapidly toward Ryujiro's position. This sight nearly scared Neptune out of his wits. It wasn't aimed at Ryujiro specifically but was randomly directed toward Shirahoshi. Humph. Ryujiro snorted coldly. A massive burst of energy shattered the knife, and the force of the explosion was overwhelming, making Neptune and Jinbi feel a mountain-like pressure. This is White Demon. More terrifying than they had imagined. Whoosh. In an instant, a thick mist erupted beside Ryujiro. Except for Hinata, everyone's eyes widened in shock. What is this? How did another Ryujiro appear? Ryujiro said to his clone, take care of that guy. Understood. In a flash, Ryujiro's clone vanished. Everyone was stunned, their brains struggling to process what had just happened. Captain, what was that just now? Koen asked. Just a clone. King Neptune, Shirahoshi will soon be free. Open the door and let me meet Princess Shirahoshi. Neptune hesitated for a moment but eventually pushed open the door to Shirahoshi's room. As the door slowly opened, Shirahoshi's massive figure came into view. Her exquisitely delicate face was mesmerizing, especially her mountainous chest, which was astounding. Even Hinata stared in awe. So big. Hinata looked down at herself. The size difference is just too great to compare. Wow. Carmen was stunned internally. Is this Princess Shirahoshi? It's hard to believe she is the daughter of King Neptune. Father, who are these people? Shirahoshi looked at Ryujiro and the others with a hint of fear. Due to her unusual childhood and unique nature, Shirahoshi had little contact with outsiders, especially humans. These are my friends. This is Ryujiro, he wants to meet you. Neptune's face showed a doting smile. Neptune had infinite love for his daughter. Ryujiro. Shirahoshi looked at Ryujiro with curiosity, her eyes drawn to his with an almost magnetic fascination. Hinata and I will go in. The rest of you wait outside. Koen and Carmen felt a bit disappointed, wanting to ask Princess Shirahoshi some interesting questions. Watching Hinata and Ryujiro enter, Neptune's heart grew uneasy again. Jinbe whispered, "Your Majesty, you should understand that his words indicate he is aware of the power Shirahoshi holds. Why still allow him to meet her?" Neptune shook his head helplessly and sighed, "I don't know why I agreed. Maybe it's because of what he said. Someone like him might not covet that power." Sigh. Jinbe sighed heavily. The king still underestimates the importance of the ancient weapons. They have the power to overturn the seas. No matter how strong humans are, they cannot defy nature. Those sea kings could silently obliterate any island. Meanwhile, on a dilapidated pirate ship outside Fishman Island, Vander Decken 9 was wiping his small knife. "Shirahoshi, Shirahoshi, my love. We'll be together soon." Vander Decken 9 muttered continuously, his face adorned with a foolish smile. In that instant, Vander Decken 9 suddenly shivered, a cold chill rising from his back. "Who goes there?" Vander Decken 9 looked in terror at the figure. The cold glare made him feel as if he were in an ice-cold abyss. Whoosh! Like the sound of a sharp object being unsheathed, in that moment, Vander Decken IX's face stiffened as blood gushed from his neck like a waterfall, and he fell heavily to the ground, convulsing violently. Ryujiro's clone glanced at him faintly before vanishing in a burst of smoke. Moments later, Vander Decken IX's convulsions gradually ceased, his eyes wide open, dead and unblinking. Chapter 226, Jones invades. Time passed quickly, and Neptune waited outside anxiously. No one knew what was happening inside Shirahoshi's room. Despite Ryujiro's assurances, as a father, Neptune couldn't help but feel concerned. Creak. The door slowly opened, and Neptune peered inside anxiously. Seeing that Shirahoshi was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. "Ryujiro-san, were your words earlier true?" Ryujiro smiled lightly. "Of course. You will see soon enough. Shirahoshi, good luck. I hope you can master that power within you." "Yes, I will try, Ryujiro-san." Shirahoshi nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Neptune and Jinbe were baffled. What had Ryujiro said to Shirahoshi? They had never seen such a look in her eyes before. Anticipation. What is Shirahoshi looking forward to? But the power Ryujiro referred to must be the Sea King's power. Could Ryujiro have been helping Shirahoshi master the power of the Sea Kings? Is that possible? Neptune quickly dismissed his absurd thoughts. If it was indeed as he had just thought, perhaps others couldn't manage it, but that doesn't mean Ryujiro couldn't. The power of the Sea Kings is vastly more potent than the powers of devil fruits, and Shirahoshi, as a Sea King princess, could potentially overturn the entire sea. "Shirahoshi, don't be afraid. You won't have to hide in your room anymore. That man is dead now." Ryujiro glanced at Shirahoshi, who looked frightened and hesitant to leave the room. He sighed, thinking about Vander Decken IX's grotesque nature. Even though he was physically mismatched, Shirahoshi could easily crush him with her size. "Captain Ryujiro, is what you said true?" Neptune asked, visibly excited. "Certainly. Vander Decken 9 is dead." Ryujiro replied calmly. "Great." Neptune's eyes filled with tears of joy, his daughter would no longer need to cower in her room. "Father, can I come out now?" Shirahoshi, still in disbelief, felt nervous after years of not stepping out of her room. "Yes, from now on, you don't have to stay in this room." Neptune nodded seriously. Shirahoshi's large body trembled as she covered her face and began to sob. Just then, a wounded Ryugu Palace guard stumbled in and fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events caused everyone's expressions to change. The guard looked at Neptune, his voice trembling. "Your Majesty, Hody Jones and his companions have attacked Ryugu Palace. The princes have been captured. All the ministers are under Hody Jones's control. He said that if you don't hand over Shirahoshi, he will kill the princes." "What?" Neptune's face changed drastically, shock and horror evident. How dare Hody Jones do this? Jinbe frowned deeply, recalling the child he had seen before. His expression grew even graver. "It's that kid." That kid had been influenced by Arlong, holding on to the supremacist ideology of fishmen. Jinbe glanced at Ryujiro. Was this because of the White Demon Pirates' arrival? These lunatics don't even realize the terror of the White Demon Pirates. "Hey, Hody, isn't attacking Ryugu Palace a bit excessive?" Jinbe's subordinate, Dosen, spoke slowly. Hody Jones's eyes gleamed coldly. "Neptune is old and useless. His rule over Fishman Island only brings disaster. From now on, we are the rulers of Fishman Island. Hody is right." Neptune, who grovels before humans, is unworthy of ruling Fishman Island. We, the new Fishman pirates, are the future of Fishman Island. Ha! The fishmen under Hody Jones roared in excitement. Good, very good. Hody Jones's eyes showed excitement. Fishmen are the top race in the sea, and mere humans are insignificant. He would hang that man's head in the Fishman Plaza. Show everyone the true terror of fishmen. Hody! What have you done? At that moment, a roar of anger came from not far away. Neptune, filled with fury, glared at Hody Jones. Are you trying to rebel? Neptune reprimanded coldly. Hody Jones sneered at Neptune. Neptune, your dynasty should have been overthrown long ago. Under your rule, fishmen have no future. We, the new Fishman pirates, are the future of Fishman Island. You, who grovels before humans, have no right to be king of Fishman Island. Neptune trembled with rage. Bastard. Jinbe, with a dark face, glared coldly at Hody. Hody, stop this madness. Don't make things worse. Heh. Hody Jones looked at Jinbe with increasing disdain. Jinbe, you're now a human lackey and have no right to speak to me. You've betrayed Tiger-san. Jinbe was momentarily speechless. Hody had been indoctrinated with Arlong's supremacist beliefs since childhood. This guy hated humans, believing they were the reason fishmen had to live on Fishman Island. Their comrades had nearly all died at human hands. If you hand over Shirahoshi, I will release the princes. Hody's eyes, filled with malice, were fixed on the large figure of Shirahoshi. Shirahoshi flinched under Hody Jones's gaze. At this moment, a lazy voice drifted in. Yet another fool like Arlong. Ryujiro yawned lazily. Human, don't be so arrogant. This is not the land. It's Fishman Island. Hody Jones's cold eyes stared at Ryujiro. Ryujiro looked at Hody Jones indifferently. And so? Just those little fish behind you. You're just a slightly larger fish. What? The new Fishman pirates officers were infuriated, calling them little fish. Calling Hody a big fish. Humans. Too arrogant. Koen, Carmen, Lucci, take care of these people. Don't hurt the princes. Understood, Captain. The three's enthusiasm surged. Dealing with these small fries was no challenge for them. Don't underestimate us. The new Fishman pirates officers and their subordinates roared in anger. Whoosh 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 whoosh. A strange, ethereal laugh echoed in everyone's ears as a transparent ghost passed through the fishmen's bodies. Hey! What's wrong with you? Seeing the ghost, Ryujiro smiled. The girl has finally returned. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Jinbe sigh. As the ghostly presence passed through the fishmen, many of them lost their will to fight. Hey! What's wrong with you all? Get a grip. The ghostly figure continued to pass through them. I'm wasting air. Hody Jones's face grew increasingly dark. These useless fools. What is that ghostly thing? Creak. Dosen coldly sneered, having sneaked up behind Lucci. Humans are just empty talkers. I'll be taking your head. Swish. Chains were instantly whipped out, but in that moment, Lucci's figure suddenly vanished. A cold voice entered Dosen's ears from behind. Is this all fishmen are capable of? Suddenly, Dosen's eyes contracted. He tried to distance himself from Lucci, but it was too late. Finger pistol. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The high-speed finger pistols created numerous afterimages, dazzling like a lotus. The power of the finger pistols was no less than ordinary guns, and the torrential assault rendered Dosen unable to resist. Dosen was lifted into the air, unable to land as Lucci unleashed a series of devastating blows. The excruciating pain gradually overwhelmed Dosen's consciousness. Wah! Dosen spat out a mouthful of blood, which dripped onto the ground. Lucci mercilessly delivered another powerful kick, sending Dosen crashing down. Like a comet, Dosen smashed into the ground, debris flying everywhere. Lying amidst the rubble, Dosen was drenched in blood, his eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness. The sight of their fallen leader Dosen caused the fishmen's faces to change drastically, their minds buzzing with shock. A captain just fell like that. Dosen-sama. This can't be happening. Dosen-sama. Get up. Crackle. Suddenly, the roar of lightning erupted, with bolts of lightning like silver dragons wreaking havoc among the fishmen. The power of the lightning was beyond their resistance, tearing their bodies apart. Screams echoed throughout Ryugu Palace, with countless fishmen wailing in agony. Neptune stared in stunned disbelief at the new Fishman pirate state. Is this the strength of the White Demon pirates? Logia Rumble Rumble Fruit, Logia Wind Wind Fruit, and a Rokushiki Master. Each of these individuals might be on par with an admiral. Neptune glanced at Perona, floating in midair. Was this girl also a devil fruit user? Those ghosts must be her power. An interesting ability that saps willpower. Seeing the situation, Hody Jones roared, "Take the energy steroid." The other officers pulled out capsule-like pills from their pockets and swallowed them. Instantly, the malice in their eyes intensified. Their internal power rapidly surged, and their combat abilities were elevated to a new level. Energy steroid greatly enhances physical functions in a short period. After consuming a certain amount, it causes a severe mutation, granting immense strength at the cost of burning one's life. It's essentially overdrawing one's vitality for immense power. Hody Jones grabbed a large handful of energy steroid from his pocket and swallowed dozens of them. Seeing this, the three princes who had been rescued earlier were horrified. They cried out in shock, "Has Hody gone mad? Taking so many energy steroids will result in irreparable side effects." Indeed, at that moment, Hody's aura surged several times over, and his hair began turning white. Ah. Jinbi sighed. Hody had been led down the wrong path by Arlong and couldn't turn back now. Boom. In an instant, Hody Jones dove down like a sharp arrow, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he targeted Ryujiro. Is the target me? Ryujiro exhaled a breath of stale air. Even without chanting, Ryujiro's Kido power was unaffected, as he had reached another dimension. Brilliant beams of light, containing terrifying energy, shot forth. In that moment, Hody Jones's face changed abruptly. He must have sensed the impending threat of death. What is this light? What is this thing? There was no time for Hody Jones to react. The attack, distorting space, had already reached Hody Jones. He tried to block it with his hands. Naive. With Ryujiro's words falling. Rumble. The void trembled, and the entire Fishman Island seemed to suffer a tremendous impact. The dazzling explosion shot up into the sky, and the terrifying shockwaves were overwhelming. The remaining fishmen were instantly blown away, the intense heat turning the area into a fiery sea. Swish swish swish. The three figures returned to Ryujiro's side. Their brows twitched for a moment before relaxing. At this point, nothing their captain did would surprise them. Nearby, Rayleigh opened his mouth, staring at the still dissipating flames, waves of astonishment in his heart. Such power. This guy has displayed another new ability. Incredible. Does this guy have hundreds of abilities? This is definitely not a devil fruit power. Rayleigh even wondered if they were ancient beings who had recently awakened from a long slumber. As the flames gradually dissipated, there was nothing left of Hody Jones. Under such explosive force, Hody Jones had no chance of survival. Several new Fishman Pirates officers also lay dead in pools of blood. It was undoubtedly a massacre, a slaughter without any suspense. With only a third of the fishmen remaining, their morale had completely collapsed. They had lost all will to fight. With the officers and Hody Jones dead, the new Fishman Pirates threw down their weapons and knelt in surrender. The Ryugu Palace guards took them all into custody. Ryujiro-san, do all humans possess such powerful abilities like yours? Shirahoshi asked curiously. Ryujiro looked at Shirahoshi and replied calmly, few are as strong as them on the seas. The powers of lightning and wind are due to their devil fruits. And you? Are you a devil fruit user too? Shirahoshi continued to inquire. Neptune broke out in a cold sweat, growing even more anxious. My daughter, please don't ask any more. As for me? Of course not. All my abilities come from my own power. Chapter 228, Assassination. The storm surrounding the new Fishman Pirates had completely subsided. The fishmen imprisoned in the cells awaited the royal court's judgment. After the incident, King Neptune specially held another banquet to express his gratitude to Ryujiro and his crew. Jinbi gazed deeply at Ryujiro. The so-called White Demon didn't seem as terrifying as the legend suggested in daily life. So far, Ryujiro appeared to have a good temperament, but Jinbi knew that if someone provoked him, the consequences would likely be catastrophic. After spending several days on Fishman Island, Ryujiro and his crew were ready to head into the New World. With the influence of the White Demon Pirates, their entry into the New World would surely stir up a storm. The world's eyes were focused on them, wondering which of the four Emperor's pirate crews would be the first to fall at the hands of the White Demon Pirates. After purchasing enough supplies, Ryujiro and his crew prepared to leave. Shirahoshi gazed at Ryujiro with reluctance. She was full of anticipation for the power that Ryujiro had mentioned. In fact, Shirahoshi had even expressed her desire to travel with the White Demon Pirates to the New World, but Ryujiro declined. Though the Arc Maxim was large enough, Shirahoshi's enormous size would draw too much attention. More importantly, her unique abilities posed a danger. If her identity as an ancient weapon, Poseidon, were exposed, it could bring disaster upon Fishman Island. At Mary Geos, the holy land of the celestial dragons. A celestial dragon, wearing a square-shaped helmet, was walking with his slaves. Beneath him was a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 1,000,000,000 berries, treated as nothing more than a mount, beaten continuously by the celestial dragon's whip. To the celestial dragon, even a pirate worth over 1,000,000,000 berries was nothing but another slave. St. Charles, here's the latest list of slaves. Please take a look. The sycophantic servant handed over a list. St. Charles, with his head held high, glanced at the list and pointed at a few names. Feed these to the dogs. Keep the rest for now. And make sure to tame them properly this time. I don't want another incident like last time. Hearing Charles Saint's icy voice, the servant shivered in fear. Why yes, my lord. I understand. At that moment, a woman with orange hair, a gaping hole in her abdomen, hovered above Charles Saint, her eyes coldly fixed on him. Is this a celestial dragon? They're all trash. Her eyes gleamed with disgust. As spiritual pressure gathered, a flash of purple light illuminated the area. St. Charles frowned as the purple glow flickered before his eyes, forcing him to open them wide. When he looked up and saw the woman in the sky, death descended upon him. In an instant, a fearsome siro burst forth from the spiritual pressure, shooting straight at St. Charles' chest. In that brief moment, his eyes widened, staring in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest. As his consciousness faded, he couldn't believe that someone dared to openly kill a celestial dragon in the Holy Land. St. Charles. The servant's mind went blank. His face turned pale as paper, drained of all color. A celestial dragon. A celestial dragon had been killed. And not just anywhere, but in the Holy Land. When the servant looked back toward the sky, the woman was gone. Suddenly, the pirate who had been crawling on the ground glared viciously at the servant. With one swift motion, his rough hand grabbed the servant's head. With a forceful squeeze, blood gushed from the servant's orifices, and his eyes bulged as he was crushed to death. Before long, news of the assassination of a celestial dragon in the Holy Land sent shockwaves throughout the world. No one could believe that someone had dared to assassinate a celestial dragon in Mary Geos. Who could be so bold? This was a celestial dragon, killed in the Holy Land, no less. The pressure on the 5 elders was unprecedented, as the celestial dragons pushed them relentlessly for answers. If it weren't for that one powerful figure, these celestial dragons would be nothing but useless garbage. What do you think of this group calling themselves the Espada? It said they can assassinate anyone as long as the price is right. The elder with the mustache spoke solemnly. The white demon pirates were already causing enough trouble for the world government, and now this Espada assassination group appeared. The fact that they only accepted payment in devil fruits made their motives all the more mysterious. The reason the world government hadn't taken action against the white demon pirates was partly because they had entered the New World. Neither the government nor the navy wanted to enter the territory of the 4 emperors so openly. They hoped the white demon pirates would eliminate one of the 4 emperors' crews for them. From the looks of it, the white demon pirates were a reckless bunch, unafraid of consequences. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to kill a celestial dragon. Deploy CP-0 to investigate the whereabouts of this Espada group. Once they're found, eliminate them immediately. We cannot allow another power to rise to the same level as the white demon pirates. The Navy's reputation is already on the brink after the last war. Pirate attacks on naval branches are increasing. I've already sent CP agents to assist them. We've lost Kizaru, and the global conscription plan can't wait any longer. The Pika Pika no Mi must be found soon, it cannot fall into the hands of pirates. By the way, what do you think of Sengoku's proposal? The elder with glasses spoke in a low voice. The other 4 exchanged glances, their faces dark and murderous. The sinful bloodline must not be allowed to continue. Sengoku's plan is feasible. If it succeeds, it will be a chance for both the government and the navy to restore their dignity. Then let's prepare. No one could have imagined that the evil bloodline of the Pirate King still existed, and had even become a renowned pirate. Porgas D. Ace, 2nd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist. As hail pelted down and lightning flashed, Ryujiro and his crew entered the New World. The weather in the New World was strange and unpredictable, but fortunately, neither hail nor rain could touch the deck of the Ark Maxim. In the distance, the sounds of battle rang out. Lucci was fighting a pirate crew that had just entered the New World. Unfamiliar with the territory, the crew had suffered heavy losses and, in their desperation, foolishly sought trouble with Ryujiro's crew. By the time the pirate captain tried to beg for mercy, it was too late. Ryujiro had no intention of letting Lucci hold back. A hum echoed across the deck as a void portal opened, and a familiar figure stepped out. Ryujiro glanced at the figure indifferently before calling out to Rayleigh. Rayleigh. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, Shiki's Return. Rayleigh, who had been leafing through a book, raised his head as a sharp sword light came straight at him. He quickly drew his own sword, and the clashing sound of blades echoed powerfully across the deck. An invisible shockwave rippled through the air, making Rayleigh's pupils constrict in disbelief as he gazed at the figure in front of him. Shiki. It's really you. Ha ha ha. Rayleigh, your strength has waned. It seems even you cannot escape the ravages of time. Shiki's hearty laughter echoed across the deck. Rayleigh gave a helpless smile and said, time takes its toll on everyone. I've lived long enough to be content. Ha, no one can escape time, Shiki remarked disdainfully. It was only then that Rayleigh noticed something unusual about Shiki's appearance. Not only had he grown younger, but there was a sinister piece of white bone at the corner of his mouth. Shiki, what's going on with you? Rayleigh asked, his brow furrowed. He felt something off about Shiki's aura. There was an odd pressure, as if it was directly affecting his soul. This is the power bestowed upon me by Ryujiro. I have transcended the frailty of a human body, Shiki declared. Now, I possess nearly eternal life. What? Rayleigh's eyes widened in shock. Eternal life? How could that be possible? To his knowledge, the only way to obtain eternal life was through the Op no Mi's immortality surgery. Rayleigh, you don't understand Ryujiro's power. He is the one true god in this world. A god, huh? Rayleigh pondered. From what he had seen so far, those bizarre techniques did indeed have a certain divine quality. But could there truly be a god in this world? Rayleigh wasn't so sure. Did Ryujiro offer you such power as well? Shiki asked with confusion. Logically, if Rayleigh had transformed into a hollow like him, his strength would be no less than his own. He did. I just chose not to accept it, Rayleigh replied calmly. Why not? Don't you want to live forever? Shiki couldn't understand Rayleigh's refusal. In his eyes, no one could turn down eternal life. Eternal life is tempting, sure, Rayleigh said. But my life is nearing its end, and I see no need to drag it out further. Following the captain was my last great adventure. As he spoke, memories of his first meeting with Roger surfaced in Rayleigh's mind. His encounter with Ryujiro had indeed reminded him of those good old days from his youth. TCH. Stubborn old fool, Shiki snorted in contempt. Rayleigh merely chuckled softly, letting Shiki's words slide. At that moment, Lucci returned to the ship, his body soaked in blood, the thick stench of it filling the deck. Frowning, Ryujiro glanced at Lucci and said, clean up. Don't dirty the deck. Lucci nodded in acknowledgement. Since entering the New World, they had encountered and fought many pirate crews. The pirates of the New World were far stronger than those of the first half of the Grand Line. But to Lucci and the others, these battles merely required a bit more effort. Meanwhile, Perona was the most relaxed of them all, given her Horo no Mi powers. Even pirates capable of using haki couldn't touch her spirit form. Unless they attacked her physical body, there was nothing they could do to harm her. As Perona patrolled the skies, scouting for any pirate ships nearby, she spotted a shadowy outline of a ship in the fog ahead. Huh. Is that? A pirate ship with the head of a mammoth was slowly making its way toward the Ark Maxim. On board, the massive figure of Jack the Drought stood at the bow, staring into the distance. Recently, one of their squads had been wiped out. Those men served under the Beast's pirates. Someone had dared to make a move against them. Captain Jack. We've spotted a target ahead. Looks like a little girl. A little girl. Jack snatched the spyglass from one of his subordinates. As he looked through it, he caught a glimpse of a retreating figure. A devil fruit user, perhaps. Captain Jack, that woman looks familiar, one of the pirates noted. I have the same feeling. Bring me the bounty posters. Soon, a subordinate returned with a stack of bounty posters from the ship's hold. Jack flipped through them quickly until his eyes landed on one in particular. Ghost Princess Perona. Bounty, 180 million. Affiliation, White Demon Pirates. It's them after all, Jack muttered. Another pirate came running up, panting heavily. Captain Jack. We're about to cross paths with the White Demon Pirates. What? The White Demon Pirates? The faces of the crew paled in fear. Could the recent destruction of their squad have been caused by the White Demon Pirates? Gasp. The pirates collectively shuddered. Captain Jack, should we turn around? One pirate asked nervously. Bang. Jack slammed his fist down on the deck, his eyes filled with fury. Idiot. Who do you think I am? Bring the ship closer. Yes, Captain Jack. Captain. There's a pirate ship approaching. Perona called out after returning to the Ark Maxim. Handle it yourselves, Ryujiro replied lazily, already deep in another mental battle with Gojo. Seriously? Kuin squinted toward the approaching ship and then froze in shock. That flag. It was the Beast's pirates' flag. Was this because of their destroyed squad? They were facing quite the formidable pirate crew. Kuin glanced at Ryujiro, then let out a helpless sigh. Well, it seems like Jack the Drought will be left to them. Given their current strength and influence, none of the Yonko crews would want to directly clash with the White Demon Pirates. Jack was either incredibly bold or incredibly foolish. The thought of finally clashing with a Yonko crew made Kuin's eyes light up with excitement. They were about to face the Beast's Pirates All-Stars. The two pirate ships finally met, and Jack the Drought, his eyes brimming with hostility, glared at the crew standing on deck. White Demon Pirates. Are you looking to become enemies of the Beast's Pirates? Chapter 230, Rayleigh's Power. The Yonko pirate crews were all proud and arrogant, even though the White Demon Pirates have made a significant name for themselves. In Jack's view, the White Demon Pirates are still trying to establish themselves in the new world and wouldn't dare to challenge a Yonko crew. Of course, Jack's confidence in his own strength was paramount. Drought Jack. Are all the pirates under Kaido's command just mindless beasts? Kuin said with some resignation. Boom. In an instant, lightning flashed across the sky, and the moment the lightning illuminated the scene, Jack's grim expression became clear. You brat, you're dead. Jack's anger flared like a volcano ready to erupt. Captain Jack. The pirates under Jack grew anxious. While Jack was powerful, his overconfidence was matched only by his lack of intelligence, making him somewhat foolish. Of course, they only dared to mutter these complaints privately and did not dare to openly criticize Jack. I suppose I should stretch my muscles a bit. Kuin, are you not worried about clashing directly with a Yonko crew? Rayleigh suddenly appeared in front of Jack and his pirates. Jack wore a cruel smile. You old men dare to join the fun. Captain Jack. That person is. The pirates recognized Rayleigh, their speech faltering. Damn it. Stop wasting my time. Tell me who this person is. Jack exuded a suffocating pressure, causing the nearby pirates to catch their breath, feeling a chill at the sight of Jack's bloodshot eyes. Silver's Rayleigh. That guy was the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship, the Dark King Rayleigh. What? Dark King Rayleigh. Those unfamiliar with the ship were dumbfounded. The vice captain of the Pirate King's ship was a legendary figure. Jack's eyes narrowed, but he showed no sign of fear. What of Dark King Rayleigh? I am Drought Jack. Just an old relic from the past. Let me see if the Pirate King's vice captain is truly as formidable as they say. Boom boom boom. The battle was about to commence, and the sounds of cannon fire echoed across the sea. At the same time, Rayleigh's gaze hardened, and his overwhelming Conqueror's Haki erupted, crashing into Jack and his pirates. Conqueror's Haki. Most of Jack's pirates were unable to withstand the impact and fainted, with only a few elite pirates barely holding on to their senses. Oh! Oldman Rayleigh is making a move. Tisk, TSK. Those who don't respect their elders. Even though old Rayleigh is past his prime, he's still a legendary figure. He could still contend with a marine admiral. Kuin mocked Drought Jack. At this moment, Lucci, who had emerged from the cabin, was stunned by the sudden battle. In just the time it took to take a bath, another pirate crew had arrived. And from the looks of it, it seemed to be one of the calamities of the Beast's pirates. Were they finally going to clash with a Yonko crew? Don't underestimate me. Jack roared suddenly, showing no fear as he faced Rayleigh. He wielded two shuttle swords, their scythe-like blades descending. Boom. The entire ship shook violently from the battle's impact. In the new world, the waves were extremely turbulent, making the ship sway like a seesaw. Rayleigh's body sank slightly, and he frowned. This guy's strength is indeed immense. This monstrous power is worthy of being one of Kaido's calamities. If I were a few years older, I might not be your match. Bang. Rayleigh held his large sword, his arm muscles bulging as he unleashed a formidable force upward. Jack was suddenly sent flying. Captain Jack. The pirates under Jack cried out in disbelief. In the clash of strength, Jack had lost. Is this the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship? Even in his old age, he still matches up to the legends. Dark King Rayleigh truly lives up to his name. In reality, Rayleigh's strength was still formidable and didn't diminish much from his peak, though age had affected his stamina and ability to engage in prolonged battles. As Jack fell, the entire ship seemed to experience an earthquake, and the sea was once again stirred into a frothy frenzy. Jack shook his head and glared at Rayleigh with a dark look. You old bastard have some skills. As he spoke, Jack's body began to transform, visibly changing into a massive mammoth. Elephant fruit, ancient Zoan model. Roar. Jack, transformed into a mammoth, roared, creating a windstorm as powerful as a hurricane. Rayleigh appeared even more diminutive in front of Jack now. Youngsters these days are truly terrifying. Rayleigh pushed up his glasses, an uncommon hint of excitement in his eyes. It had been many years since he last fought, and now he felt the same fiery excitement he had in his youth. Boom. Jack swung his massive trunk, the powerful wind pressure demonstrating the terrifying strength contained within. Captain Jack. The pirates under Jack were horrified, fearing that Jack would destroy their ship with a single blow. Armament hockey. Hardening. Boom. The collision between the giant trunk and the blade created brilliant sparks, and the Conqueror's hockey manifested as black lightning, making the sea even more turbulent and violent. Creak, crack. The shock waves from the clash rippled, and the ship could not withstand such terrifying power. Cracks like spider webs spread across the ship, growing larger. Roar. Jack roared again, using all his strength to try and throw Rayleigh off. Yet despite his efforts, he still couldn't injure Rayleigh. In the midst of the chaos, a brilliant flash of blade light soared. Slash. Bright red blood sprayed, and a massive wound appeared on Jack's trunk, staining the deck a vivid red. In terms of hockey mastery, Rayleigh was undoubtedly one of the rare top-tier figures in the world. Boom. Another kick from Rayleigh shattered one of Jack's massive tusks. Captain Jack. Jack's pirates were in shock, witnessing their captain being so brutally beaten. This is the power of Dark King Rayleigh. Rayleigh held back. If he had wanted to kill Jack, that last blow would have been fatal. Creak, crack. The ship rocked violently, and the entire hull rapidly collapsed. The deck caved in, and the pirates aboard looked on in terror. At this moment, Jack had reverted to his human form, but due to severe injuries and blood loss, he was completely drained. Boom boom boom. Under Ryujiro and his crew's watchful eyes, Jack and his pirates fell into the sea. Chapter 231, Navy's Plan. Jack is a devil fruit user. Falling into the sea would be a death sentence for him, Kuin said slowly. At that moment, a cold voice reached Kuin's ears. Ryujiro had just returned to reality from the mental space, sweat covering his forehead. It was clear he had just had an intense battle with Gojo Satoru in the mental realm. Jack isn't so easily killed. He's a devil fruit user, true, but he's also a fishman. He just can't swim in the sea. Huh. Everyone was stunned. Jack, the Drought Jack, is a fishman. He must have eaten the elephant fruit. It's unusual for a fishman to have an animal-type devil fruit power. It's indeed quite peculiar. Ryujiro stood up, gazing at the sinking position of Jack's ship. His cursed energy surged, and a red light gathered at his fingertips. Curse technique reversal, red. Whoosh. In an instant, the sea surged and roiled. The blinding red light covered the sea, extending thousands of meters. The massive waves of the ocean turned into a devouring primordial beast. The entire sea was split by Ryujiro's technique, creating a path ahead. The water poured in like a waterfall to fill the gap. Despite the raging waves, the Ark Maxim remained unaffected, sailing as smoothly as if on calm seas. This. The people on the deck were in shock, their minds blank as they watched the sea continue to pour in. Everyone was awestruck by Ryujiro's power. Especially Rayleigh, who was now fully aware of Ryujiro's strength, realizing that this wasn't even Ryujiro's full power. This kid is terrifying. Such power isn't something a human should possess. Even a Logia devil fruit user couldn't be this terrifying. Under this destructive energy, Jack's regenerative abilities and his powerful physique were rendered useless. He was reduced to nothing. It was inevitable that the Yonko's pirate crews would clash eventually. If they were going to do it, they had to do it thoroughly. Furthermore, the system had issued a task. It was the first task ever issued by the system. Task objective: overthrow the world government and reform the pirate world. Task reward: interdimensional gate. This gate can form a spatial tunnel between the pirate world and the ninja world, allowing free travel between the two worlds. The interdimensional gate. Ryujiro was interested. Connecting the two worlds would be beneficial for both him and Hinata. Overthrowing the world government was just a thought for Ryujiro. He was waiting for an opportunity. While it might seem that overthrowing the world government would complete the task, this world would undoubtedly fall into chaos afterward. The task also required reforming the pirate world, which meant stabilizing the order in the pirate world before the task was considered complete. Maybe he should make contact with the Revolutionary Army. Soon, news spread across the new world that Jack had met his end at the hands of the White Demon Pirates. No one expected the White Demon Pirates to act so decisively, not even giving the Beast's pirates a chance to talk. Kaido had announced that he would avenge Jack and annihilate the White Demon Pirates. Each of the Yonko was a king of the seas. They don't fear anyone because of their strength. The new world was buzzing with anticipation, knowing that a war was imminent, an unprecedented war. Would the White Demon Pirates be destroyed by the Beast's pirates, or would the White Demon Pirates make history by defeating a Yonko crew? Everyone in the sea eagerly awaited the outcome. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard was reading a newspaper in silence. Rayleigh had actually boarded the White Demon Pirates' ship. Would Rayleigh board other ships as well? Rayleigh appearing on the White Demon Pirates ship surprised Whitebeard. The White Demon Pirates are indeed relentless, causing a stir wherever they go, Marco said gravely. Vista sighed deeply. War is about to break out. Are the White Demon Pirates a bunch of lunatics? What's more critical is that the Pirate King's first mate has appeared on the White Demon Pirates ship. White Demon is known to be a great swordsman, but he rarely seems to use swordsmanship. With his numerous abilities, how did he reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship? This puzzled Vista. It's difficult to reach the peak of swordsmanship without specializing in it, yet Ryujiro managed to do so. Is it really about talent? Everyone on the sea was focused on the movements of the White Demon Pirates. At that moment, the news bird in the sky delivered another newspaper. Why are coups acting so strangely today? Marco picked up the newspaper from the ground, and his expression changed dramatically. Pops! Marco shouted, his face pale and angry. What's wrong with Marco? Vista asked, confused. Marco's voice trembled as he said, Ace. Ace has been captured by the Navy. The Navy is going to execute Ace publicly in a week. In an instant, the Moby Dick fell into dead silence. Whitebeard's face darkened, and he gripped his sword, a terrifying wave of energy radiating outward. Gurararara. The Navy is coming on strong. My sons, we will rescue Ace from Marine headquarters. The division commanders of the Whitebeard Pirates roared with anger. For the Whitebeard Pirates, every M-King is family, and they all call Whitebeard Pops. They couldn't allow the Navy to treat their family so recklessly. The Marines. Are they ready to face Whitebeard's wrath? At the Marine headquarters, Sengoku frowned deeply. Is it really all right for us to do this? Tsuru's face was also serious as she said, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The conflict between the White Demon Pirates and the Beast's Pirates is unavoidable. If both of these Yonko crews are destroyed, the new world will fall into great chaos. At that point, the Navy can use the opportunity to infiltrate and gradually influence the situation in the new world. The destruction of 2 Yonko crews. It's something that no one in the sea dares to imagine. Regardless of the outcome between the White Demon Pirates and the Beast's Pirates, it will be beneficial for us, the Navy. Sengoku pondered briefly and nodded seriously at Tsuru. He immediately issued orders for the Navy to prepare to confront the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 232, Battle erupts. The world's attention was fixed on the New World, where a clash between the Yonko and the Fifth Emperor was unfolding. Both pirate crews were feared and renowned. Despite the terrifying track record of the White Demon Pirates, many still doubted their chances. The White Demon Pirates had only just entered the New World and couldn't yet rival the entrenched power of the Beast's Pirates. The Beast's Pirates, known for their Zoan Devil Fruit users, had Kaido, who was hailed as the world's strongest creature. The New World was about to face an unprecedented storm, but not everyone's attention was on the New World. The Navy's actions also drew significant interest. Fire Fist Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates and one of the Yonko, was scheduled to be executed by the Navy. The entire sea felt an unprecedented pressure. The outcome of these 2 wars would determine the future of the seas. The weather in the New World was as harsh as ever, storms, thunder, and rain. The Marines, world government's intelligence agencies, other Yonko spies, and Morgan's employees gathered near an island. The White Demon Pirates remained calm, showing no signs of tension. The live broadcast shocked many viewers around the world. How could the White Demon Pirates be so nonchalant? Was the White Demon confident of an easy victory? The Beast's Pirates stared coldly at Ryujiro and his crew. Today, they were determined to annihilate the White Demon Pirates to avenge Jack and show the world that the Yonko were invincible. Leave everyone other than Kaido to me, Ryujiro said. Yes, Captain. Crackle. In a flash of dazzling lightning, Kuin transformed into a terrifying lightning spear and darted through the Beast's Pirates' fleet. Boom boom boom. The power of lightning ravaged the sea, and the pirate ships in the rear couldn't withstand such terrifying electricity. The fleet was quickly shattered. The sight of several Beast's Pirates' ships being destroyed in an instant left many gasping in shock. The Rumble fruit was indeed terrifying, one of the strongest Logia fruits. Screech. A sharp cry rang out as the flame-covered king, in the form of a pteranodon, swept towards Kuin. King was formidable, and Kuin's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a serious expression. Bang bang bang. Rumble. In an instant, Kuin and King were locked in fierce combat, their battle creating terrifying shockwaves that made it feel as if they were carrying a massive weight. Kuin against King. Lucci against Queen. Perona disrupted the Beast's Pirates' morale. Kuin's abilities were particularly effective, with the harsh weather of the New World enhancing his destructive tornadoes and lightning to devastate the Beast's Pirates' fleet. Many were stunned by Carmen's terrifying power. The 2 users of the most powerful devil fruits of the White Demon Pirates seemed to rival even the admirals in strength. Their rapid growth was astonishing. They had underestimated the strength of the White Demon Pirates' other members. White Demon. With a deafening roar, the sky was lit by endless lightning. A large and small figure stood on a nearby island, where fierce winds and dust swirled. Kaido and Ryujiro's gazes locked. Everyone watching felt a wave of pressure just from observing them. How would this battle turn out? Boom. Two irresistible auras erupted. The extreme conquerors' haki clashed, causing a terrifying shockwave that instantly cratered the ground. The surrounding rocks couldn't withstand the residual waves of conquerors' haki, cracking and exploding. Crackle crackle. Boom boom boom. Black lightning flashed as the dark clouds, stirred by the conquerors' haki of the two combatants, began to form a vortex. The onlookers were astonished. White Demon, today your White Demon Pirates will be destroyed. Kaido's massive form towered over Ryujiro, making Ryujiro seem tiny in comparison. Ryujiro smiled faintly, is that so? We'll have to see if your beast's pirates have the strength for it. Don't worry, I'll tear you apart and avenge that waste jack. As Kaido's voice fell, he raised his kanabo, enveloped in terrifying haki. The seemingly ordinary attack brought a suffocating pressure. The so-called immortal Kaido, could he truly survive White Demon's onslaught? Boom boom boom. A thunderous roar shook the earth, creating an earthquake-like tremor. The immense force generated roaring waves and towering tsunamis. What's happening to the White Demon? The world's gaze was fixed on the dust-covered area. Even White Demon might be injured by a Yonko's direct attack. What is this? Brat, my attack clearly hit you. Kaido, with a grim expression, stared at the small figure in the crater. Hee, what you hit was merely the infinite space between us. Ryujiro brushed off the dust and looked at Kaido calmly. Go all out, or you won't have a chance. Because when I make my move, you'll die. Kaido paused for a moment, then burst into a sinister laugh, his eyes reflecting admiration for Ryujiro. This brat is to my taste. Since that's the case, I won't hold back. Try and kill me if you can. Roar. A dragon's roar shook the world as Kaido transformed into a colossal dragon, soaring into the sky, his gaze fixed menacingly on Ryujiro below. Chapter 233, Kaido's Shock. Fish Fruit, Model, Azure Dragon. The sight of Kaido transforming into a majestic dragon left countless people in stunned silence. Kuin, who had been fighting King, stopped and gazed at Kaido's dragon form with wide eyes. Kaido is actually a dragon. No wonder he has such insane recovery abilities. In fact, the other Yonko were well aware of Kaido's powers, but those who didn't know were pirates newly arrived in the new world. Kaido's immense dragon eyes bore down on Ryujiro below, as a stream of scorching flames began to seep from his mouth, brimming with terrifying energy ready to erupt. Bolo breath. A terrifying dragon's breath exploded, scorching the sky like a blazing laser, with destructive power capable of vaporizing an entire mountain. As the temperature soared, Ryujiro faced the intense dragon breath with slightly narrowed eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, Ryujiro was enveloped in the divine feather robe, his aura becoming deeper and more imposing. Even a sliver of his released energy made one's soul tremble. Holding the black staff, Ryujiro's eyes, reminiscent of the starry sky, shone with an unusual light. Here you go. In an instant, it was as if Ryujiro's surroundings had frozen, and the dragon breath abruptly halted. With a flick of his left hand, Ryujiro's gesture sent the dragon breath rebounding towards Kaido. How is that possible? Kaido, in his dragon form, squinted in disbelief. He hardened his entire body with armament haki, his dark dragon scales clinging tightly like iron armor. The Bolo breath had to go through a charging process, making it impossible for Kaido to dodge in his massive dragon form. Boom. The scorching breath erupted, spreading waves of heat. The lightning flash dark clouds above were instantly blown away, revealing a patch of brightness in the dark sky. Kaido, how are you? The Navy, world government, and Morgan's reporters watched in shock as Kaido was hit by his own attack. The experience couldn't have been pleasant. Who? The fierce wind howled as Kaido took a deep breath and exhaled, the gusts nearly disorienting. Kaido seemed unharmed, but his expression was grim. For the first time ever, he had been hit by his own attack. The brat's ability, was it not a devil fruit power? That was troublesome. If not for the lightning strike weakening the Bolo breath at the last moment, Kaido would have suffered more. Kaido, covered in armament haki, swung his massive kanabo downward, surrounding it with conqueror's haki. The club was surrounded by menacing lightning. Raimai hack. The entire island trembled as the black lightning obliterated everything around, creating terrifying shockwaves that left deep rifts on the ground. No one could withstand a Yonko's full-strength attack. Boom boom boom. The shockwaves spread, creating giant waves in the sea, causing cracks to expand as if the island was about to collapse. Could White Demon endure such a heavy blow? Ah! Kaido roared again, his muscles quivering, veins like dragon scales visible. It was clear that even an admiral would struggle to withstand this blow. Crack, crack. At that moment, a crisp cracking sound reached Kaido's ears. Kaido's usually expressionless face showed a flicker of fear. His kanabo was cracking. Boom. Suddenly, Kaido's kanabo shattered. In front of the world and countless witnesses, Kaido was sent flying, spinning through the air. Immediately, a towering figure appeared beside Kaido, Ryujiro, his gaze deep, with a hand glowing with terrifying energy. This was a fusion of several powers into one, capable of destroying everything. At this moment, Ryujiro unleashed a world-shaking attack. A single strike. As the dazzling black light flared, the dark clouds above were instantly dispersed, and the once dark sea was gradually bathed in sunlight. Boom. Kaido's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out. The energy within him shattered his internal organs, tearing apart his insides. Puffed. Kaido coughed up blood, his body flying like a comet, breaking the sound barrier with a piercing noise. The scene plunged the entire world into silence. What did they just see? Kaido bled. Just one strike from Ryujiro had made the strongest creature in the world, one of the Yonko, bleed. The Navy and World Government CP0 members turned pale, their bodies trembling violently. Could White Demon's strength really surpass a Yonko's? Such a thing was inconceivable. Kaido could not possibly be defeated in one blow. Kaido-sama. King looked on in disbelief as Kaido was sent flying. How could this happen? Kaido-sama was injured. Was White Demon's strength really that terrifying? Daring to be distracted while fighting me. 100 million volts, thunder spear. Crackle. The gathered lightning turned into a sharp thunder spear, radiating an intimidating light. Suddenly, King's eyes widened in horror as he realized the danger too late. Puffed. Wow. The thunder spear pierced King's chest, causing him to vomit blood, his face contorted in agony. With this sight, everyone understood, the beast's pirates were finished. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, Yonko's Fall. The sounds of battle and wails abruptly ceased. King stared in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, his life force dwindling as the lightning's power destroyed the last of his vitality. Damn it. King gritted his teeth, blood continuing to spill from his mouth. The world's eyes were focused on this climactic battle. Was the beast's pirates about to face a devastating defeat? Crackle. Lightning transformed into a silver dragon, raging over Kuin, delivering another fierce surge of electricity. King let out a tormented scream. The chilling scream sent shivers through everyone who heard it. Especially the beast's pirates. Upon seeing King's chest pierced, their faces were filled with disbelief and terror. The beast's pirates had never experienced such a brutal situation. Is this the end? Kuin stared coldly at Ember. King's final gaze was filled with unwillingness before he lost consciousness and fell from the sky. King-sama. The beast's pirates and King's subordinates cried out in horror. At the same time, a fat figure was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the beast's pirate's ship. The crew, trembling, looked at Queen, covered in blood and seemingly unconscious. Queen-sama. Numerous voices trembled as they looked at Queen and King lying in pools of blood. Seeing this, everyone realized, the beast's pirates had no chance of victory. Now, it was time to see Kaido's condition. One strike alone shouldn't be enough to kill Kaido. If the world's strongest creature was defeated by a single attack, then White Demon's power must be truly terrifying. Kaido's enormous form crashed into another island, coming to a stop. Ryujiro, who could traverse space in an instant, appeared by Kaido's side. At this moment, Kaido looked as if he had been bathed in a pool of blood. It was unimaginable for a Yonko as powerful as Kaido to be in such a dire state. Cough cough. Kaido's aura was diminished, his presence weakened. Even coughing brought forth blood. I never expected to encounter a monster like you on the sea. You're the first to wound me like this. So, this is what death feels like. Kaido's voice was weak, his life force gradually ebbing away. The vicious energy continued to destroy his vitality. Even Kaido's formidable constitution could not reverse his fate. Is death a luxury for you? Ryujiro said indifferently. Death. Kaido gazed at the seagulls drifting across the sky, lost in thought. I yearn for death. I've grown tired of this world. I've attempted suicide and been executed by the Navy. But those fools' methods were useless against me. I despaired, gathering strength to destroy this world I loathe. It seems my wish has been fulfilled. Death is indeed a curious sensation. Kaido slowly closed his eyes, his head tilting as he ceased to breathe. At that moment, the devil fruit Ryujiro had taken from his backpack began to change. Kaido's fruit. Ryujiro observed the devil fruit and contemplated for a moment. He took a bite. Suddenly, Ryujiro's expression twisted. Two distinct powers flowed within Ryujiro, and in an instant, one of the powers was blocked by the Hogyoku, not absorbed but erased by it. I've gained the ability now. Ryujiro soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal dragon, far larger than Kaido. Riding the clouds and commanding thunder, he surveyed the entire sea. His enormous dragon eye surveyed the sea, and in an instant, Ryujiro dived into the ocean. As expected, the erased power was the curse of the devil fruit. Dragon, huh? Ryujiro mused to himself. This power didn't offer much of a boost to Ryujiro. Boom, whoosh. Transformed into a giant dragon, Ryujiro burst from the ocean, soaring through the clouds. When the beast's pirates saw the dragon, their faces lit up with excitement. It's Kaido-sama. Ha ha ha. Kaido-sama is back safely. That white demon must have lost to Kaido-sama. People across the world, watching the giant screen and the dragon, felt a shiver of fear. Had White Demon ultimately been defeated by Kaido's subordinates? Hinata looked up at the dragon in the sky, her expression turning strange. Ryujiro-kun, you truly have a playful side. The dragon form Ryujiro observed the excited beast's pirates and quickly realized. They mistook him for Kaido. A bunch of fools. Ryujiro held his breath, a blazing heat rising in his throat. The scorching flames spilled from his dragon mouth. Bolo breath. Boom. The dazzling flames pierced the heavens, burning half of the sky. The terrifying energy cannon destroyed the beast's pirates' fleet. Everyone's minds went blank. Why was Kaido attacking his own crew? The pirates who had been excited now looked filled with fear and confusion. Why? Why is Kaido-sama attacking us? Ah! Stop it. Captain Kaido. The Navy and CP-0 watched in stunned silence as the sea burned with flames. What was happening? Why was Kaido attacking his own fleet? Had White Demon somehow damaged Kaido's mind? Lucci and Kuin watched the dragon in the sky with slight smiles. So it was their captain. It seemed the captain had acquired Kaido's powers. No wonder he did what others couldn't even imagine. With Kaido's abilities now in their captain's hands, Kaido's fate was sealed. After destroying most of the beast's pirates' fleet, Ryujiro returned to human form, standing above the clouds. The sight. Almost everyone's faces turned pale with shock. Their eyes were filled with horror. It wasn't Kaido. It was White Demon. Ryujiro. The giant dragon was White Demon Ryujiro, not Kaido's power. Gulp. That meant a great disaster had occurred. Yonko Kaido is dead. Chapter 235, Big Mom's Thoughts. After the monumental battle, the entire sea fell into silence. Yonko Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature in the world, had been killed by White Demon. Even more shocking was that White Demon had acquired Kaido's powers. How did he manage that? Did White Demon possess the ability to seize others' devil fruits? Upon hearing this news, the Navy was stunned but felt a sense of relief. Regardless of any devil fruit user, their natural weaknesses were the sea and sea stone. With Ryujiro now a devil fruit user, it meant he had new vulnerabilities. Previously, the Navy had thought defeating Ryujiro was nearly impossible, but now that he was a devil fruit user, they saw a glimmer of hope. Even someone as powerful as Ryujiro couldn't escape the curse of the devil fruit. Yet, there was still a suffocating piece of intel, the fact that Kaido was heavily wounded by a single blow from Ryujiro. Ryujiro's strength had likely surpassed the man known as the strongest in the world. Now, who in the sea could stop the White Demon pirates? People wondered if, after Roger, the world would see the rise of a second great pirate crew. To the public, the White Demon pirates certainly seemed to have that potential. With two Logia-type devil fruit users and a former world government traitor among them, their strength was formidable enough to rival marine admirals. Adding to that, there was the Dark King Rayleigh and the White Demon and the White-Eyed Sorceress. Their strength was as terrifying as an abyss. The sea's landscape had changed because of a single pirate crew. On the Moby Dick, Whitebeard gazed at the sky, marveling. The White Demon pirates had truly accomplished it. Kaido, his old comrade, was well aware of his own strength. The two had not only been old comrades but had once served together on the same pirate crew in the distant past. The White Demon pirates were now akin to the Rocks pirates of old, posing a threat to the world government's position. It wouldn't be long before war would break out in full force. That brat is truly terrifying. Whitebeard was worried about his sons. His Gura Gura no Mi power was formidable, but from the battle between Ryujiro and Kaido, it was clear that Ryujiro's power was in a different dimension. Especially after Ryujiro entered that mysterious state, his presence and demeanor seemed almost godlike. Whitebeard didn't believe in gods. If there were any, the sea wouldn't be in such chaos. What would become of the New World's situation was uncertain, even to those like him. On a certain island, Mihawk and Shanks were gathered, reading the newspaper headlines. Shanks' face showed a hint of seriousness. We can't let White Demon run rampant like this. If he crosses the world government's line, they will use their full power to eradicate all pirates. Shanks understood this well, having had dealings with the world government. Mihawk sipped his red wine and said calmly, "There's no need for you to worry. I have a feeling the world is about to change soon." "Oh. You think the White Demon pirates will change the world?" Shanks looked at Mihawk in surprise. It was unusual for Mihawk to speak on behalf of others. "It's just a gut feeling. You fought Kaido too, so you should know how monstrous Ryujiro's power is. Even Kaido couldn't withstand a single strike from him. His power is on a different level." Mihawk recalled his own fight with Ryujiro. Ryujiro's swordsmanship was from another dimension, something Mihawk had never encountered before. Despite reaching the pinnacle of swordsmanship, breaking through that dimension seemed almost impossible. For that reason, Mihawk had been searching for ways to hone his swordsmanship. "Ah. That's certainly intriguing." Shanks sighed. Aside from the White Demon pirates' upheaval, the Navy had another major task, the execution of Whitebeard's 2nd Division commander, Fire Fist Ace. Was the Navy attempting to regain its lost prestige? They wanted to prove their strength to the world once again. Fire Fist Ace had been defeated by Blackbeard and handed over to the Navy in exchange for a warlord position. Thinking of Blackbeard, Shanks felt a twinge of pain from his scar. That guy was also a dangerous character. On Whole Cake Island, Big Mom, the leader of the Big Mom pirates, pondered. Kaido was killed by that White Demon brat. Was he too careless? Big Mom and Kaido had a relatively good relationship, but it was merely decent. Both were Yonko and had their disagreements. Oven. A man with a flame-like hairstyle and a muscular build like a boxer knelt before Big Mom. "Mama." Charlotte Oven, the 4th son of the Charlotte family, a user of the Heat fruit. "Oven, take some people and invite members of the White Demon pirates to Whole Cake Island. Tell White Demon that I wish to arrange a marriage with him." "Huh." Oven was taken aback. "Mama, White Demon already has a wife, the White-Eyed Sorceress. Won't that offend the White-Eyed Sorceress?" Big Mom's gaze darkened as she looked at Oven. "Who said I want to marry White Demon? The White Demon pirates have other men as well. As long as we arrange a marriage with one of them, the Big Mom pirates and the White Demon pirates will become allies. Then we will control the new world. This task is yours. Make sure to handle it well. If you don't, you know the consequences." Big Mom's cold voice sent a shiver down Oven's spine. "Yes, Mama. I will handle it properly." At that moment, Charlotte Oven felt a sense of dread. Going to the White Demon pirates alone was a daunting task. Those guys were all monsters, and their style was as crazy as it got. They didn't care about the consequences, and Oven felt like he was already halfway to hell. After defeating Kaido, Ryujiro and his crew did not occupy Kaido's territory. Even pirates who came to seek refuge were destroyed by Ryujiro and his crew's cold indifference. These people never understood, if Ryujiro's crew were truly pirates, they would have had a pirate flag from the beginning. In fact, they were never pirates at all. Chapter 236, Monkey D. Dragon. Aya. Screams echoed continuously as the newly arrived pirates in the New World were obliterated by the raging thunder. "Why? White Demon pirates. We just came to join you, why are you attacking us?" Cohen, with a helpless expression, looked at the pirate with a bounty of 380 million with indifference and said, "When did we ever admit to being pirates?" "What?" The pirate's eyes constricted, and his face changed instantly. The White Demon crew were not pirates. How could that be? The Navy and the world government had clearly stated so on the bounties. Wait. At this moment, the pirate noticed something missing on the Arc Maxim. Yes. The pirate flag. In an instant, the pirate felt as if he was suffocating. The White Demon crew were not pirates. Such an absurd notion would be hard to believe even if it spread across the seas. Cohen controlled the thunder, and the dense thunderclouds erupted with brilliant lightning. Enough with the chatter. You'll sink to the bottom of the sea. After all, you're pirates. Dying serves to clean up the trash from this world. Pirates like the Straw Hat Pirates were rare, most pirates were wicked scoundrels. After eliminating this batch of pirates, Cohen returned to the ship. Recently, Ryujiro hadn't been training them but had instead been teaching them political and management knowledge. They were still unclear about Ryujiro's motives behind these lessons. Cohen hesitated before asking, "Ryujiro, why have you been teaching us these things? Are you planning to establish a country?" If their captain truly intended to create a country, it wouldn't be recognized by the world government. After all, they had reached a point of no return with both the Navy and the world government. Ryujiro set aside the book on the history of the world government and looked at the vast ocean. Soon, the order maintained by the world government will cease to exist. This flawed world is about to embrace its proper path. Rayleigh, enjoying the sunshine, turned to look at Ryujiro, his expression turning solemn. At that moment, his heart was unsettled. The implication of Ryujiro's words was clear. Does this kid intend to overthrow the world government? This was not a simple task. The world government's foundation was not as simple as it seemed. Overthrowing it would plunge the seas into complete chaos, with pirates running rampant, committing all manner of atrocities. It required enormous manpower, time, and immense power to suppress the seas. Was this what Ryujiro had always wanted to do? He wasn't interested in Roger's treasure. In fact, Rayleigh knew well what was on that island. The so-called treasure was not valuable to most pirates. Perhaps it was merely useless historical records. The frenzy among pirates over Roger's treasure was simply because it was spoken of by the Pirate King. The Pirate King left everything there, no one could resist the temptation. At that moment, a gust of wind swept across, and a figure appeared on the ship. Arriving uninvited is not a good habit. Ryujiro didn't turn to look but knew who had arrived. A man in a dark green coat, with a fierce-looking red tattoo on his left cheek, smiled and said, "Ryujiro, I apologize for the intrusion." Rayleigh's expression changed slightly. It's him. Revolutionary Dragon, the son of Garp, the most notorious criminal in the world, and the world government's most troublesome enemy. Dragon had been actively working to overthrow the world government and reshape the world, liberating several countries in the process. You monkeys are quite interesting. A marine, a revolutionary, a pirate, and now you come to visit me. Ryujiro said calmly. Haha, Ryujiro, you flatter us. I happen to overhear your recent statements. I wonder what your thoughts are on the current world government. Dragon's tone grew serious as he spoke. What do I think? This world is fundamentally flawed and distorted. The hereditary and monopolistic aristocratic rules should be broken. The celestial dragons residing in Mary Geos do not deserve to live. This world system needs to be abolished. Dragon, the world will change soon. Ryujiro said softly. Dragon was deeply shocked. His eyes widened as he looked at Ryujiro, his breathing quickening. Ryujiro, are you planning to overthrow the world government and completely erase them to rebuild the world order? Since you're here, listen with them. I believe you will find it interesting. Over the next 2 days, Dragon listened to Ryujiro's theories and concepts, gaining deep respect for him. Such revolutionary ideas were in line with the current world's development. Ryujiro, why don't you join the revolutionary army? Be the mentor to all revolutionaries. Your ideas should be known to more people. Dragon extended a warm invitation to Ryujiro. However, Ryujiro shook his head. Dragon, haven't you forgotten what I told you before? Soon this world will be liberated. The revolutionary army only needs to manage the ensuing chaos. Dragon understood but was still worried. The world government's foundation was definitely not as simple as it appeared. It was rumored that one of the 3 ancient weapons, Uranus, was controlled by the world government. The world government, having ruled the world for so long, had numerous hidden strong figures. The former fleet admiral was also in Mary Geos. Once war broke out, it would affect the entire world. Ryujiro, if you are to act, please ensure we are involved. Dragon said with a solemn and serious expression. Ryujiro shook his head again. Dragon, overthrowing the world government is not as difficult as you imagine, at least for me. So, revolutionaries need not worry about it. You should go back. Tomorrow is Ace's execution day, and it's time to conclude this world's chapter. After Dragon left, Ryujiro looked at the azure sky, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The grand performance is about to begin. Chapter 237, Fierce Battle. On this day, people from all around the world watched the big screen, observing Ace kneeling on the execution platform. Garp, standing by, felt his heart being torn apart. Ace was his grandson, but due to his position in the Navy, Garp was powerless to intervene. He could only hope that Whitebeard would successfully rescue Ace. Ace's identity was too special, Sengoku knew this, and given Sengoku's personality, there was no way he would let Ace go. At the highest level, the 4 admirals sat in their positions. Aside from Akainu and Kazan, the other 2 were the recently recruited admirals, Fujitora and Green Bull. Their strength had been unanimously recognized by the Navy, they possessed the power of an admiral. The Navy's 4 admirals. And the 7 warlords of the sea. Would Whitebeard be able to rescue his son from the Navy's grasp and escape successfully? Fire Fist Ace, tell the world who is your father. Sengoku shouted into the microphone. Whitebeard. No. My father is Whitebeard. No one expected that the bloodline of evil still exists in the world. Your father is not Whitebeard. Fire Fist Ace's father is Gold Roger. Everyone watching the live broadcast, including the Navy present, fell into stunned silence upon hearing this shocking news. Is this a lie? The bloodline of the Pirate King. It still continues. That guy actually deceived us all. Fire Fist Ace is Roger's son. People were incredulous, the evil bloodline of the Pirate King still persisted, and Fire Fist Ace could not be allowed to live. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. We haven't detected the Whitebeard Pirates' fleet. Report, Fleet Admiral. There's no sign of the Whitebeard Pirates in the surrounding sea. Sengoku's brows furrowed, a sense of foreboding growing in his heart. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the sea, and Sengoku's face darkened. The Whitebeard Pirates were coming from below. The Whitebeard Pirates, along with their affiliated pirate crews and division commanders, had all appeared. Boom. Boom. A massive water curtain fell in the front, and Moby Dick emerged from the sea. The heavy footsteps echoed like a heartbeat. Whitebeard slowly walked out, grinning. Gururara, Sengoku, is my precious son all right? Whitebeard. Sengoku's expression was more serious than ever. The strongest man in the world, his power capable of destroying the world. Many Marine officers swallowed nervously, feeling a shiver of fear even from a distance, gazing at Whitebeard's imposing figure. The strongest man in the world, I wonder how he compares to Ryujiro. Boa Hancock murmured to herself, watching Whitebeard. Ryujiro was undoubtedly the most powerful, even Whitebeard could not defeat Kaido so easily. The title of the strongest man on the sea had long been claimed by someone else. Pops. Ace looked at his comrades with tears in his eyes, feeling immense guilt. Ace. We've come to get you. The Whitebeard pirates faced the Navy without any fear. They believed in their father and knew he would lead them to rescue Ace. Damn Whitebeard pirates. The Navy gritted their teeth. Despite being at their headquarters, they were faced with the arrogance of the pirates, their morale rising. Is this the allure of that man? Whitebeard clenched his fists, and a milky white transparent aura appeared around his fists. He struck the atmosphere with a punch. Crack, crack. The atmosphere cracked like a glass mirror, and suddenly the entire Marine headquarters began to shake. All the Navy officers felt the disturbance beneath their feet. At the same time, a tsunami capable of engulfing the Marine headquarters surged on both sides, as if it would swallow Marine Ford. Swish. The figure of Kazan, sitting high up, suddenly vanished. He appeared in the middle of the tsunami, his hand creating fine ice shards that slowly froze the tsunami. Ice Age. Admiral Kazan. The Navy officers cheered loudly, their spirits rising as they saw Kazan in action. Ice Brat. Whitebeard snorted coldly, looking displeased at Kazan. Kazan's sides conjured two long spears of ice, flying towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard's lips curled, and he punched the atmosphere again. Cracks spread across the atmosphere. The shockwave from the punch shattered Kazan's spears, causing him to fall into the sea. Kazan then reformed his ice hands, touching the sea surface and gradually freezing it into an icy land. With a solid footing, the division commanders on Whitebeard's ship joined the battle, and the pirates clashed fiercely with the Navy. Gunfire, screams, and blood spilled over the ice. Every war was brutal. Charge. Save Ace. On the execution platform, Ace watched his comrades fight and slaughter the Navy to save him. His body trembled, and tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. Everyone. Smoker, after kicking a pirate away, looked seriously at the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates. Those division commanders are indeed valiant fighters. Hey. Dazbones, stay by my side. Yes. Mr. Smoker. Dazbones pushed up his glasses, watching the 5th Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, who fought with an elegant sword style akin to a waltz. Vista, the flower sword, a powerful swordsman. If he weren't a pirate, Dazbones might have enjoyed discussing swordsmanship with Vista. Damn, the division commanders of the Whitebeard pirates are really strong. Doflamingo, with his conspicuous attire, grinned savagely. At that moment, Mihawk's sharp eyes stared into the distance, his sword's sharp voice resonating through the air. Doflamingo, Boa Hancock, and even the Navy were all astonished, watching Mihawk. Mihawk, the former world's greatest swordsman, was he about to make a move? Gulp. Many Navy personnel swallowed nervously. Sengoku's gaze was grave as he watched Mihawk. Mihawk's action was unexpected, without a doubt, among the 7 warlords, Mihawk was the most powerful. I just want to see how much of a gap there is between me and that man. Mihawk slowly drew his black sword, Yoru, his eyes locked on Whitebeard. His arm slightly raised, he swung his sword. A green slash erupted with immense power, cutting through the ice layer, leaving clear trenches wherever the sword energy passed. An unbeatable slash surged toward Whitebeard. Suddenly, a figure leaped out from Moby Dick. Under everyone's gaze, Jozu intercepted Mihawk's slash, stomping heavily and letting out a deep roar, hurling the slash into the sky. Diamond Jozu. 3rd Division Commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. Indeed, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates were like monsters. As the battle continued, it entered a fever pitch. With the addition of another admiral, the navy appeared to be handling the Yonko pirates more easily, but Sengoku dared not relax his vigilance. At that moment, the previously clear sky suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. Sengoku's face changed drastically upon hearing the thunder. The ominous premonition grew heavier. A shadowy ship appeared among the clouds. Sengoku's eyes contracted sharply. Damn it. How did they get here? Chapter 238, Another Admiral Falls. The enormous Arc Maxim descended from the sky. Green Bull's face changed drastically as he looked from his elevated position. Hey, what's the meaning of this? It was never mentioned that we would have to face 2 Yonko at once, and especially not this one. All the pirates and marines present stopped their actions, their eyes fixed on the Arc Maxim with expressions of shock and disbelief. The White Demon Pirates. How could they be here? Aren't they supposed to be in the New World fighting over Kaido's territory? Fighting over territory? Don't you know? The White Demon Pirates haven't even looked at Kaido's territory. Even those pirate crews that tried to join him were wiped out. Nobody knows what the White Demon Pirates are actually aiming for. The Marine stared in terror at Ryujiro on the deck. His eyes, as deep as an abyss, were chilling. Damn it, how could the White Demon Pirates appear here? Sengoku clenched his fists, his face gravely serious. Winning against 2 Yonko simultaneously was impossible, especially with the formidable White Demon Pirates potentially changing the tide of the war. Why would the White Demon Pirates involve themselves in this war? The Whitebeard Pirates and the White Demon Pirates shouldn't have crossed paths. Hey, white-haired kid, what are you trying to do? This is a battle between me and the Marines. What's your business here? I, Whitebeard, don't need anyone's help. Whitebeard didn't feel any joy from Ryujiro's arrival. Yonko are kings and they don't seek help easily. The intervention of the White Demon Pirates might not be a good thing. Ryujiro glanced at Whitebeard indifferently and said slowly, I'm not interested in your war. I'm here just to use this war as a springboard. A springboard? What does that mean? Both Whitebeard and Sengoku furrowed their brows deeply. What does White Demon want to do? Ryujiro's eyes were cold as he looked at Sengoku. Sengoku, since you Marines have always considered us pirates, then as you wish. Suddenly, Ryujiro's gaze fell on Ace. Crack. The sea-stone handcuffs on Ace's wrists were instantly undone. Even Ace himself could hardly believe the crisp sound. Boom. A torrent of flames erupted, incinerating the execution platform. Ace. The Whitebeard Pirates shouted in excitement. White Demon. An enraged roar echoed throughout Marineford as scorching magma surged toward them. Admiral Akainu. The Marines at Marineford were horrified as Akainu made his move. The scorching magma twisted the air as a magma fist thundered toward Ryujiro. Boom. Suddenly, an invisible shockwave dispersed the magma fist. Ryujiro's gaze was icy as he addressed Akainu. Akainu, I don't have time to play with you right now. Since you're so eager to die, I'll accommodate you. Clang. The moment the Zanpakuto was drawn, the sharp clang was ear-piercing. From a distance, Mihawk's eyes narrowed in shock. The space around Akainu froze, his speed seemingly slowed by hundreds or thousands of times. Ryujiro reached Akainu's front without him reacting. Swish. The sharp blade pierced through Akainu's neck. As Ryujiro moved past Akainu, the surrounding space returned to normal. Akainu's eyes widened in disbelief as he clutched his neck, struggling to turn his head. Blood spurted like a waterfall, and Akainu's head rolled onto the ice. Boom. The Marines and even the pirates under Whitebeard stood stunned. Everyone watching the live broadcast went pale as if drained of blood. The world is going to chaos. Admiral Akainu. A cry of grief and rage resounded throughout Marineford, causing the morale of the Marines to plummet. Fear was evident on their faces. An admiral. Another admiral had been killed by the White Demon Pirates. This was an admiral, not something you see every day. The power of an admiral is undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the sea. Ryujiro's simple attack had killed an admiral, showing just how terrifying his strength was. It was on a completely different level. Buzz. At that moment, a golden light burst forth, Sengoku transformed into the giant golden Buddha form, his roar like thunder. White Demon. The golden light exploded and the air trembled. The massive shockwave crashed through, instantly shattering the ice and surrounding ruins. As the ice beneath Ryujiro vanished, he fell into the water, causing the Marines to change their expressions drastically. Wasn't White Demon supposed to have obtained Kaido's power? If he fell into the sea, wouldn't that mean his death sentence? It turned out that Sengoku's original target wasn't White Demon but the ice beneath him. Yet Sengoku's face remained tense. He felt that something was off. Suddenly, many bubbles appeared on the sea surface. Ryujiro floated up without a drop of water touching him, calmly looking at Sengoku. You think these tricks will be effective against me? As he spoke, Ryujiro's figure seemed to transcend space and time, appearing before Sengoku. A single kick erupted with a deafening roar. Sengoku was sent flying like a deflated balloon, crashing heavily into Marineford's towering buildings. Fleet Admiral Sengoku. The Marines trembled, fear dominating their hearts. What kind of monster is White Demon? Chapter 239, Garp's Stand. This brat. Whitebeard looked at the small Ryujiro with immense shock. With just one blow, Ryujiro had incapacitated Sengoku. The power of this boy was terrifying. Even the Roger of the past might not have been as fearsome. Even Whitebeard felt a hint of dread. At this moment, the entire sea was engulfed in a deathly silence. Kings and citizens across the world felt as if they were shrouded in darkness. With an admiral killed so easily, who in the world could stop the White Demon pirates? Such fear was something even the pirate king Roger hadn't instilled. Garp jumped onto the ice, shards of ice scattering around him. Vice Admiral Garp. The sight of this reassuring figure helped the Marines gradually recover from their fear. Garp looked grimly at Ryujiro. From the start, he had been aware of the power gap between them. Even if he and Sengoku worked together, they might not be able to handle Ryujiro. Ryujiro, what exactly do you want? Garp asked in a deep voice. Though he was grateful that Ryujiro had rescued Ace, Ryujiro's actions had completely shattered the order of the sea. From now on, the world's order would be thrown into chaos. At this time, Sengoku had lost his devil fruit form, and the medical staff rushed to treat his injuries. Although Sengoku was severely wounded, his life was not in danger. Ryujiro had deliberately held back. He recognized Sengoku's ability. In the future, if the world government were to be overthrown, someone like Sengoku would be crucial in managing the sea's order. As for Akainu's death, it was because Akainu's extreme nature made him unlikely to serve Ryujiro even if Ryujiro succeeded in overthrowing the world government. Moreover, Akainu was the one eager for death first. The world's focus was on the holy land of Mary Geos, where the 5 elders watched the broadcast with grave expressions. White Demon's strength had exceeded their expectations. Even the rocks of the past might not have been this terrifying. Why did the White Demon pirates intervene in this war? They still didn't know. Garp and Ryujiro's gazes met. It's simple. To redefine the order and end this great pirate era. Ryujiro's voice was incredibly calm, but to the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates, his words were like thunderclaps. What is White Demon saying? Is he out of his mind? Redefine the order of the sea. The order of the sea was established by the world government. To change it, one would first need to overthrow the world government. Could it be that the White Demon pirates' goal is similar to that of Rock's? Garp felt increasingly terrified. The White Demon pirates were more terrifying than the Rock's pirates of the past. Because a single individual like White Demon could easily destroy any of the Yonko crews, he was on a different level entirely. Even compared to Whitebeard, who was at the world's peak, White Demon seemed to be on another dimension. Garp, someone like you should understand the state of this corrupt world. Why do you refuse to become an admiral? You know it better than anyone. Those parasites are draining the world's blood. They don't deserve to live here. Ryujiro's voice was clear and confident, filled with self-assurance in his strength. Garp's heart raced with heat. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Could this kid really accomplish it? No, it's impossible. The world government's foundation was so deep that overthrowing it couldn't be done overnight. If it were that easy, his son Dragon would have already overthrown the world government with the revolutionary army. I didn't expect you to have such immense ambition. Garp's expression was more serious than ever. Ambition. Do you think I'm like rocks? Ryujiro chuckled lightly. Garp's eyes contracted violently, his serious expression turning into one of shock. The 5 elders in the Holy Land also stood up, their composure broken. How does he know about that? Rock's affairs, with Ryujiro's age, he shouldn't have knowledge of that era. The Rock's pirates had always been a taboo for the world government. People couldn't even imagine that among the Yonko they knew, 3 of them came from the Rock's pirates. A pirate crew producing 3 Yonko was unheard of. Don't forget, there's one other person who knows about this. The bespectacled 5 elder said grimly. Are you referring to red-haired Shanks? Indeed. That guy was also a pirate on Roger's crew, and pirates cannot be fully trusted. The information might have leaked from Shanks. But the White Demon pirates and Shanks haven't met privately, so the chance is small. The 5 elders had never felt such unrest before. Should we consult that person? The curly-haired 5 elder hesitated before speaking. A white-haired, long-bearded 5 elder's face darkened. No. How can we disturb that person casually? Then what should we do now? The mustached five elders' face was extremely grim. For now, let's observe White Demon's movements before making a decision. However, the White Demon pirates are too dangerous. They must not be allowed to wreak havoc on the sea. As his words fell, a fierce killing intent emerged on the faces of the five elders, and the temperature in the hall dropped several degrees. The armored guards outside shivered. "Kid, how did you know?" Garp asked in a deep voice. The secrets involving the Rocks pirates were numerous. Ryujiro smiled faintly. In the next moment, his figure appeared before Whitebeard. "Oi, oi, oi." Marco and the other division commanders exclaimed in shock. Whitebeard, towering nearly 7 meters tall, seemed like a small mountain. Yet, even with Ryujiro's immense power, Whitebeard showed no fear or retreat. "Gururara. Kid, are you here to take my life?" Whitebeard laughed heartily. Ryujiro looked at Whitebeard calmly and said, "Whitebeard, withdraw your sons from this war. This war is over. After I rebuild the world order, you will no longer disrupt the world's rules as a pirate crew. I will give you an island to settle down. This world doesn't need the so-called Great Pirate Era." Chapter 240, Destruction of Blackbeard Pirates. The atmosphere became instantly tense. On one side was the man once known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard. On the other was Ryujiro, the current most terrifying figure on the sea, having already surpassed Whitebeard's claim to the title of the strongest man. However, Whitebeard was indifferent to such titles. The tension was palpable, with the Marines and pirates alike staring at Ryujiro and Whitebeard, wondering what kind of battle might erupt between them. The idea of Whitebeard facing off against Ryujiro was almost unimaginable. How many moves could Whitebeard endure under Ryujiro's might? "Gururara. Kid, are you telling me what to do?" Whitebeard spun his naginata, his gaze sharp as he slammed the weapon's end onto the deck. An invisible shockwave rippled out, causing everyone to brace themselves, expecting a clash between Whitebeard and Ryujiro. But unexpectedly, Whitebeard suddenly grinned, "Such an arrogant kid. Come back when you've achieved something. Sons. Set sail. Back to the new world. Hua." The pirates under Whitebeard cheered excitedly, while the Marines remained in a state of despair. The war had evidently caused the Marines to lose their authority on the sea completely. Kazan's expression was grim as he watched Whitebeard's crew leave. The cold aura around him grew even more intense. Yet, when he looked at Ryujiro's back, a sense of helplessness surged within him. This man felt unbeatable. With the fleet admiral incapacitated by a single blow, Kazan realized that a rash action might result in a fate similar to Akainu's. Phew. Green Bull wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. As the only admiral who hadn't yet taken action, even if Green Bull stepped in now, it would make little difference. White Demon truly is a monster. Ryujiro, surveying all the Marines present, coldly declared, "The war with the Marines ends here. If you wish to continue, we are prepared to fight." The atmosphere was suffocating. The Marines had never felt such overwhelming pressure. 2 of their admirals had died at the hands of the White Demon pirates. This suffocating feeling was something beyond the Marines' usual experience. Some vice admirals, still unwilling to accept defeat and eager to fight, were known to be hawkish, often aligning with Akainu. Their anger at Akainu's death made it even harder for them to accept the need to bow to a pirate. Garp leapt forward to Ryujiro. "Brat, were you serious about what you said earlier?" "Of course. Actually, I've already been in contact with Dragon." Ryujiro replied nonchalantly. "What? That brat actually went to see you and didn't come to me. That little punk must have forgotten who his father is. Next time I see him, I'll have to teach him a lesson with my fist." Garp said angrily, clenching his fists. Seeing this reaction, Ryujiro couldn't help but feel a bit amused. The monkey family was indeed interesting. The Marines were bewildered, watching as Garp and White Demon engaged in a casual conversation. What could Garp and White Demon be discussing? "Do you have confidence?" Garp, who hoped for change in the world and found the protection of the celestial dragons abhorrent, asked. If one day his family or people from Fusha village were enslaved by the celestial dragons, Garp would likely abandon his marine position and take action against them. "For me, it's always been a matter of will." Hearing Ryujiro's words, Garp fell silent. "So what about the Marines? What will you do?" Garp asked seriously. "Don't worry, I won't act against the Marines. The world needs the Marines. The Marines are the administrators and overseers of order. The government will also be restructured." At this point, Ryujiro's gaze shifted to a more hidden corner of the Marine base. Almost forgot, there was still a rat hiding here. In the next moment, Ryujiro's figure vanished again. At this moment, Blackbeard, hidden in the shadows, was covered in cold sweat, clutching his chest in terror. Captain, did White Demon just discover us? Should we leave temporarily? Their plans were now in ruins, as Whitebeard had already led his crew away from the marine base. Damn White Demon. Blackbeard fumed, feeling furious. If not for the White Demon pirate's intervention, he might have already obtained the Gura Gura no Mi. Captain. Burgess' terrified voice reached Blackbeard's ears. What now? Blackbeard looked impatiently, only to freeze as he saw the figure before him, his body trembling. White Demon. Ryujiro's eyes were cold as he looked at Blackbeard and his crew. I almost forgot about you. You're also a dangerous character. In an instant, dazzling sword flashes cut through the air, Ryujiro's swordplay as graceful as a waltz. The members of the Blackbeard pirates fell one after another into pools of blood, including those Blackbeard had brought from Impel Down, all perished at Ryujiro's hands. Blackbeard, a character who was supposed to take over as a new Yonko, had ambitions beyond just becoming a Yonko. Potential threats must be eliminated as early as possible, and Ryujiro would not show mercy. The next moment, Ryujiro reappeared on the deck. Garp's expression changed slightly. It wasn't just speed. It seemed like some sort of spatial ability. How many abilities does this kid have? He even began to doubt if Ryujiro was truly human. At this moment, the Marine's broadcast suddenly crackled with static. Sengoku's faint voice came through the broadcast, resonating throughout the Marine base. Everyone. The war is over. Everyone should assist the injured. I will take full responsibility for this. Hearing this, every Marine stiffened. The war had ended, but the result was unacceptable for the Marines. Sengoku understood deeply that after experiencing Ryujiro's terrifying power, he knew that destroying the Marine base was a matter of a single thought for Ryujiro. With just Ryujiro alone, his subordinates wouldn't even need to act to face the entire Marine base. Sengoku felt bitter and helpless, wondering how the Marines would deal with such a terrifying monster. Not only the Marines but even the world government would likely be troubled by Ryujiro. Chapter 241, The Ultimate Weapon. Use it, ordered the elder with curly hair, his voice grave. The other 4 elders remained silent. If it were possible, they would prefer not to use that. After all, it was extremely dangerous and, once used, would render it unusable for decades. It was their strongest card before awakening that particular individual. It was also left to them by that individual. Will the White Demon pirates come to the Holy Land? That guy's previous words seemed like he wanted to annihilate all the celestial dragons. The elder with round glasses, wiping his glasses, coldly snorted, annihilating the government is nothing but a pipe dream. The government has accumulated so much foundation since its inception. How could a mere pirate crew hope to change the world's rules? That's right. No matter how strong White Demon is, he's nothing before that thing. It is the ultimate weapon. As long as the White Demon pirates dare to come to the Holy Land, that will be their day of death. The 5 elders exuded a fierce killing intent. However, they were unaware that what they called the ultimate weapon was hardly a concern for Ryujiro. The so-called ultimate weapon, Ryujiro had already guessed, one of the 3 ancient weapons. How could the world government not control one of the ancient weapons? Uranus. Weapons are just weapons. All of them have a limit. Ryujiro's own strength was essentially an abyss. How could a mere weapon compare to the power of Ryujiro? To prepare for Ryujiro and his crew's invasion of the Holy Land Mary Geos and to protect the celestial dragons, the elder instructed the celestial dragons to remain in their residences. Yet, the arrogant celestial dragons believed Mary Geos was the safest place. As long as they didn't leave the Holy Land, they saw no danger. Celestial dragons were universally despised, being the most loathsome beings in the world. Of course, among the celestial dragons, there were rare exceptions. One such individual, who had once encountered a shipwreck and reached Fishman Island, had since repented and disdained associating with the current celestial dragons. Saint Donkixote Njosgard. This celestial dragon didn't even wear the bubble headgear. Awakening among the celestial dragons was rare and exceptional. Meanwhile, the turmoil on the seas continued unabated. Pirates were wreaking havoc, causing severe damage to many countries and towns. With the Marines' authority completely shattered, pirates became more rampant. Ryujiro's statement about ending the era of great pirates was regarded by pirates as nothing more than a joke. Logetown, without smokers' protection, was no longer as peaceful as it once was. Ryujiro had come from East Blue, and recently, many powerful pirates, including devil fruit users, had appeared in East Blue. In the weakest sea, East Blue, such pirates were invincible. The people of Logetown were too frightened to venture out at night, fearing pirate attacks. Ha 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 ha, boss, this Logetown isn't so frightening. This beauty and treasure are all ours. Boss, you'll become a great pirate like White Demon soon enough. The leader of the pirate crew, known as the Evil Tiger Pirates, was a devil fruit user with the cat fruit, tiger form. Jared's eyes were cold as he looked at his crew, his icy gaze making the pirate's legs weaken. If you speak like that again, I'll ruin you. Remember, White Demon is our pride. He is my belief. The pirate's subordinate, trembling, nodded, got it, boss. At that moment, a figure appeared on the evil tiger pirate ship. The sensitive Jared sensed something was off and quickly turned to see the figure. Instantly, Jared's face changed rapidly, displaying a mix of madness and worship. White Demon-sama. Before Jared could finish his words, emerald green flames engulfed him in an instant. Not only him but the entire evil tiger pirate crew was reduced to ashes by these flames. The people of Lobetown, who had been robbed, stared in shock at the scene. Everyone felt a chill as they watched the figure. White Demon. Ryujiro took a casual glance at the port and then vanished. Soon after, cries of anguish and screams filled Lobetown. All the pirates in the town were slain by Ryujiro. In just one day, unbelievable news spread across East Blue. All pirates, big and small, in East Blue were purged by Ryujiro. What was even more bizarre was that not only in East Blue but also in the other 3 seas, Ryujiro's presence was reported. Moreover, Ryujiro appeared in multiple locations on the same day. There were not just one but dozens of white demons appearing in different seas. The news shook the entire world. What was going on? How could there be so many pirates? Were they imitators of White Demon? That seemed unlikely. The powerful strength and decisive methods were characteristic of White Demon's style. But how could so many white demons appear? The most absurd claim was that Ryujiro was a cursed devil fruit user of the legendary devil fruit. Outside the 4 seas, in the Grand Line and New World, except for the Yonko-level powers, all other countries invaded by pirates were cleaned up. Ryujiro seemed to be everywhere. Soon after, Morgans released a photo of several white demons gathered together. The photo caused a stir across the seas, leaving everyone anxious and confused. No one understood what was happening. The entire sea fell into unprecedented panic. But shortly afterward, this panic began to dissipate with one realization. White Demon only targeted pirates. He eradicated pirates but never harmed civilians. It seemed that White Demon's goal was solely the pirates. At this time, some recalled Ryujiro's words during the war at the Marine headquarters about ending the era of great pirates. Many had dismissed it as impossible, thinking that ending an era with one's own power was unrealistic. But with recent events in mind, they began to reconsider the possibility of Ryujiro's words being serious. Chapter 242, Invasion of Mary Geos. This is CP0's intelligence. The elders gathered for another high-level meeting, their expressions no longer as composed as usual. Across the seas, hundreds of Ryujiro had appeared in various locations, and most crucially, Ryujiro had indeed eliminated those pirates. For the elders, the elimination of pirates was not a good thing. It disrupted the order of the seas. Without pirate invasions, countries would no longer seek the world government's protection. An unexpected development had occurred. Following the attempted assassination of the Celestial Dragons, the world government had been fully investigating the Espada organization. They finally discovered the Espada base and sent CP0 to handle the matter. CP0 members were close to or at the level of admirals. However, the result was unexpected. All CP0 personnel were annihilated upon entering the horrific ship. This news was hard for the elders to accept, and they fell into silence. They also recalled that the Thriller Bark had previously been Moria's territory, and Moria's death was caused by the White Demon pirates. Could the Espada be connected to the White Demon pirates? What are your thoughts on the recent events? The situation has escalated beyond control. That guy's abilities are too bizarre. Moreover, his clones possess overwhelming strength. Recently, other countries have submitted documents to withdraw from cooperation with the government. If this continues, the government will no longer be able to control the seas. The White Demon pirates, with their own strength, have broken the status quo maintained for hundreds of years. Even rocks didn't have such capability. The elder dressed in a deep red suit and sporting short blonde hair looked grave. Previously, they considered the rocks incident as one of the most challenging events for the world government, but now, a new era has brought the White Demon pirates, posing a greater threat than the rocks pirates. Perhaps they should not wait passively but take the initiative. The elders were not weak. Although aging, their strength could still match that of the 4 emperors. Their hesitation was due to their high position and their dependency on power. Even with Uranus, the elders did not dare to be careless. But now, the situation was urgent, and they could no longer afford to deliberate. At this moment, a subordinate of the elders entered the room. Elders, those celestial dragons are causing trouble again. Upon hearing this, the elders' expressions darkened. Not those guys again. A group of useless drunkards. If not for their being descendants of that particular individual, the elders would have expelled them from the Holy Land long ago. Continue to refuse them with the same words. The elder with the mustache said impatiently. I did, but those celestial dragons refused to listen and insist on meeting you. The subordinate tried to advise them, but they refused to listen. The subordinate looked troubled. With the celestial dragons being so high in status, he could only say a few words. If the celestial dragons were angered, even the elders might not be able to save his life. Anger flickered on the faces of the 5 elders. Those useless pieces of trash. The elder with glasses gritted his teeth, tightly clutching his first-generation sword. To everyone on the seas, celestial dragons were nothing but trash, and even the elders shared this view. The death of a celestial dragon did not stir their hearts, but it would cause loss to the reputation of the world government. Why didn't the Espada wipe out all the celestial dragons? At that moment, a massive shadow cast over the Holy Land Ryujiros. The Arc Maxim appeared above the Holy Land. Panic erupted in the Holy Land as the massive arc was seen in the sky. The CP organization and navy stationed in Ryujiros displayed expressions of terror upon seeing the Arc Maxim. It's the White Demon Pirates. Sound the alarm. The White Demon Pirates are invading the Holy Land. On the deck of the Arc Maxim, a tall figure appeared, Boa Hancock, the Pirate Empress. When Hancock boarded, even Ryujiro was somewhat surprised, but considering he had already killed celestial dragons, it seemed normal. Having Hancock, such a stunning beauty, on board was a pleasing sight for the White Demon Pirates. However, Hancock's enthusiasm towards him was somewhat confusing. While Hinata occasionally cast glances, she had never said anything. This left Ryujiro somewhat puzzled about Hinata's feelings. Ryujiro looked at the celestial dragon's residence and said calmly, "The rest of you, enter the Holy Land and capture the celestial dragons. I'll handle the elders with Hinata. Though there's Kong in the Holy Land, I believe in both of your abilities." Ryujiro was speaking to Kuin and Carmen. Their devil fruits had reached their limits, and their strength was not inferior to Marine Admirals. Their physical skills, though not at their peak, were at the level of Marine Admirals, and their use of hockey was no longer as awkward as before. Saint Rosward was riding his slave, heading to a celestial dragon meeting when he was stopped by Lucci, dressed in black. "Who's this brat?" "This is the celestial dragon's residence." "Who let you in?" "You filthy, lowly commoner dare to step into the great celestial dragon's territory." "Finger pistol." Saint Rosward's words were cut short as an invisible shockwave shattered his bubble helmet, creating a gaping blood hole in the center of his forehead. Saint Rosward's brain matter and blood flowed down as he stared in disbelief. In his final moments, he couldn't believe someone dared to slaughter celestial dragons on their own territory. What were the elders and other CP members doing? Saint Rosward's lifeless body fell from his position, like a dead dog, into a pool of blood. As for his slave, he was already in shock. When he looked back at Lucci, the figure had disappeared. Though Ryujiro's orders were to capture, Lucci judged that such a celestial dragon wasn't worth capturing, and there was no need for the captain to waste effort on him. At that moment, the elders, who were about to meet the celestial dragons outside, saw people rushing in, panicked. "Elders! Something terrible has happened. The White Demon Pirates have invaded the Holy Land." Chapter 243, Elders' Desperation. What? The elders were completely unsettled. The White Demon Pirates truly dared to invade the Holy Land. How could they be so audacious? Immediately recall Kong. Yes, elders. Kong, the former Marine Fleet Admiral and now the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the world government's forces. Though aged, Kong's strength had not significantly waned. His power was even more terrifying than today's Kizaru. However, the elders didn't believe that Kong could change the situation, for they were facing the most formidable enemy the world government had seen in 800 years. Meanwhile, the 3 high-ranking celestial dragons outside were completely unaware of the dire situation in the Holy Land. They stormed into the elders' office and demanded, "Elders! How dare you neglect us like this? Remember, your positions were bestowed upon you by Imusama. Everything you have is granted by Imusama, who is our ancestor. To put it nicely, you elders are merely loyal dogs to us celestial dragons." The celestial dragons' eyes were filled with rage, disdain, and contempt. In an instant, the elders erupted with an unmatched aura, their pressure crashing down like a mountain flood. The celestial dragons halted in their tracks, terror-stricken. What? What are you trying to do? The lead celestial dragon took a fearful step back, his legs trembling. The elders' killing intent was unmasked. If not for that individual, they would have struck down the celestial dragons before them. Their cold, icy gazes bore into the celestial dragons as they said, "Someone, escort these guests back. Remember, they must be protected all the way." Suddenly, CP0 appeared within the palace. Yes, elders. Watching the celestial dragons leave, the elders' expressions turned as dark as night. A bunch of damned useless beings. If not for Imusama, these people wouldn't even be considered trash. At this moment, the celestial dragons, who had just reached outside the palace, saw the Arc Maxim towering above them. Celestial dragons were inherently greedy, believing everything in the world belonged to them. The Arc Maxim. They had to have it. Such a ship was worthy of their celestial dragon status. CP0, seize the ship for me. There's no need to leave anyone alive. Kill them all. The celestial dragons issued their command with arrogance. Damn it. Why are there such foolish beings as celestial dragons in the world? Seizing the white demon pirate's ship. Do they even have the capability? Lord, it is better to hide for now. The Holy Land is under pirate attack. For your safety, please come with us. Pirate attack. The celestial dragons thought it was the biggest joke. This is a story made up by the elders. This is the Holy Land, the safest place in the world. How could there be a pirate invasion? Just then, several figures appeared above the celestial dragons. Ryujiro and Hinata slowly descended. The celestial dragons, seeing Ryujiro above them, were enraged. Who are you? Daring to be above us? Lowly commoners. Get down here immediately. The CP0 members promptly dealt with the celestial dragons. Damn celestial dragons provoking the white demon pirates. Isn't he looking for death? Ryujiro frowned upon hearing the barking and furrowed his brows. Celestial dragons. Hinata's gaze sharpened, and the green beam from her hand shot out, with two CP0 members with armament hockey defending. They could resist the chakra blast, but could they withstand the power of the truth-seeking balls? In an instant, the CP0 members' eyes constricted as the truth-seeking balls deeply pierced their abdomens, their bodies disintegrating like paper under the destructive power. The celestial dragons, witnessing this scene, were paralyzed with fear, their faces turning as white as paper. They collapsed to the ground. This was the Holy Land. How could someone dare commit murder here? Moreover, CP0 had been killed just like that. Trash. Hinata's cold voice caused the heads of the three celestial dragons to fall to the ground. At this moment, Ryujiro suddenly felt a terrifying power emanating from within the Elder's palace, even causing him some pressure. Not bad. It seems the Elders have some hidden cards, but a first-time meeting shouldn't pass without a proper greeting. The guards in the Elder's palace rushed out. Upon seeing Ryujiro and Hinata, their legs trembled uncontrollably. None dared to attack, even holding their weapons. The mere presence of the two was overwhelming. A stifling atmosphere pervaded the Holy Land. Mary Geos. Activating Uranus would take time, so the Elders could only use the palace guards as cannon fodder. They knew that even if they stepped in, they would likely be defeated by the white demon pirates in a single move. Better to gamble with the ancient weapon. Once Uranus was activated, that individual would awaken from slumber. Even if Uranus didn't work on Ryujiro, their last hope was that individual. Imusama, who had founded the world government. Swish. Ryujiro entered chakra mode, flames of chakra enveloping him, while the 8 truth-seeking balls on his back exerted immense pressure. Suddenly, the truth-seeking balls on Ryujiro's body trembled, gathering in his hands and rotating. The next moment, a dazzling golden sword shot into the sky, seemingly piercing the heavens. Golden will rebirth explosion. The terrifying power within the golden sword was heart-stopping. In the next second, the sword extended infinitely, falling in an instant. As it descended, the golden sword pierced through Mary Geos, leaving marks all over the Holy Land. However, it did not only pierce the Holy Land but the entire Red Line. In that moment, everyone felt the terrifying power. With a thunderous roar, the Red Line began to collapse, revealing a chasm as deep as a cliff, showcasing the true meaning of irresistible fear. The golden will rebirth explosion could pierce the moon, and piercing the Red Line was trivial. Ryujiro's immense power was enough to reshape the world's geography, destroying the Red Line. His abilities were enough to recreate an environment, altering the complex routes. Nearby, Kong, who had just arrived, stared in horror, his face in shock. As the Supreme Commander, he felt an overwhelming sense of helpless despair rise within him. Chapter 244, Arrow of Chaos. For Kong, this was the first time he had felt such a profound sense of helplessness and despair in the face of White Demon's power. No one could have imagined the sheer magnitude of White Demon's strength without seeing it firsthand. The Red Line split in two, this terrifying power surpassed even the scope of Devil Fruit abilities. Such might was still beyond the reach of ancient weapons compared to White Demon's attack. In just a short time, the Holy Land's guards were utterly demoralized, having lost their will to fight. How could they muster the courage to battle against such a monster? The overwhelming pressure consumed them like an abyss, plunging them into an inescapable predicament. The only outcome they could foresee in facing White Demon was death. White Demon's power was so formidable that even if the elders had the trump cards of ancient weapons, if they couldn't ensure a one-hit kill, the world government might truly face annihilation. Kong braced himself, using Jeppo to quickly move forward. The world government was the cornerstone of maintaining global order. If this order was broken, the seas would descend into unprecedented chaos. The world government had already notified the Marine headquarters, and the Marine admirals, vice admirals, and even the fleet admiral were all rushing to the Holy Land Ryujiros. Ryujiro glanced at Kong with a cold, sharp look, like an arrow piercing the heart. Supreme Commander of the world government, do you really think you alone can stop me? Kong's face was heavy with gravity as he replied, I am not arrogant enough to think so. White Demon, do you truly intend to destroy the world government? Breaking all order will plunge the seas into chaos. In such chaos, countless families will be ruined. Is that what you wish to see? Order? Ryujiro sneered, the order you speak of is just to protect these trash. He cast a sidelong glance at the celestial dragon's corpses. Kong was instantly left speechless. Ryujiro was indeed right. The celestial dragons were trash. Even Kong, the supreme commander, had to admit that the celestial dragons were the most despicable beings in the world. Their existence was nothing more than a leech on the world's lifeblood. The order you've established should be eliminated. Change is the most natural thing. The world government has existed for over 800 years, that is long enough. Ryujiro's eyes were cold as he continued, if you insist on stopping me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Facing Ryujiro's icy gaze, Kong felt a shiver run down his spine. If he could, he would avoid fighting such a monster. It was a battle with no suspense. But due to his position, Kong had no choice but to fight. However, just a few moves into the battle, Kong was sent flying like a comet. The Holy Land guards below watched in terror as Kong was thrown away. If even the Supreme Commander couldn't match White Demon, what hope did they have against the White Demon pirates? White Demon. This ends here. A stern voice came from the palace. The five elders watched Ryujiro with grave expressions, their hearts racing at the sight of the chakra flames enveloping him. Is White Demon even human? At this moment, above the elders, a massive force began to gather, and the once bright Holy Land was instantly covered by dark clouds. A vortex of energy stirred in the sky, with dazzling lightning and flames flashing, making the Holy Land resemble a scene of apocalypse. Is this your trump card? Interesting. Ryujiro smiled faintly. The elders' expressions changed as they saw Ryujiro smiling in the face of Uranus. White Demon was indeed a lunatic. White Demon, why don't we sit down and discuss? We can give you anything you want. There's no need for this to end in a fight to the death. One of the elders, dressed in a red suit with golden short hair, spoke slowly. A fight to the death. What gives you such confidence? Uranus. Do you even have the power to negotiate with me? Today, the world government will be annihilated, and a new order will descend upon the seas. Boom. As the words fell, Ryujiro unleashed immense pressure, making the elders' bodies sink slightly. Despite having Uranus as their trump card, they were still terrified of Ryujiro's power. Humph. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Crackle, crackle. The enormous energy of Uranus twisted the void, with endless black lightning flashing brightly. The vortex of energy made the elders' hearts tremble. They hadn't expected Uranus's power to be so terrifying, indicating they had underestimated it. Activating Uranus took decades to recover from. This meant they had only one chance, failure would lead them to an inescapable abyss. Interesting. Ryujiro's lips curved into a smile. Boom. In the next second, a towering Susanoo materialized, its colossal form enveloping the Holy Land. Its godlike and demonic silhouette sent shivers down everyone's spines. What is that? The elders' eyes widened in horror. They were terrified as they looked at the Susanoo. What kind of giant was this? Could it be another of White Demon's abilities? White Demon. Incomprehensible. The energy of Uranus, now ready to unleash, released a massive beam that pierced the distorted space and headed towards Ryujiro. The immense pressure caused mountains to crumble and triggered a massive earthquake in the Holy Land, affecting even the Earth's crust. Facing Uranus's attack, Ryujiro felt a long-lost sense of pressure. As expected of an ancient weapon, it indeed had the power to destroy the world. However, it was still not enough. Several forces converged, forming a dazzling white longbow, a culmination of various energies. Ryujiro himself had transcended dimensions. He wanted to test what kind of terrifying power could result from these converging energies. Sage Chakra, spiritual power, curse energy, devil fruit, and eye powers, these forces balanced each other under the fusion of the truth-seeking balls, forming an arrow that shone with brilliant white lightning, piercing through multiple spaces. Even the residual waves caused significant impact. Arrow of Chaos. Whoosh. The arrow shattered the sky. The collision of forces did not create terrifying residual waves. Instead, the arrow's power completely overwhelmed Uranus's energy cannon. In an instant, the destructive power within the arrow ripped through Uranus's energy cannon. In the blink of an eye, the colossal Uranus in the sky could not withstand the arrow of chaos's destructive energy and exploded, enveloping the entire sky in a massive blaze of fire. Chapter 245, Imu appears. The destruction of Uranus unleashed terrifying residual waves, causing the entire Holy Land to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Numerous fissures opened up like deep canyons. Many buildings within the Holy Land were obliterated by the immense shockwave, and the suffocating impact of the residual waves was so intense that weaker individuals could not withstand it and died instantly. The 5 elders managed to shield themselves from the storm, but their mood had already sunk to the depths of despair. How is this possible? Uranus. Uranus is destroyed. How could his power possibly crush Uranus? This can't be happening. The elders were paralyzed with horror, their faces ashen with fear. Once high and mighty, the elders now lacked their former composure and grandeur. Without Uranus, they resembled lost dogs. The entire Holy Land was in ruins, no ancient weapon could match the power of a god, which is why the elders had placed their last hope in Uranus. The destruction of Uranus was something they had never anticipated. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, and the oppressive aura from the massive Susanoo left them breathless. The world government had suffered a complete defeat, and the elders had lost comprehensively. They had severely underestimated Ryujiro's strength. The power of a god might only apply to Ryujiro, whose strength had reached the pinnacle of the seas, a position unreachable by anyone else. The Marines who rushed from Marine headquarters stared blankly at the ruined Holy Land Mary-Geos, their hearts shaking in terror. Although Fujitora could not see, the terrifying power and residual waves left him feeling uneasy. Kazan stared in disbelief at the fragments of Uranus that fell like meteors. Had ancient weapons been destroyed? Was the world government truly facing its own demise? At that moment, within a certain palace, an empty throne stood, and at some point, a figure had appeared in the previously empty throne. Ryujiro frowned, sensing an ominous presence within the Holy Land. Suddenly, the entire Holy Land Mary-Geos echoed with deep footsteps, the sound seemingly shaking heaven and earth. A majestic and untouchable figure appeared in the air, causing the elders to change their expressions drastically. The 5 powerful figures all knelt before this figure, their respect displayed to the fullest. Imu-sama. On the surface, the elders appeared to be the rulers of the world government, but in reality, this figure was the true master of the world government. The elders were directly subordinate to Imu. Kazan felt a violent tremor within himself upon seeing that figure. It felt as if his very life was in that person's grasp. It turned out there was someone even above the elders. Seeing the elders kneeling, Kazan felt as if he were dreaming. It seems the prophecy was flawed. The disaster was supposed to occur decades from now, but it seems the future has changed because of you. Imu's gaze was fixed on Ryujiro, who was also shocked. She hadn't expected anyone to reach such a level solely through their own abilities. It was surprising to her that someone in this era could achieve such a feat. A change. Perhaps. You must be the world government's final trump card. Ryujiro spoke bluntly to Imu, without any flattery. Imu's brow furrowed slightly, showing a hint of displeasure. It had been a long time since anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. It seems you are very confident in your own power. Imu said. Hey, naturally. Unlike those 5 fools who rely on external objects. The kneeling elders flushed with anger and humiliation at Ryujiro's mockery. You are impressive. Join my ranks, and I will spare your life. Imu's words were calm, but the hidden threat in her tone was evident. Ryujiro's eyes widened in disbelief. Did she just say what he thought she said? Join her ranks. Did she really think she was so strong? That attack just now should have been your full strength. If that's all you have, you are no match for me. Imu's tone carried a sense of superiority, as if all other beings were inferior. The entire Mary-Geos fell into a dead silence. However, a laugh echoed through Mary-Geos. Ryujiro laughed openly and without restraint, his laughter filled with disdain towards Imu. I see. No wonder you have the confidence to stand before me. You think that was my full strength? That attack was merely 10% of my power. What? Imu's eyes widened in shock, her usually calm demeanor showing a trace of disturbance. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that power be only 10%? Imu-sama. White Demon must be bluffing. He's probably exhausted most of his strength with that last attack. He's just making excuses to buy time. The elders below roared in agony. They could not believe that such power was merely 10%. If that were the case, would it mean that a powerful figure like Whitebeard was like a child in Ryujiro's hands? Are you bluffing? Imu's tone was no longer calm. Ryujiro looked at Imu with composure and said, "Why don't you find out for yourself?" Imu's expression darkened abruptly. "Don't underestimate me. Then let me see if your strength is as exaggerated as you claim." The energy emanating from him caused the space to tremble violently. The Marines' backs were already drenched in cold sweat. "We need to get out of here." The residual waves from the upcoming battle would be terrifying beyond measure. Even at this distance, they wouldn't be spared. No need to escape too far, it will be over soon. You will witness this historic moment. Ryujiro's voice echoed through Mary Geos, causing Kazan and the others to stop in their tracks. Was this meant for them? Did Ryujiro truly have such confidence? If the world government were truly destroyed, what would be the Marines' position, and what would White Demon do to them? These were the concerns tormenting Kazan. Swish. Ryujiro drew his Zanpakuto and said, "You should consider yourself lucky, you are the first to experience its power." Bankai. In an instant, Ryujiro's Zanpakuto disappeared, and everything around seemed to change, or perhaps nothing changed at all. Imu's expression grew grave, and she did not dare to be careless. At that moment, Ryujiro suddenly chuckled lightly. "It turns out that those 20 kings from 800 years ago became part of you. Your power doesn't truly belong to you, does it?" Swish. Imu's expression changed drastically, her face filled with terror as she stared at Ryujiro. How could he know about that? Chapter 246, Secrets Unveiled. How did Ryujiro know about events from 800 years ago? You. What have you done? Imu's face was filled with fear and anxiety, as if her greatest secret had been exposed. Indeed, those 20 kings were worthy of the name. However, their descendants are nothing but useless sacks of flesh. You keep these useless individuals around just for your own sense of security. Ryujiro said calmly. Shut up. What do you know? Imu, furious and embarrassed, unleashed a powerful energy strike, crashing down like a tidal wave. Yet, in that moment, Imu felt as if the world before her shattered like a mirror. The attack seemed effective, but it was as if it had been effortlessly neutralized. What was going on? Where did the blade in her hand go? How did Ryujiro know these things? Hey, are you enraged now? Well then, let it all come to an end. Ryujiro sighed lightly. Unbeknownst to Imu, the surrounding space had undergone a transformation. The world before her had completely changed, the Holy Land Mary Geos had vanished. Instead, she was now in a space that resembled a vast starry sky, with bright, twinkling stars all around. What, where is this place? Imu's face turned pale with shock. For the first time, she felt fear and unease in this unfamiliar environment. What was even more unbelievable was that her abilities seemed suppressed and unusable. Welcome to my world. Ryujiro's voice was indifferent. What is this place? What did you do before? Imu looked at Ryujiro warily, desperately trying to access her powers, but they were locked away as if restrained by some kind of shackles. Don't worry, I'll make sure you understand everything before you die. This is not Mary Geos, nor the Grand Line. This is a world beyond anything you know. It is my world, a world created by my Zanpakuto. The vastness of the universe, how immense it is. The moment my Zanpakuto is released, it changes time and space, allowing me to freely explore any person's past timelines. Everything about you is within my grasp. With the alteration of time and space, everything will change. My power is to create, control, and alter worlds. Ryujiro spoke calmly. This is the ability of his Zanpakuto. No Zanpakuto in the world is more overpowered than this. Even Ryujiro himself struggles to fully wield its power because it is so vast that mastering it would take considerable time. Impossible. How can such a power exist in the world? Imu's face went pale, and she was filled with terror. Ryujiro's description was so exaggerated that it was hard to believe, seeing any person's timeline, altering the world, influencing time and space, even creating a new world. Could it be that she was now in a completely new world? The world created by the Zanpakuto was effectively a domain. To the outside world, including Sengoku and the Five Elders, Ryujiro and Imu were enveloped in immense spiritual power, unable to move a single step forward. There is nothing impossible. Everything ends here. The ruler of the empty throne, 800 years is enough. Immense spiritual power gathered, and the surrounding stars shone brightly. The spiritual energy transformed into a giant dragon, roaring and clawing towards Imu. No. I refuse to accept this. How could I lose like this? Imu roared frantically. Without her powers, she was doomed to face death. The massive spiritual power contained the force of destruction, and Imu's body was shredded like paper. Under the dragon's crushing force, everything turned to nothingness. Boom, boom, boom. The shockwaves from the spiritual energy caused the Five Elders and Sengoku to shudder with fear. What was happening inside? Who was stronger, Imu or Ryujiro? Buzz. At that moment, the spiritual energy dissipated into blue flames, and a figure stood in the void. The 5 elders turned pale and trembled violently upon seeing this figure. White Demon. It was White Demon. Imu. Where is Imu-sama? 5 elders, Imu is dead. Now it's only the 5 of you left. Ryujiro's cold voice was like the whisper of a demon. The world government, which had ruled the seas for 800 years, was destroyed by the power of one person. No one had ever imagined such a thing, one person's power bringing down the world government. The 5 elders tried to beg for mercy, but Ryujiro gave them no chance. A devastating energy blast turned the 5 elders to ashes in an instant. Ryujiro glanced at Sengoku and the others. Sengoku shuddered, his throat dry as he swallowed hard. Just a glance made Sengoku's skin crawl. The Navy will continue to maintain order in the seas as usual. Until a new government is established, you will maintain the stability of the sea. Your existence is essential. As long as you do not rebel, I will not harm you. Ryujiro's voice was very calm, but even these simple words put Sengoku on high alert. Yes, I understand. Sengoku was a smart man. With the world government destroyed, the Navy had no obligation to pay for its downfall. The change in government did not affect the Navy. Moreover, the Navy no longer needed to protect the celestial dragons, who were foolish beings. From Ryujiro's attitude, it was clear he would not allow a new government to have such scum. The world government had completely vanished. What would the new world be like? Both Sengoku and others were curious about what direction the future world would take. At this moment, on a ship, several celestial dragons were bound and looked terrified, their faces filled with worry and fear. Hancock looked coldly at the celestial dragons, stepping on their faces repeatedly. The celestial dragons were furious. As world nobles, being stepped on was a profound humiliation. Captain. Captain. Captain Ryujiro. Everyone looked at Ryujiro with excitement, their emotions running high. The world government had indeed been destroyed. The captain's power exceeded their imagination. Let's start the live broadcast. Yes. Captain. Ryujiro wanted to execute the celestial dragons in front of everyone on the sea to announce the fall of the world government. As the live broadcast began, everyone on the sea watched in disbelief as the bound celestial dragons and the ruins of the Holy Land Mary Geos were displayed. Watching the celestial dragons being executed by the white demon pirates, those who had suffered from the celestial dragons' injustices shed tears. At the Revolutionary Army's base, Dragon watched the scene with tears in his eyes. Ryujiro, you really did it. Chapter 247, Chapter 247, Big Mom's Fury. Mama. Mama. Pyrospiro rushed frantically into Big Mom's palace. Big Mom's eyes were cold and chilling, sending shivers down Pyrospiro's spine. Pyrospiro, if you don't provide a reasonable explanation, you know the consequences. Big Mom's icy voice sent a shiver down Pyrospiro's spine. Mama. Something terrible has happened. Look. The world government has been completely destroyed by the white demon pirates. What? Big Mom's expression changed dramatically. She snatched the newspaper and stared in disbelief at the headline. The world government's destruction and the white demon's divine power had reshaped the red line. This. Big Mom was horrified. The world government had been wiped out by the white demon. How could such a thing happen? Everyone had thought Ryujiro's earlier claims were nothing but jokes. No one took them seriously. The world government had ruled the seas for 800 years, with an incredibly deep foundation. Even the Yonko did not dare to fully confront the world government. The reason the world government refrained from attacking the Yonko was to maintain the balance of the seas. Without the Yonko, there would be no reason for the world government to allow other countries to join it. With the world government gone, it would only be a matter of time before the Yonkos faced their end. Boom. In that instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon Whole Cake Island, like a mountain range pressing down on the people, making it hard to breathe. Mama. White Demon. White Demon is here. Big Mom's eyes widened with terror as she commanded, summon Katakuri and the others. Get everyone here. In the sky, Ryujiro looked down indifferently at Whole Cake Island. Big Mom's powers were intriguing. As a soul fruit user, she could infuse any object or animal with a soul, giving them human thoughts and power. Ryujiro had always been interested in soul-related powers. Of course, it was merely an interest. Even now, Ryujiro could perform soul-related feats himself. After his evolution, he had glimpsed some of the mysteries of the soul. The Big Mom pirates would not easily disband. But no matter what, even if Big Mom resisted, the outcome would remain unchanged. The Yonkos no longer had any reason to exist. Katakuri looked up at Ryujiro with a gaze full of fear. The future he saw was one of inevitable despair. This man was undefeatable for the entire Big Mom pirates. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed through the square, accompanied by the tremors of the ground. Big Mom's massive form moved, her eyes cold as she stared at Ryujiro. White Demon. What are you doing on my territory? Ryujiro looked down on Big Mom from above and said calmly, Big Mom, the new world does not need the existence of the Yonko. I'm giving you a chance to disband your crew. I will even provide you with an island where you and your children can live. Big Mom, enraged, roared, what nonsense. Why should I listen to you? This territory belongs to me. You have no right to interfere. Ryujiro's gaze sharpened as he unleashed a cold aura. In that case, let the Big Mom pirates become history today. Humph. I'll see if you're really as exaggerated as the rumors say. Zeus. Prometheus. Napoleon. These were Big Mom's strongest homies, the Thundercloud Zeus, the Sun Prometheus, and the Horned Hat Napoleon. Heavenly fire. Suddenly, scorching flames gathered above Ryujiro and rained down. Ryujiro felt the intense heat but remained unmoved. An invisible barrier seemed to protect him from the flames. Humph. Seeing that the heavenly fire was ineffective, Big Mom's face darkened. The White Demon was indeed a monster. Ryujiro's eyes were fixed on the spiderweb-like soul power connected to Big Mom. He showed a hint of amusement. Her ability was quite impressive. To use soul power so recklessly without side effects was remarkable. Big Mom had mastered her soul fruit well. Tear. In an instant, Ryujiro moved across space and appeared in front of Big Mom, without even using observation haki in advance. Katakuri's eyes widened. He hadn't seen this in his future vision. Could it be that even the future was changed by the White Demon? Mama. Big Mom was flustered. Her body erupted with Conqueror's haki, and the terrifying aura spread out in all directions. Boom. Flames blazed as Big Mom wielded Napoleon. Zeus's lightning flashed overhead, and her sword was enveloped in fire. Ikoku sovereignty. The combined power of fire and lightning made the cake sword tremble. The force of this attack even affected the entire whole cake island. Clang. A crisp sound rang out as Big Mom's blade was halted. Ryujiro had merely used 2 fingers to stop it, standing firm as if unshakable. Impossible. Katakuri shouted in horror. Ryujiro stopped Big Mom's sword with just 2 fingers. What kind of monster was this White Demon? I've already understood your ability. It's nothing special. Suddenly, Ryujiro's spiritual pressure erupted, creating a force from a different dimension that made everyone's knees buckle and bow to the ground. This pressure. Katakuri looked at Ryujiro in terror. Buzz. Faint purple light began to gather, forming 7 dazzling purple orbs behind Ryujiro. The orbs disappeared in an instant, moving faster than light. Big Mom didn't even have time to react before she felt intense pain. 7 bloody holes appeared in her abdomen. Big Mom, unwilling to accept her fate, looked at Ryujiro as she fell heavily to the ground. Mama. The entire Big Mom pirates fell into terror and despair. Ryujiro slowly ascended, forming hand seals. Suddenly, huge shadows covered whole Cake Island. The pirates under Big Mom looked up at the sky in despair. It's not even from the same dimension. Is this the power of a god? Boom. With a thunderous roar, the sea surged violently. As several meteors fell, the Big Mom pirates were utterly annihilated. Chapter 248, A New Era. The fall of the Big Mom pirates stirred no significant waves across the seas. Compared to the destruction of the world government, the annihilation of even a Yonko crew by Ryujiro did not evoke the same level of emotional upheaval. With the world government's collapse, the Revolutionary Army rose to prominence. Dragon and the Navy actively collaborated to maintain stability across the seas. As for the previous Shichibukai, except for Mihawk and Hancock, the others were either dead or imprisoned in Impel Down. The Revolutionary Army's Kuma, having been turned into a human weapon, was no longer considered a human and hence, no actions were taken against him. In the New World, on a certain island, Whitebeard and his sons were holding a banquet on the island. Whitebeard laughed heartily, to think that the world government, which had lasted for 800 years, was destroyed by your hand. I never expected it. Reflecting on it, Whitebeard felt as though this event had happened just yesterday. Ryujiro smiled lightly and drank from his cup. The old order was bound to be eliminated sooner or later. With celestial dragons like those parasites in existence, it's clear that this government was diseased. Whitebeard, this island is a good place for your retirement, isn't it? Whitebeard refilled his cup, some of the liquor spilling over. Gururara, I didn't know how many such islands I had before. You little brat, you're clearly exploiting me. Ryujiro glanced at Whitebeard. Those islands are not your personal property. Humph. Whitebeard spat out a curse but said no more, focusing on his drink. At this moment, Marco, with concern, said, "Pops, you shouldn't drink so much. Your body can't handle it." Ugh. Whitebeard let out a groan, somewhat unhappy. "Marco, are you going to deprive me of this small pleasure too? Without liquor, what's the difference from being dead?" Marco hesitated, sighing helplessly. Ryujiro looked at Whitebeard and suddenly a green aura enveloped him. This was a medical ninjutsu modified by Ryujiro. It no longer required physical contact for treatment. Whitebeard's injuries were due to chronic ailments and the frequent use of his devil fruit abilities. Normal doctors could not treat these ailments as they had affected his very essence, making treatment nearly impossible. "Pops." Marco looked at Whitebeard in horror. Whitebeard felt as if a warm current flowed through his body, making him feel significantly lighter. Moreover, the scars on his body began to disappear, and the previously aching areas gradually lost their pain. "You brat." Whitebeard knew this miraculous change was undoubtedly due to Ryujiro. Ryujiro stood up and looked at Whitebeard. "Consider this as a small help." With that, Ryujiro stepped into the void and vanished. Gururera. Such an unsentimental brat. Soon after, news of the disbandment of the red-haired pirates and the Whitebeard pirates spread across the seas. This news was somewhat surprising. It was originally thought that these two Yonko crews would meet the same fate as the Big Mom pirates. No one expected that the two Yonko crews would end in such a manner. Meanwhile, on the Sabaody archipelago, Luffy and his crew arrived later than in the original story, but the crew was still as it was before. Robin, Chopper, and Frankie had all joined them. "Oh. So many bubbles. What's this? It looks delicious." Luffy, on arriving at the Sabaody archipelago, was like a curious child. At this moment, a figure appeared not far from Luffy's group. As the street vendor saw the figure, everyone respectfully called out, "Lord Ryujiro." Ryujiro. Luffy and his crew stared wide-eyed at the figure. It was indeed Ryujiro. Gulp. Compared to before, Sanji and Zoro felt immense pressure from Ryujiro. This was the terrifying figure who had destroyed the world government and reshaped the world order. Rumor had it that Ryujiro had also wiped out numerous pirate crews recently, leaving only a few scattered pirate crews across the seas. And those remaining crews were now operating cautiously. Ryujiro was here, he wasn't planning to deal with them, was he? Ryujiro. It really is you. I considered you a friend, yet you attacked us last time. Luffy shouted angrily. Ryujiro glanced at Luffy and spoke slowly, as if not addressing him directly. Enough. Stop hiding. Did you think you could deceive me? Suddenly, a figure flew in from nowhere. Luffy. Did you forget what I told you? Bang. A punch landed heavily on Luffy's head, causing several large bumps to appear. Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Luffy rolled on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Luffy. Sanji and Zoro shouted in shock. It was clear that the newcomer was not friendly. This was likely the greatest difficulty they had faced since setting out to sea. Luffy. Luffy shivered at the hoarse voice. This voice, could it be? Luffy looked up sharply, and upon seeing the stern expression on Garp's face, he jumped up in fear. Grandpa. Huh. Robin, Nami, and the others were stunned. What did Luffy just say? His grandpa was a Marine Vice Admiral. Luffy's grandpa was indeed a Marine. And a Vice Admiral. Marine hero Garp. Luffy is actually Garp's grandson. Robin murmured in shock. Robin, you know who Luffy's grandpa is? Yeah. When Robin told Nami and the others about Garp's identity, everyone stared at Luffy in disbelief. Luffy's grandpa had fought against the Pirate King. His grandpa was a Marine, and his grandson had become a pirate. What was going on? Grandpa. Luffy's fear of Garp was ingrained in his bones. Luffy, I told you that if you became a pirate, I would personally catch you and bring you back. This time, I won't let you go. Although Luffy's character would never give up easily, after being severely beaten by Garp, even Nami and the others were taken away. However, they were not sent to prison but were instead given a chance to understand the current situation on the seas. Luffy and his crew still had opportunities to set sail, but they could no longer do so as pirates. Pirates would never truly disappear. The seas needed their presence. Where there is light, there is also darkness. Justice and evil are interdependent.